The man is just bored at home hammering a steak. He inadvertently attracted a powerful expert who had long transcended the void, peeking with his butt raised. The rotten kitchen knife he casually tossed aside. Can make several brothers with deep bonds turn against each other in order to fight for the kitchen knife. Even a fallen girl who claimed to be a saint attempted to seduce him for free. However, he decisively refused. His name is Yi Feng. He is a transcender. He died suddenly 5 years ago due to playing games continuously for 90 hours. He accidentally crossed over to the immortal cultivation world called Celestial River Continent. He is the same as all transcenders. The sleazy middle-aged man in front of him is his system, the Golden Finger. The system started out by maxing out all his mortal skill points. And the system also gave him a 600 square meter dojo. At this point, Yi Feng has already begun to fantasize about mastering sacred martial arts, destroying the Qingshan Sect, and reaching the pinnacle of life. He can finally begin his journey of immortal cultivation. But the system unexpectedly said, "Why bother cultivating immortality?" Immortality? Ha! Not without a spiritual root. This is not within my responsibility. There are other people who have traveled through time waiting for my redemption. Goodbye, my friend. After saying that, the system disappeared in a flash, leaving Yi Feng alone in the wind. But the next day, he still came surreptitiously to the spiritual root test site of Riverpiece City. As a result, after the test, it was confirmed that he indeed lacked spiritual root. Such results scared the girl in charge of the test silly. You should know that in the Celestial River Continent, as long as one is a human, they all have spiritual root. She has never seen anyone who is without spiritual root. How can he cultivate immortality without spiritual root? In this lifetime, he is destined to be without a chance for immortal cultivation. He received such an evaluation. Yi Feng instantly petrified in place. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. Over the next 5 years, he visited all the spiritual root testing sites in Riverpiece City. But the results he received were all without spiritual roots. This also made him thoroughly desperate. He decided to peacefully become a salted fish. He set up a stall on the street and started selling books. However, his calm life was disrupted today by a pair of sisters. Yi Feng looked at the two people's outfits. He knew that these two girls were wealthy. He immediately began promoting to the little girl. "Miss, I see that you have an extraordinary bone structure. You have innate talent. You are a rare martial arts genius that appears once in a millennium. I'm selling these martial arts manuals for 10 gold each, but I'll sell them to you at half price." The little girl was so pleased by his praise. She immediately set her sights on Ma Shifu's the Hunyuan Lightning Fury Whip. But just as she was about to buy it, her sister grabbed her and tried to leave. The sister saw the little girl persistently saying she wanted to buy it. The sister turned her head and rebuked. "Luli, both you and I are cultivator mortals. What's so good about buying a comic book?" Yi Feng knew that what she said was right, but her words were really hurtful. The little girl suddenly yelled, "Am I next?" and instantly transformed into a Barbie tank. Yi Feng was stunned by this scene. However, his book finally sold. The little girl excitedly ran over and called her sister to watch together. The older sister took the book somewhat helplessly. She originally planned to take a casual look to cope with it. She was met with a pure surge of martial intent. This made her, who had been stuck in a bottleneck in her arduous cultivation, have a breakthrough. She instantly broke through to the stage of Grand Martial Master. Even the little girl beside her has broken through several levels and comprehended the Martial Master stage. This also made her have a bold guess in her heart. Could it be that the bookseller just now is a powerful figure from a different world? I must tell Venerable Master. And at this moment, her Venerable Master, the sect leader Lu Qingshan of Qingshan Sect, who possesses the strength of martial spirit stage. He is bare-armed. He is wielding a large machete while chasing a wolf demon. But just as Lu Qingshan was about to deliver the final blow to the wolf demon, he was preempted by someone else. This sneak attack without honor was carried out by none other than his archenemy, Patriarch Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu sect. By absorbing the spiritual power of the wolf demon just now, Ning Xuanwu broke through to the martial king stage. Lu Qingshan looked at his archenemy, who had already broken through. Lu Qingshan muttered to himself that it was not good. At this time, Ning Xuanwu also challenged Lu Qingshan. A battle to the death will take place in 3 days. If you can defeat me, I will spare your sect. But if you lose, the Qingshan sect will cease to exist, being completely swallowed up by my Xuanwu sect. Lu Qingshan returns to the Qingshan sect. Lu Qingshan remained calm on the surface. He claimed publicly that he was going into seclusion to make a breakthrough. But after his disciples left, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He has been stuck at the martial spirit stage for many years. He has never successfully broken through. Now, how can he possibly defeat Ning Xuanwu at the martial king stage? In the duel 3 days later, he is simply going to his death. He might as well just commit suicide. At the very moment Lu Qingshan was crying, a voice came from outside the door. Disciple Lanchua seeks an audience with Venerable Master for an urgent matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan immediately stopped crying. He cleared his throat and said, "Come in." Shortly after, Lanchua handed Ma Shifu's the Hunyuan Lightning Fury Whip to Lu Qingshan. Then she explained the breakthrough that had occurred. But Lu Qingshan clearly did not believe it. He also rebuked her for being the chief disciple of the Qingshan sect. She is not focused on cultivating to achieve a breakthrough. Instead, she is deceived by the common people. She is simply foolish. This book is completely mediocre and useless. However, Lanchua indicated that the Venerable Master should calm down. Disciple is wary and asks for your review. If disciple lies, disciple is willing to accept punishment. He looks at Lanchua with a serious expression. Lu Qingshan also decided to give it a try. At the moment he opened the book, a powerful martial intent swept over him. The martial intent instantly brought him into the state of inner observation. The martial intent began to continuously chastise his body. Suddenly, a burst of golden light shot straight up at the cloud fragrance. He actually broke through to the martial king stage. And this scene was also seen by Yi Feng, who was eating noodles. In an instant, he felt that the noodles in his hand were not appetizing anymore. He muttered, "Which idiot broke through this time?" Lu Qingshan, who had broken through at this moment. He still had a blush on his face. He swallowed hard and, trying to contain his excitement, said, "The opportunity to eliminate Xuanwu sect has arrived. Someone can effortlessly draw a book with immense martial intent. This person's cultivation level is unfathomable. Hurry and go pay respects to that reclusive mighty being." However, upon hearing this, Lanchua became flustered. She thought to herself, "I was so arrogant in my words before, offending that person who is truly outstanding. Will he wipe out the Qingshan sect in a fit of anger?" A painting casually hanging in his house contains powerful martial intent. The martial king, a strong individual, just took a glance and instantly comprehended. To please him, they even took on the role of a janitor with disciples in his dojo. However, he considers himself an ordinary person. After Yi Feng sold the book, he finally had the money to buy meat to eat. Immediately, he set up a hot pot next to the book stand. At that moment, not far from him on the street, a dog was being chased and beaten by a group of people because it stole meat. This dog was not an ordinary dog. He is the royal prince of the overlord sky-devouring wolf clan in the realm of Yagwais, equivalent to the martial spirit stage of humans. If he had not been betrayed by the same clan and had his spiritual power nearly exhausted, he would not have resorted to stealing meat and being chased and beaten by a few mortals. A mortal who was cooking hot pot stood in front of him. When he saw that it was actually a mortal, he immediately felt very disdainful. Even though his spiritual power was weakened, it was still easy as pie to kill an unsuspecting mortal. He immediately mobilized the spiritual power within his body, turning it into a giant shadow of a wolf pouncing forward. One person and one dog gazed into each other's eyes. With a loud thud, the giant shadow of the wolf dissipated. A foolish dog was lifted up by a person with just one hand. Yi Feng laughed at the foolish dog as well. When did a foolish dog arrive in Riverpiece City? This scene also startled him. He looked at the Yogwai wolf in his hand, and saw that his power was actually ineffective against this mortal. The Yogwai wolf instantly became enraged, releasing its entire body's spiritual power towards this mortal. However, such a powerful attack did not cause any harm to Yi Feng. On the contrary, the hot pot beside him was knocked over. Looking at the hot pot that he had barely eaten, he was instantly black-faced. His face twisted, touching Yogwai wolf's nose and said, "You little cutie. You look really fragrant." This startled Yogwai wolf. He couldn't believe that he, the great Yogwai king, was about to be eaten by a mere mortal. He was so frightened that he passed out directly. Later, Yi Feng set up a barbecue grill on the side again. However, it had only been grilled for a short while. He saw a teenager with twin ponytails named Zhong Qing. He lay on the ground crying and screaming because he couldn't cultivate. Yi Feng thought he had come to beg for food when he saw him like this. Yi Feng said, "You want to eat? You have to pay for it. Even though my barbecue is famous far and wide, I won't share it with you even if you call me daddy." Who can stand to listen to such words? Zhong Qing firmly said, "Even if I starve to death, I won't eat a piece of your meat." But he had just turned his head. He caught a strong whiff of meat scent. Oh my, who could resist this? He changed his tune in the next second. He snatched the kebab from Yi Feng's hand. He started devouring it hungrily right away. He said while eating, "I told you I'm not going to eat your stuff." His sudden change in attitude left Yi Feng stunned. "I didn't want to give it to you. Are you robbing me?" At this time, Yi Feng asked again, "Miss, were you driven out by the Qingshan Sect?" Zhong Qing was suddenly stunned. "Did I show it that clearly? But speaking of which, I am a man." Yi Feng took a look. This girl actually has the same experience as her own. So he threw the key to the dojo to her and said, "You have nowhere else to go, right? I happen to need a partner. Why don't you come along? I'll go buy some seasonings. You can go back to the dojo first," Yi Feng said. Without waiting for Zhong Qing to respond, he hummed a tune and left. This kind of irresistible way of speaking made Zhong Qing feel a little shy. If she could have a job in Riverpiece City, her parents would also feel more at ease. So she also accepted the job readily. Half an hour later, Qingshan Sect leader Lu Qingshan arrived at the dojo with his disciple. As soon as they entered, the two of them were stunned by everything in front of them. Lu Qingshan just took a glance at the painting on the wall. He felt a strong martial intent. He had a sudden enlightenment right on the spot. At this moment, Zhong Qing, who was cleaning the dojo, also saw the two of them. She learned that the two individuals were from the Qingshan Sect. Zhong Qing was taken aback. She thought they were going to capture her for sneaking into the mountain gate. She called out repeatedly to the two men. She begged them not to capture her and feed her to the dogs. Seeing this, Manhua wanted to go up and help him up, but he was stopped by Lu Qingshan. "Manhua, don't be disrespectful. Veteran is someone you can help up. I have heard that Buddha has another Western deity who will go to test believers in the guise of a contemptible person. In that case, is he the veteran sent to test us?" She is holding a feather duster. This object is used for removing dust. Removing dust is equivalent to removing distracting thoughts. Only by eliminating distracting thoughts can one accomplish things. Therefore, this must be the first trial indicated by the wise to us. Today, we must let the wise person truly see our sincerity. I understand. Stay pure, eliminate distracting thoughts, and get things done. That's how sect leader Lu Qingshan of the Qingshan Sect and his chief disciple began the cleaning work of the dojo. This scene left Zhong Qing on the side dumbfounded. Are you really cultivators of the Qingshan Sect? Why are you competing with me for work? And by the way, I am really a guy. He was originally a royal prince of the sky-devouring wolf clan, overlords of the realm of Yaguais. Now he is going to be turned into a hot pot by mortals. He watched as Yi Feng was chopping vegetables. Lu Qingshan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, because he recognized the dog that was tied up. It's the rarest sky-devouring wolf in the Yaguai race. He is afraid that he will be hunted to death by the Yaguai wolf race for the rest of his life. People who dare to do this are definitely more than just at the martial emperor stage. At this moment, the originally bound Yaguai wolf, he broke free from the ropes on his body. Lu Qingshan thought he was going to rise up and resist. Unexpectedly, the next second, he directly kneeled down. This scene also shocked Lu Qingshan. The majestic sky-devouring wolf actually begged for mercy. Yi Feng looked at this foolish dog. He also felt that it was similar to the one he had raised in his previous life. The two dogs do have some similarities, so he decided to keep it as a pet. But this simple idea of his deeply moved Lu Qingshan. The veteran unexpectedly let go of the Yaguai wolf at the last moment. What a kind and compassionate person he is. In this case, perhaps it wouldn't be a problem to borrow a celestial weapon from a master. Moreover, this knife just easily subdued the martial spirit pinnacle Yaguai wolf. At this time, Luo Lanxue only heard him clasping his hands and saying, "Forgive Lanxue for being blunt. I would like to ask you to lend me this knife to help my faction break away from the..." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qingshan forcefully pushed her to the ground. "Idiot, you are exposing your greed this way." Veteran, he is not happy anymore. The two people looked at Yi Feng holding a kitchen knife. Both of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that Yi Feng would be indifferent and say, "Just borrow it. It's not something valuable anyway. What's the big deal? Take it. I can use this kitchen knife for a couple of fights every day." Lu Qingshan took the knife trembling. He was moved to tears immediately. He thought, "Heaven does not forsake my Qingshan Sect." However, Yi Feng saw him crying even when borrowing a knife, which also stirred up compassion in his heart. Isn't it too pitiful? He is so poor that he can't even afford a kitchen knife. That night, Patriarch Ning Xuanwu of Xuanwu's sect also received a message of inside information. He learned that Lu Qingshan had recently stepped into the martial king stage and even obtained a celestial weapon. He summoned all disciples to gather in the square. He said he wanted to publicly test the celestial weapon. The object being tested is the huge stone in front of us. This is the Qingshan Sect's ancestral treasure testing stone, extremely tough and unbreakable. Even when struck with the celestial weapon and celestial chi, it only left a few scratches. At this moment, Lu Qingshan was under the gaze of a group of disciples. He took out a broken kitchen knife full of gaps. This made all the disciples and elders shake their heads. He faced the questioning of the crowd. Lu Qingshan did not respond. He aimed the knife at the treasure testing stone. He was also unclear about the power of this knife, so he planned to gently touch it first to test it out. But he just touched it gently like this. The originally indestructible treasure testing stone was instantly blown apart. The explosion's light illuminated the entire River Peace City. Look from a distance, just like a spectacular meteor shower. But as the royal prince Ao Qing of the sky-devouring wolf clan, he knows the powerful martial intent and pressure. Obviously, it's an extraordinary celestial weapon. And what touched him the most deeply was that the user of this extraordinary celestial weapon, Lu Qingshan, just lightly touched it. He didn't put any effort into it. The power of this knife is truly too domineering. But it is better not to use it unless absolutely necessary, because he also knows that this knife is not something he can control. The mastery stage, who could create this knife, is probably at least above martial sovereign. After witnessing the power of this celestial weapon, the sect disciples were all filled with joy. With the celestial weapon in hand, Lu Qingshan also gained confidence in his heart. He immediately raised his arm and shouted loudly, "Tomorrow, we will have a final battle with S1-2-Manhwa sect." And it was learned that Qingshan Sect already has the celestial weapon Ning S1-2-Manhwa. He also decided to reveal the sect's trump card. He immediately called female disciple Lilith. He asked her to go to Sword Tomb with him. It is the celestial weapon soul-devouring sword of their S1-2-Manhwa sect that is stored in Sword Tomb. At the moment when the crowd opened the seal of Sword Tomb, countless restless phantoms flew out. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees withered completely. And this is exactly the effect that Ning S1-2-Manhwa desired. He wants to use the celestial weapon to defeat the celestial weapon. This man just lent out a rusty kitchen knife. It directly triggered a duel between two major immortal cultivation sects. S1-2-Manhwa sect patriarch to deal with this kitchen knife. He spared no effort to bring out the sect's ultimate heritage, the soul-devouring sword, determined to have a final battle with Qingshan Sect. The final battle is less than 4 hours away. However, when the disciple of the Qingshan Sect went to the city to purchase medical supplies, they found that the entire River Peace city was empty. However, they thought it was a normal phenomenon. After all, in this kind of immortal cultivation sect grand duel, if it involves mortals, even a slight touch of spiritual power can be fatal. But the actual situation is somewhat different from what they expected. The entire city's people rushed out of the city not to escape, but to watch a play. The person leading the way up front is Yi Feng. After learning that someone wanted to compete in this martial arts competition, Yi Feng also sensed the business opportunity in it. He deliberately made a large pile of telescopes. He brought all the people of River Peace City to the highest point to watch the performance. Then he rented the telescope to them and charged them based on time. He planned to make a big profit during this duel. At this moment, two sect patriarchs not far away were facing each other in a tense standoff. The battle is about to break out. Just a momentary confrontation. Patriarch Lu Qingshan of the Qingshan Sect was knocked down. Fortunately, he read Yi Feng's book, broke through to Martial King, otherwise he might not have been able to stand up now. To turn the tide, Lu Qingshan slowly pulled out the kitchen knife behind him, ready to fight Ning S1-2-Manhwa to the death. Ning S1-2-Manhwa also took out the celestial weapon soul-devouring sword. Countless restless phantoms flew out instantly. On the side, Lilith explained with pride that using the soul-devouring sword, which can only be used once at the cost of decades of lifespan, could easily devour the spiritual power of any weapon. In front of him, Lu Qingshan's celestial weapon would soon turn into an ordinary kitchen knife. Lu Qingshan saw his celestial weapon being overwhelmed in momentum. Lu Qingshan also felt intimidated psychologically. He felt he had already lost. And the knife in his hand was borrowed from Master Yi. If it were to be transformed into an ordinary kitchen knife by the soul-devouring sword consuming his spiritual power, how would he explain it to Master Yi? Lu Qingshan was completely at a loss as to what to do at this moment. At this moment, Yi Feng at the top of the cliff suddenly shouted, "Persist! How could you give up so easily? You finished so quickly. I made these more than 10 telescopes by myself. I rely on you to make however much money." Because Yi Feng rented out all the telescopes. So he has no idea at all. Who is fighting whom below? He has no idea who one of them is fighting. It's the old man who lent him the knife. However, this scene fell in Lu Qingshan's eyes. It made him think that Yi Feng brought so many people to cheer him on. It suddenly moved him deeply. What an ultimate encouragement this is. He thought of himself standing in front of the enemy with such courage just now. He even almost dishonored the honor of this knife. Lu Qingshan suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Now he knows what to do. Lu Qingshan was seen only holding a kitchen knife, facing the powerful might of the soul-devouring sword. With a single swing of his knife, he cut off the restless phantom of the soul-devouring sword. A tens of meters long blade-like continued its formidable power, cutting through the earth. Just one strike caused the S1-2-Manhwa sect to flee in disarray. This greatly boosted the momentum of the Qingshan Sect, preparing to pursue victory and advance straight to Huanglong. But he was stopped by Lu Qishan. Luo Lanjue was somewhat puzzled. This is the best opportunity to eliminate the S1-2-Manhwa sect, venerable master. Who knew it? Lu Qingshan looked at Yi Feng at the top of the cliff and said, Lanjue, look. Mastery was secretly observing from up there just now. If we continue the battle, the higher-ups might be displeased. Master Yi, who is indifferent to fame and fortune, lent me the celestial weapon based solely on a passing encounter. What do you think? In my opinion, the higher-ups do not seek the destruction of either side. The veteran seeks balance. He wants both sides to counterbalance each other to maintain the peace of the River Peace citizens. Such a high-minded and open-hearted individual. It is truly worth spending a lifetime to comprehend and penetrate his mindset. Compared to him, we are indeed as shallow as ants. Is our master really thinking like this? Just now, because they suddenly stopped, all the spectators who came to watch also ran away. Yi Feng's whole mentality collapsed. Can't the guy below be more enduring? I've invested so much in this. You said you wouldn't fight, and now you're not fighting. This is a blow to my already not wealthy family. It's just adding insult to injury. Later. Yi Feng, who didn't make any money and even lost some, is preparing to go home. I see you have not entered any text. Is there anything else I can assist you with? He never thought about it while on the road. He met his childhood sweetheart Peng Ying in this world. He thought the other person came to find him. So he warmly stepped forward to say hello. However, Peng Ying, had a cold expression as he brushed off his hand and said, You misunderstand. I am just following Venerable Master's orders to find a skilled individual. Yi Feng was also puzzled when he heard this. What Venerable Master? At this time, Peng Ying turned her head arrogantly and said, I know your intentions. I'm sorry. You are a good person. I have already joined the Qingshan Sect with the help of a senior brother. I know. With my talent, it's impossible for me to join the Qingshan Sect. Cultivating in the Qingshan Sect has always been my dream. So I promised my senior brother that I will not associate with other men anymore. I'm leaving now. Let's not meet again in the future. With that, she left without looking back. However, what she didn't know was that the master she was looking for was the person right in front of her, Yi Feng. And the person she referred to as senior brother. It is Yu Wujia, the spy sent by the S1-2-Manhwa sect to the Qingshan Sect. After Yu Wujia found out that Peng Ying did not find any expert, he angrily shouted, Go find an expert! As a result, you and the other men got into a scuffle. How did you agree with me? That guy is just a mediocre dojo owner who daydreams all day. Writing some nonsense martial arts manual can't compare to you. If I hadn't accidentally encountered you, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Okay, big brother, don't be angry. In my heart, there is only you. Peng Ying and Yu Wujia, who were acting coquettishly, couldn't help but give a cold snort in his heart. Stupid woman. Can't even find a partner properly. If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't bother with you. Blame that damn expert. If it weren't for him messing around, Ning Xuanwu, that unlucky guy, wouldn't have lost. I have to do something quickly. Otherwise, when the S1-2-Manhwa sect catches its breath, they will definitely blame me. Luo Lanqiu previously obtained secret techniques from a certain dojo, which helped Lu Qingshan achieve his breakthrough. So he immediately turned to ask Peng Ying, You just said the guy runs a dojo. Is his hobby writing books? He received a positive answer. Yu Wujia laughed out loud. He then leaped forward and flew towards the distance. He thought to himself, If he is really a master, I just need to watch. S1-2-Manhwa sect can fight him to a draw. Otherwise, Using him as a punching bag for S1-2-Manhwa's sect's frustrations would be just right. Shortly after, Yu Jie arrived at S1-2-Manhwa's sect. He told Ning S1-2-Manhwa about the matter at the dojo. Although Ning S1-2-Manhwa doesn't believe that there are any masters in River Peace City, but he decided to send a disciple to probe first. And at this time, it had been 3 days since Yi Feng received the good guy card. Since that day he came back, Yi Feng locked himself in his room. He didn't step out of the room for a full 3 days. Zhong Qing is also very worried. Thought he was really heartbroken by a woman. However, when he walked into the room, he was startled by the scene in front of him. I saw only Yi Feng crouching alone in the corner. The room was filled with smoke, and there were abandoned paper balls strewn around. It's only been a few days since I last saw the room, and it's already in such a mess. It seems like the boss is really heartbroken. To think that such a devoted person would end up like this, it's truly unbearable. Boss, rest assured. With me, Zhong Qing, here, I will never let you fall so low. Just as Zhong Qing made up his mind to step forward to help. But then Yi Feng suddenly turned around and said, "So you're going to help? I was planning to treat you to barbecue. Yet you insist on working. You don't look at all like someone who's heartbroken." But then he changed his mind. I jumped to conclusions too soon. The boss must be too emotional. He doesn't want to show it in front of me. It's a pity that I'm just a boy and cannot help the boss solve it. So he asked carefully, "Boss, are you hurt emotionally?" He didn't expect it. Yi Feng simply said indifferently, "You mentioned Peng Ying. She's just my childhood sweetheart. Women only affect the speed at which I make money. And by the way, the speed at which I grill meat. Okay, go sell books for me quickly. I rely on you to buy a horse-drawn carriage next month. Come on, working hard, worker." By this time, Zhong Qing also understood. Yi Feng locked himself in the room for 3 days. It was not because of any emotional injury at all, but because he was writing a book. He wrote these several fantastic books based on memories of his past lives. They are the stories of 3 men from different countries, a group of women and 1 man, 3 women and 105 men, and 4 yogui and 1 man. But can these really be sold? Pay attention. Look at the stone that is being used to repair the steps in front of you. It is a treasure of the immortal cultivation sect used to suppress evil spirits. With it, one can withstand attacks even from the martial sovereign powerhouses. It can also turn calamities into blessings. But such a treasure, when it arrives at Yi Feng's house, is only fit to be used to repair the steps. Even if it is the legendary sacred grade weapon. In front of him, it is just a farming tool. Ning S1-2-Manhwa learned about the expert who helped the Qingshan Sect. Just an ordinary dojo owner afterwards. He immediately sent his disciple Wuchen. Bring along the S1-2-Manhwa sect's treasure, the heaven-shaking stone, to go and investigate. Who would have thought that the person he sent out had not even entered the door? He was hit by the plaque in front of the dojo, and the bursting pressure left nothing. Even the heaven-shaking stone in his hand was bounced off and flew into the dojo. Yi Feng thought the patterns on this stone were quite beautiful. So he used it to repair the steps. The size was not too big or too small, just right. Then he came to the courtyard and started playing chess with an old farmer. Of course, this old farmer was also quite skilled. He is a martial sovereign. He is also a dominant figure in the outside world. At this moment, he slowly spoke. "Brother Yi, at the beginning, I thought I was on the same level as you. But upon closer inspection, I find you somewhat inscrutable." He heard what the old man said. Yi Feng was speechless. He thought to himself, "Why is this Chunibu old man showing up again?" So he had to casually reply with a sentence. "Of course, you can't see through me. This chess game, I was the one who taught you." However, when these words reached the old man's ears, he did have a different question. He came here to play chess many times, but has never been able to determine Yi Feng's true cultivation level. There are many cultivation methods, and secret techniques in the celestial river continent. He felt that Yi Feng must have cultivated a cultivation method that makes it impossible for others to see through his cultivation level. But if there really is such a person, then in the cultivation world, he couldn't possibly be an unknown figure. Could it be that he is really stronger than me? The old man became more and more shocked as he thought about it. When he looked back at the chessboard, he realized that he had been checkmated. While he was shocked by Yi Feng's strength, suddenly he noticed something unusual at his feet. Looking closely, he was once again shocked. The stone he was stepping on turned out to be the heaven-shaking stone. He brought such a treasure to use as a doorstop. He seemed to be saying, "I can find this thing easily. What about you?" At this moment, Yi Feng made a modest statement. In the eyes of the old man, this is seen as a provocation. He thought that with his cultivation level, he should know the heavenly shaking stone is very valuable, yet he is treating the treasure so carelessly. Whether it's strategy or the game at play, this person is more formidable than I had imagined. Adding to that is his implication. The old man feels that this should be a contest at a different level. No wonder he can be so confident. However, it seems that he underestimates me a bit. Thinking of this, the old man pulled out his weapon's sacred grade rake. He began to scratch as if for show, even asking Yi Feng to take a look. He saw Yi Feng's surprised expression. The old man felt very proud in his heart. Admit it. This is something I risked everything, even half of my life, to obtain, the seven-toothed sacred rake. However, looking at the aura of this rake, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as he said, unable to hold back his emotions. "It's all rusty. You should just throw it away. Doing farm work must be very inconvenient. I should have noticed it earlier. You deliberately lost to me each time you asked me to play chess with you. It was so that I would help you repair your farming tools, right?" Upon hearing this, the old man was instantly infuriated. "How dare you disrespect the celestial artifact that you pride yourself in?" Yi Feng felt even more sympathetic seeing him so agitated. He thought to himself that farming is not easy after all. It's really concerning when the tool for eating, the rake, has a problem. It would be strange not to be anxious. So he carried the rake into the house, asking the old man to wait for a moment. He planned to repair it for him. The old man gritted his teeth and agreed. He wanted to see what Yi Feng could come up with since he looked down on his seven-toothed sacred rake. The man simply refurbished a rusty rake at hand. He restored it to the sacred grade level. However, he just felt that the feel of digging the ground this way would be better. He casually gave away the sacred grade top-grade weapon. He is our male lead Yi Feng, a man who can make anything seem so ordinary. Just like the martial sovereign powerhouse in front of us. He took out his pride and joy, the sacred grade weapon, to show off. Yi Feng, however, thought that the other party had come to repair his agricultural tools. He carried the rake into the house, and made a few clattering sounds. At this time, Zhongqing suddenly ran over to report. "Boss, the grandfather, who borrowed the kitchen knife before is coming to see you. He said he wants to return the favor." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng realized it was the chef from Qingshan farmhouse. However, forget about returning the favor for now. Let them in first. I'll come after I finish forging the farm tools. At this moment, Qingshan Sect patriarch Lu Qingshan also brought junior sister Zhu Yun to the Zhu Yun dojo. Looking at the rundown appearance of this dojo, Zhu Yun sighed. She felt that there couldn't possibly be any masters here. She especially disregarded senior brother's opinion. However, the moment she stepped through the dojo gates, she felt a strange power. She took a closer look. This is actually the heaven-shaking stone. The treasure of the founding ancestor of S1-2-Manhwa sect. It was actually used to repair the door sill. Before she could recover from the shock, she saw Lu Qingshan had already walked in. He pointed ahead excitedly and said, "Open your eyes wide. Take a good look before you speak." Zhu Yun was taken aback for a moment and asked, "What should I take a closer look at?" At this moment, a golden dragon suddenly flew out of the forge not far away. This is exactly the vision that Yi Feng had when repairing farming tools. Lu Qingshan saw this scene. He said nervously, "Don't panic over such a small matter." But he was actually the most panicked one, and Zhuyan wasn't much better. She swallowed hard before managing to speak haltingly. "Could it be that I'm seeing things? This is the celestial artifact used by the seven-toothed sacred rake, as legend has it, to eliminate the Yoguai and demons in Shunjing, the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens." Zhu Yun's face was full of disbelief. However, Lu Qingshan confidently stated, "It can't be fake. This is the seven-toothed sacred rake." In the midst of speaking, the two also noticed the old farmer next to them. That person was radiating the same martial intent as the sacred rake. It should be his. Since ancient times, those who can use sacred grade abilities, at least at the martial emperor level or above. And this person looks a bit like him. The madman who slaughtered Celestial River 6 town years ago, but has been missing for 30 years. It shouldn't be just a coincidence, right? At this time, only to hear the old farmer suddenly speak. "You two are also here to find Brother Yi, right? Come, have a cup of tea." Upon hearing the old man calling out to Yi Feng, the two were suddenly startled. The two hurriedly agreed. At this point, Zhu Yun was also in a panic, thinking of quickly giving the knife and gift to the expert and leaving. But Lu Qingshan expressed concern that he was afraid of being too late. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the forging room. A golden lung flew out from it. Yi Feng finally finished repairing this farming tool. He casually waved it a couple of times and felt that the hand feel was quite good. So he carried the rake out. However, this really scared Lu Qingshan and the other two. He actually upgraded a half-sacred grade weapon to a peak sacred grade weapon. You should know that owning a sacred grade weapon can rule one side. Who on earth is he? Watching Yi Feng Zhuyan getting closer and closer has scared her so much that her face has lost its color. Suddenly, the two noticed the old farmer sitting beside them. Surprisingly, his face remained unchanged. As a cultivator himself, witnessing such a spectacular scene, he remained as calm as still water. Truly an exemplary figure for them. However, what they didn't know was, at this moment, the old man was simply too shocked to speak. In his heart, there was only one phrase: "Holy!" The fact that the other person had directly forged his incomplete half-sacred grade into a true sacred grade left him dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that he realized how ridiculous his previous competitive nature had been. At this point, Yi Feng appeared in front of him carrying the rake, saying, "It's not free repair, but I can give you a 50% discount." However, these words startled the old man. Even at a 10% discount, he couldn't afford this sacred grade weapon. The slightly damaged seven-toothed sacred rake had already cost him all his wealth and half his life to obtain. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to take away this rake today. Yi Feng saw his unpleasant expression. He knew that the old man had no money. He thought to himself, "It's really pitiful that he doesn't even have a single coin." So he could only sigh and say, "Forget it. Since there is only one broken rake, if you are really short of money, then I'll just give it to you." The words shocked the three of them greatly. "You call this a broken rake?" The old farmer's heart also blossomed instantly upon hearing Yi Feng's words. Even his title changed from Brother Yi to Master Yi. He tearfully expressed, "Master Yi, I will always remember your kindness. Perhaps you will never need me in your lifetime. But I, Wu Yonghong, swear here that if you ever need me, I will absolutely give my life without hesitation." The other two heard what the old man said. Both of them were startled. He turned out to be the city slaughterer, one of the 4 madmen of the chaotic era. As the old man's voice fell, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out in the sky. Wu Yonghong even swore by pointing at the sky, covenant of heaven and earth, using bones as the vow. Any violation will inevitably lead to destruction. Seeing the old man uttering such Chunibu lines, Yi Feng was instantly rendered speechless. He thought to himself, this old man is quite advanced in age, yet why is he so Chunibu? It's almost unbearable. Watching it makes me feel chronic second-hand embarrassment. But compared to Yi Feng's speechlessness. On the other side, Lu Qingshan and the two men appeared to be very excited. The fact that the two of them can see it in their lifetime is truly gratifying. The establishment of the covenant of heaven and earth is really fulfilling in this life. The covenant of heaven and earth is a type of covenant that can only be signed by strong individuals of martial emperor level. It is a covenant that is witnessed by the heavens and the earth. Once signed, it cannot be violated, an absolute covenant. What kind of terrifying cultivation level and stage does Master Yi have to be able to make such powerful individuals bow down in respect? At this point, Wu Yonghong blushed and said timidly, "The Mastery Covenant has been established. I am willing to do whatever you ask of me." Yi Feng agreed to anything. He decisively kicked him out. However, Wu Yonghong, who was driven out, did not lose heart. Instead, he was even more grateful and tearful. "Master Yi, I know you are honorable and have no ulterior motives towards me. But the covenant has been signed. I will definitely repay this kindness, Master Yi. The green mountains remain, and the flowing waters endure. We shall meet again." Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. He thought to himself, "What a true Chinibyu old man. If he doesn't leave soon, I swear my toes could dig out a whole 3-bedroom apartment from embarrassment." And the scene where Yi Feng drove Wu Yonghong out once again shocked the two members of the Qingshan Sect. They were astonished that he didn't care at all about the city slaughter's covenant of heaven and earth. I suppose only Mastery could do something like that. What kind of book is this? What causes the sect patriarch to resort to physical violence against his fellow sect elder, who is a junior sister? He also said that the content of this book is too profound for you to grasp, junior sister. Let me handle it. After the two of them had experienced Wu Yonghong's covenant of heaven and earth, Lu Qingshan also took out the gift he brought, the treasured flame bead of Qingshan Sect. Yi Feng took it and praised the craftsmanship of the glass bead, saying it's pretty good. It's quite warm. It can also be used as a hand warmer in winter. When they heard their treasured glass bead being called a hand warmer, the two of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But as long as Mastery likes it, it's all good. At this moment, Yi Feng took out a novel he had just written from the house, intending to give it to them as a gift in return. Zhu Yun had not yet opened it when she sensed a strong and pure martial intent, knowing that senior brother must have relied on it to level up. The two of them quickly bowed to Yi Feng to express their gratitude. She then hurriedly took Lu Qingshan's hand and left, planning to find a concealed place to break through. Yi Feng watched their hurried departure. He thought to himself, wondering if they were still my first group of fans. The two returned to the Qingshan Sect. Lu Qingshan directly reprimanded Zhu Yun. "I was originally planning to refuse. How could you take the book back without permission? Moreover, the profound martial intent in this book is all illusory. The situation inside is complicated. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, junior sister." However, despite his words, he showed no intention of letting go of the book. The two of them disregarded their image and started vying for the novel that Yi Feng had just written. However, in the end, Lu Qingshan emerged victorious, putting the book into his bag. At the same time, he was speculating in his heart. In ancient times, River Peace was the immortals' cultivation grounds, which indicated that this place was out of the ordinary. Mastery may be planning a big move in the next game. At this moment, Yi Feng was holding the newly written novel and arrived at the entrance of the River Peace Chamber of Commerce. With his current financial situation, he can no longer make ends meet. If he succeeds this time, he will definitely have no worries about food and clothing. However, reality always goes against one's wishes. Yi Feng has just mentioned continuing to print the new book. Just then, Head Mao from the River Peace Merchant Guild said coldly, "They want me to print those useless fairy tales again. That's completely unnecessary. After all, we are a large merchant guild. There's a bunch of people below pointing at me for a living. Doing things without returns like this is just headache-inducing. Wouldn't you agree? I'm just a straightforward person when I speak. Please don't take offense. How about I give you some money to try elsewhere? You have helped me after all. I will definitely help when I can. Yi Feng understood the meaning behind the other party's words. Yi Feng immediately prepared to leave. He then left the River Peace Guild without looking back. Watching Yi Feng's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Mao Lin disdainfully said, "Just a humble villager from the mountains. If it weren't for me helping him, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to publish a book. This matter is like a drop in the bucket compared to the focus of our business association. This man has become a copycat writer in the immortal cultivation world. Thought he had written the 4 great classics of China. It would lead him to the pinnacle of life. Never thought he would be rejected even when trying to publish a book." At this moment, Yi Feng could only sit on the street with a look of loneliness. Fortunately, at this moment, the sister duo from the Qingshan Sect happened to pass by. The two of them found out that the popular Dream of the Red Chamber in River Peace City was created by Yi Feng. Luo Lanxue immediately started to daydream. I never thought that mastery was the author. I never expected his inner world to be so delicate, soft yet strong, involving family and country. Love and deep feelings can actually converge in one person. And the little girl also expressed at this time that she had a way to help. It turns out that her father, as the head of the Baofeng Trade Association, can publish the book effortlessly. But she has a small request. It's for Yi Feng to kiss her senior sister. Because she had already noticed that senior sister had a secret affection for Yi Feng. That's why she took the opportunity to make this request. And upon hearing this request, Yi Feng also blushed instantly. Because whether in the past or now, he is someone with zero experience in love. Forever single. After being single for so many years, he finally had a chance to get close to a girl. Yi Feng felt that today should be his shining moment in life. He was moved to tears in an instant. He lifted Luo Lanxue's chin and softly said, "Since you brought it up, I'll sacrifice my looks. The form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Come on." After he finished speaking, he pounced with his mouth open. However, Luo Lanxue dodged at this moment. Now in her mind, all she could think of was the sentence that Yi Feng had just said. Form is emptiness. What is this supreme stage? In the 3,000 great thousand worlds, each has its own path of cultivation. It is said that there is a dual cultivation method, where physical intimacy and mutual support can greatly enhance one's progress in the stage of cultivation through synchronized breathing. The gentleman holds great love in his heart, shedding tears for us weaker beings. I hope to use this method to help me progress. I was just thinking of some nonsense earlier. I really should be ashamed. She immediately looked ashamed and said, "Junior sister was reckless and ignorant, making such a request to the gentleman. The gentleman is a wise person. It is our honor to be able to help. We dare not have any other intentions. Please forgive us." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng quickly explained, "I am not unwilling. My intention was not excessive." However, Luo Lanxue said that Mr. Yi Feng need not say more. Lanxue knows she is unworthy. Now please, Mr. Yi Feng, come with us to Baofeng Trade Association to discuss the matter of publishing together. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng also felt relieved. Indeed, there are not that many good things in the world after all. Shortly after, the few people arrived at the Baofeng Trade Association. The little girl rushed up to her father as soon as she saw him. Shortly after, the few people arrived at the Baofeng Trade Association. The little girl rushed up to her father as soon as she saw him. The scene was very heartwarming for a moment. Until the moment the little girl transformed into Barbie Tank. At the moment when Yi Feng and the little girl were having snacks, Leader Yin asked Luo Lanxue in a low voice, "I see that mastery is extraordinary. I would like to ask my niece to give me some pointers." Upon hearing this, Luo Lanxue responded with a serious expression. "Uncle, I am not at liberty to disclose too much about Master Yi's identity. But you must remember, even my venerable master has to respectfully address him as Mr. in his presence." Got such an answer. Leader Yin was instantly stunned in place. He didn't expect it either. His daughter actually brought such a giant Buddha that even the Qingshan patriarch had to show respect to. What a terrifying presence. At this point, he hurriedly went forward to greet Yi Feng. And he also promised to help him with publishing the book. Then he waved his hand, indicating that starting from today, the guild will fully support mastery in publishing the book. Both typesetting and printing must be done to the best standards. Yi Feng's eyes lit up at these words, feeling like he was about to make a fortune. However, at this inopportune moment, the old steward said, "Master, the focus of our guild is on jewelry, precious metals, and goods for cultivators. It is a critical time for our level 1 guild evaluation. If we divert our attention to publishing books, we may easily be overtaken by the River Peace Guild." But he didn't finish his sentence. Leader Yin kicked him down with one foot and said aggressively, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" So in the following days, the book written by Yi Feng was quickly published. Through the full operation of Baofeng Trade Association. A book titled Zhizunbao and Xianxia Ferry emerged in River Peace City. The love and hate relationships in the book. Innumerable people resonated with the twists and turns of fate in the book. The first edition released was quickly sold out. As a result, there was a surge of book-following enthusiasm in River Peace City. This wave of enthusiasm even spread to the immortal cultivation sect outside the city. And Luo Lanchua, who read this book, became even more deeply immersed. Love you for 10,000 years. In this world, perhaps only mastery could write such a book. This is when Zhu Yuan, who had been in seclusion for many days, finally emerged. But after her emergence, she found that there were not many people in the Qingshan Sect practicing martial arts. So she came to ask Luo Lanchua about the situation. She learned that it was related to the new book released by Yi Feng. She immediately snatched the book from Luo Lanchua's hand. She took off right away. She said she would go back and close the passage. All matters within the sect would be handed over to Luo Lanchua. Accompanying the popularity of the book, River Peace City also saw unprecedented strange phenomena. Walking on the streets, one could always see some couples dressed as Zhizunbao and Xianxia Ferry from cosplay. Some even went as far as performing the classic scenes from the book. Baofeng Trade Association also benefited from this book. Its revenue increased by 20%, and its reputation soared. This has already posed a threat to the status of River Peace Chamber of Commerce, a level 1 chamber. Head Mao of River Peace Chamber is feeling extremely resentful for being taken advantage of by Baofeng Trade Association. The senior executives of the chamber are accusing him. It is said that the author of that book came to talk about book cooperation with Head Mao at the beginning. However, Head Mao dismissed the person. Is it necessary for the entire chamber to pay the price for your decision, Head? If this delays the selection of level 1 chambers, your position as head may be at risk. Head Mao sensed a threatening tone in the other party's words. Head Mao immediately angrily said, "I am the leader of the chamber. I have the autonomy to make decisions. Someone, prepare a gift. Follow me to visit Master Yi. The dog he raises is the legendary sky-devouring wolf. The stone he used to mend the door sill is the treasure that guards the immortal cultivation sect. Even a farming tool he casually repaired is considered a top-quality item of sacred grade. However, he considers himself just an ordinary person. And he has been traversing for so many years. He is still as poor as a church mouse. Now he is so poor that he can only afford to eat vegetables and radishes." Yi Feng at this moment. He is thinking about how to make tofu taste like meat. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart, "The book has been out for so many days already. I might have made some money by now. The Baofeng Trade Association shouldn't be more stingy than the River Peace Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that I was too hasty?" At this time, suddenly a voice came from outside the door. The Yin family steward representing the Baofeng Trade Association has come to seek an audience with Master Yi. Yi Feng happily took the kitchen knife and rushed out. He excitedly asked the steward. "Where is the money?" The old steward was also startled when he saw him rushing out with a knife, thinking that Master Yi was blaming him for being late. He hurriedly handed over a card respectfully. Master Yi apologized. "This is an exclusive savings card prepared for you by the Chamber of Commerce. Inside are 100,000 gold coins from last month's book sales commission. From now on this day every month, the Chamber of Commerce will deposit the monthly book sales commission into this card promptly." Upon hearing the number 100,000, Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. He then looked at the card handed to him by the old steward with a shocked expression on his face. Even the cleaver in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clatter. At this moment, Yi Feng's heart was already blooming with joy. But he still strongly suppressed the excitement without laughing out loud. This subtle expression was noticed by the old steward. He thought Yi Feng was dissatisfied with the amount. So he exchanged a few simple words with Yi Feng. He planned to quickly return to report Yi Feng's attitude to the head. After he left, Yi Feng began to laugh wildly. He just showered Zhong Qing and the dog with affection. He was so excited that he jumped up. This is just 1 month's earnings. It's touching. In this lifetime, he finally experienced the joy of being wealthy. He was so excited that he even danced in the yard. Just then, the sudden arrival of Head Mao caused him to instantly lose his excitement. But soon Yi Feng adjusted his state. He asked in all seriousness, "How come Head Mao has the time to come to me?" Head Mao greeted me warmly with a smile. "I came unannounced this time. I want to apologize to young Master Yi for what happened last time. Here is 1,000 gold coins as a token of apology. Please accept it." When he said these words, Head Mao felt more at ease. After all, this is the annual income of an ordinary person. He didn't believe that Yi Feng would be unaffected. However, faced with Head Mao's enthusiasm, Yi Feng remained very calm. On one hand, it was because he now had 100,000 gold card and didn't lack money at all. Moreover, he also deeply understood the character of Head Mao. When a fox offers blessings to a chicken, it's never good news. This old rascal is very cunning. So Yi Feng asked him to speak frankly. Upon hearing this, Head Mao smiled and said, "Now is the era of cultural revival. Although the River Peace Trading Guild is well established, we cannot rely solely on old achievements. We still need to follow the trend and seek new development. Therefore, I intend to continue cooperating with young Master Yi and use the guild's resources to assist you in promoting the books." Yi Feng, although aware that he had ulterior motives, decided to cooperate with his performance and said, "Head Mao, you are mistaken. On that day, you personally told me that there is no benefit in promoting books. I believe Head Mao should prioritize the interests of the trading guild." Did I not speak in error that day, though? How can young Master Yi take my nonsense to heart? I believe young Master Yi is definitely not petty. No. I just took Head Mao's words to heart. And I am just a stingy person. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned around to see Head Mao about to leave in anger. Head Mao threatened that without his support, Yi Feng's book would not be able to sell at a good price. This statement also piqued Yi Feng's interest. He asked how much money he was willing to offer for their cooperation. Head Mao heard that there was a possibility. Head Mao immediately arrogantly responded, "The price is 10,000 gold. A full 10,000 gold. This is money you couldn't earn in 10 years. If this is still not enough, your appetite is a little too big, isn't it?" However, upon hearing these words, Yi Feng, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then took out the newly acquired prepaid card. It created a breeze. He said with a humble bragging expression, "Is 10,000 gold coins a lot?" Head Mao saw the prepaid card in Yi Feng's hand. Head Mao's face was full of disbelief. Baofeng Trade Association unexpectedly gave him a few top-level stored value cards. The minimum balance on this card is at least 100,000. Yi Feng said faintly after seeing the guest off, then turned and entered the dojo. The backlash left him feeling so great that he was over the moon. But compared to head malice, stinginess, and miserliness, Baofeng Trade Association is obviously more sensible. It's currently the time for the Chamber of Commerce to be raided. Yi Feng's new book is selling well. For them, it is timely assistance. Not to mention the profits, just the impact and reputation it brings can greatly improve the rating of the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, all the senior executives of Baofeng Trade Association have unanimously decided, under no circumstances should they offend Master Yi. As long as he is there, River Peace Chamber of Commerce will never prevail. They are the opponents of Baofeng Trade Association. So when Old Steward reported back, and Yi Feng seemed somewhat unwilling about dividing the 100,000 gold coins, Leader Yin decisively decided to give him an additional increase. They can't afford to lose the big picture over a small issue. At this time, other high-level members of the Chamber of Commerce on the sidelines even suggested that in addition to the costs, our Chamber of Commerce only takes 1 share, while the rest of the shares should all be given to Master Yi. While making the proposal to increase the share, Leader Yin looked at Luo Lanxue, trying to ask for her opinion. After everyone received her nod, Leader Yin immediately made a decision. The proposal to increase the profit sharing was thus settled. Luo Lanxue also showed a satisfied smile, thinking that Venerable Master had repeatedly reminded her to maintain a good relationship with Master Yi. This way, everything would be perfect. This dojo seems mediocre at first glance. In fact, even the sign at the entrance can instantly transform into various weapons, blasting people into nothingness. The 18 paintings on the wall can also transform into the 18 arhats. Instantly kill the enemy. Yi Feng was invited by the Baofeng Trade Association to attend a celebration banquet. He also arranged for someone to take care of the dog while he's away. He said he would bring back a bone for the dog when he returns. However, as soon as Yi Feng left, the dog started to cry with a whimper, missing its majestic sky-devouring wolf. Now it's being treated as just a dog, which is fine. But clearly this random painting hanging in the yard exudes an overwhelming martial intent just based on these paintings. There are very few people in this world who can make him take action personally. But what puzzles the dog is, why does Yi Feng still want it to guard the house? This really leaves it scratching its head. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly struck. A green-haired young man, wearing a cloak, appeared in front of the dojo door. This person is none other than Wu Feng, the chief disciple of Xuanwu Sect. I see. Since the last disappearance of Wuchen, with a heaven-shaking stone in the dojo, Ning Xuanwu is determined to uncover the truth and is willing to bring out the last treasure of the Xuanwu Sect, the Swift Cloak. He asked the chief disciple Wu Feng to wear the Swift Cloak and meet up with Wuchen. With this Swift Cloak in hand, in terms of speed, he believes that no one can match Wu Feng. Even if someone can detect his whereabouts, they cannot see his true form. No one can harm him. So Wu Feng, wearing the Swift Cloak, struts towards the dojo. Accompanied by his steps, the dog cries in fear. However, at this moment, the many portraits on the wall suddenly emit dazzling golden light, instantly transforming into numerous large golden hands, blasting towards Wu Feng, accompanied by a scream. This Xuanwu Sect chief disciple. He is the same as his junior brother. He directly took the box meal. However, his situation is slightly better. At least he still has 1 rib left, and a fragment of the Swift Cloak. The dog that witnessed all of this was also completely scared silly. It lay on the ground and started whimpering. At this moment, Bick seemed to understand Yi Feng's intention. It turned out that the harmony of the veteran martial Dao had reached the state of transformation, which was beyond my comprehension. He had never truly harmed me in the slightest. In times of danger, he also ensured my safety. He used martial intent to heal the injuries on my body, and subjected me to various humiliations to train my state of mind. The regret in my heart is useless. I will work hard to be a good dog. Not becoming a dog can you be a king. This is the true meaning of veteran. Being the guard dog for veteran is the greatest opportunity of my dog's life. A man ran into his ex-girlfriend on the street, but ended up being scammed. He was even accused of being a stalker. Yi Feng, who was getting ready to attend a banquet at the Chamber of Commerce, felt very speechless about this. He said, "Don't get me wrong. I was just passing by. If you don't call me, I'll pretend I didn't see you." However, Peng Ying couldn't handle it at all. Her face became even uglier. At this moment, her current boyfriend, Yu Jia, walked over. He scolded her harshly. "You've been with me for so long. You still can't break off those dirty relationships from your past, right?" Upon hearing this, Peng Ying quickly grabbed Yu Wujia's hand and coquettishly said, "Brother Wujia, how could I ever have anything to do with such a lowly and poor mortal like him, who is like a despicable ant? I would rather die than be associated with him in any way." Upon hearing his girlfriend's explanation, Yu Wujia immediately condensed spiritual power in his hand. He raised his hand and struck towards Yi Feng with a palm. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng. Luo Lanxue blocked the blow from Yu Wujia for him. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. "Fool! If they force the master to unleash his wrath, I'm afraid the entire Qingshan Sect will no longer exist." Then, she unleashed a palm strike. She directly caused Yu Wujia to spit out blood. The little girl also transformed into Barbie Tank and followed closely behind. She punched Yu Wujia in the face. She embedded his head deep into the ground after dealing with Yu Wujia. The two of them respectfully came to Yi Feng's front to express their apologies. Yi Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you arrived in time. You saved me from a disaster." Peng Ying, who witnessed this scene, was completely shocked and couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. What on earth is going on? Why would the direct disciple of the Qingshan Patriarch, who is a cultivator, show such respect to a mortal like Yi Feng and even engage in a physical fight for him? With a thud, Peng Ying, who was overwhelmed by fear, fell to her knees. She begged Luo Lanxue repeatedly for mercy. However, Luo Lanxue coldly asked her, "Tell me your name." Disciple Outer Mysterious Hall. Peng Ying belongs to Outer Elder Fang for management. Just joined Qingshan Sect for a month. In the time Peng Ying was about to answer, Luo Lanxue had already activated her spiritual power and placed her hand on Peng Ying's forehead. Then her gaze turned cold. "With your qualifications, you are not eligible to join our Qingshan Sect no matter who recruited you privately. You are expelled from the Qingshan Sect with immediate effect." "Is it just because of Yi Feng?" Without waiting for her to finish her words, Luo Lanxue slapped again. "I warn you, if you dare to provoke mastery again, especially under the name of the Qingshan Sect, I will make you wish you were dead." Peng Ying trembled as she listened to Luo Lanxue's warning. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She had sacrificed everything to join the Qingshan Sect, and now it seemed that everything was ruined because of Yi Feng, a man she had abandoned. She needed to figure out what was going on. The patriarch of the immortal cultivation sect. He successively sent out 2 direct disciples. The 2 disciples just went to visit a regular dojo. But no one was able to come back. They even lost 2 treasures of the sect in succession. This also made Ning Xuanwu realize the seriousness of the problem. So, he could only send out the last direct disciple, Lilith, to investigate the situation. And at this time, Yi Feng also returned to the dojo. He placed the packed leftovers in front of the dog. However, the dog ignored him. And it turned its head and brought a bone. This bone belongs to the Xuanwu sect chief disciple Wu Feng. At this moment, there was even the spiritual power belonging to Wu Feng, Yi Feng, lingering on the bone. Looking at this bone, Yi Feng was suddenly surprised. However, he didn't see the spiritual power on the bone, but thought that Richie had stolen someone's meat. No wonder he packed so many things back. Richie didn't eat them. It turned out he was full. At this point, Yi Feng pursed his lips. "It even left a bone specifically for me to see. Do you still want me to praise you?" And when these words reached Richie's ears, they were interpreted differently. He thought, "Veteran actually knows what happened yesterday. He specifically instructed me to take good care of the house, but in fact, He deliberately let me see that scene to teach me a lesson. Disobedience leads to this outcome. At this point, he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhongqing walked over holding the fragment of the swift cloak and asked Yi Feng what it was. Yi Feng looked at the fragment and pondered for a moment. He said, "This is just a piece of old rag. Since the house hasn't been cleaned for a long time, it can be used to wipe off the dust. Don't forget to clean the pillars and plaques outside the door as well." Upon hearing this, Zhongqing quickly took the rag and went to work. At this time, Yi Feng also noticed the shivering dog huddled in the corner, feeling a bit guilty in his heart. So he picked up the bone on the ground casually. He threw it towards the dog. The bone was caught by a woman just in time. The woman who caught the bone is Lilith, who came to find the two senior brothers. She could feel the familiar spiritual power on the bone. Lilith was immediately infuriated. She coughed up a mouthful of blood heavily. Yi Feng intended to step forward to help, but she was dodged by Lilith. Seeing the girl so nervous, Yi Feng suddenly realized, "I see now. I just saw you pulling a bone from a dog's mouth. So this bone belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Lilith was suddenly scared and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Yi Feng had seen through her, thinking about the fate of the two senior brothers. She quickly turned around and tried to escape, but Yi Feng couldn't stop her no matter how hard he tried. He saw the girl was about to disappear. He had to shout, "You should pay the price for doing wrong. I'll keep this record for now." However, Yi Feng's actions just now were seen by the dog, which made him even more admiring. Just a glance was all it took to see through the martial spirit that had been so carefully disguised and instantly attack the opponent's heart and blood. The depth of the veteran's thoughts and the high level of cultivation are truly unfathomable. Later, Lilith also returned to Xuanwu Sect. She told Xuanwu Patriarch that one senior brother had disappeared without a trace, one was reduced to just one rib, treated as a pet toy, and two treasures of the sect were being used as a doorstep and a dust rag. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Ning Xuanwu was so furious that he laughed, asking Lilith to say everything at once. After hesitating for a long time, Lilith finally spoke slowly. "Venerable Master, even though I was extremely careful in disguising myself, he recognized me at a glance. He spared my life only to have me deliver a message that actions have consequences, and he has taken note of this debt." Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu could no longer suppress his anger. He immediately waved his hand, ready to eradicate everything. "Should Xuanwu Sect sit idly by and do nothing? Spread the order all martial experts of Xuanwu Sect will descend the mountain with me. I want to personally slaughter this villain, avenge Wuchen and Wufeng, and bring back the two great treasures of Xuanwu Sect to wipe out this disgrace." Facing someone who can use the heaven-shaking stone to repair the steps. A mysterious expert who uses the swift cloak as a cleaning cloth. Although Ning Xuanwu is angry, there is still a trace of reason in his heart. His mind has not been completely clouded by anger. So he asked Lilith to bring a dead soldier named Zhang San. He asked him to go to the dojo to investigate the situation, see how strong the owner of this dojo really is. And he said that if he does not come back, his family, Xuanwu Sect, will help support. If he dares to flee, his whole family will be sent to reunite in the afterlife. If he can bring him back, he will promote him to direct disciple and allow him to choose one among all elders as his master. At this time, Yi Feng is leisurely sunbathing at home. He saw that the weather was nice today, so he arranged for Zhongqing to take down the 18 paintings in the front hall and put them in the yard to sunbathe. Although he felt that these paintings seemed useless and not worth much if sold, hanging them in the hall as decorations to adorn the dojo would be a good idea. However, Zhongqing had just taken down the paintings. Immediately after, someone came to the door. The person who came was the assassin Zhang San sent by Ning Xuanwu to test. Yi Feng was surprised to see someone at the door. He immediately stood up from the lounge chair. After all, the dojo business had been slow for a long time. So he decided to go and take a look personally. Maybe it was a big order. However, Zhang-san was very puzzled when he looked at the empty dojo. It was nothing special here, not much different from an ordinary dojo. It was even inferior to other dojo sect leaders. Why did they ask him to come here? At this time, Yi Feng also walked out and started promoting to Zhang-san right away. Brother, with just one look, I can tell you are a martial arts prodigy. It just so happens that the dojo is having a discount promotion these days. Would you consider joining? Zhang-san laughed and scratched his head before asking. Hello, I want to ask how to get to the S1-2-Manhwa sect. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng's face instantly darkened. The temperature around seemed to freeze. Zhang-san was also scared, with cold sweat bursting out. Too nervous, he accidentally blurted out, S1-2-Manhwa sect, and I don't get along. At this critical moment, I'm afraid I have to follow the two senior brothers. Looking at Yi Feng's icy gaze, Zhang-san felt like he was probably not going to make it through today. The next moment, Yi Feng's demeanor suddenly changed. Full of impatience, he said, Turn right at the exit, then go here and there, and you'll be there. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. They actually came to ask for directions. However, these words fell into Zhang-san's ears with a different meaning. He was actually telling me seriously how to get to the S1-2-Manhwa sect. He seemed to be playing a trick on me, pretending to slowly lead me astray. Perhaps he was all talk and no action, afraid to kill. Yi Feng saw Zhang-san's startled appearance. He also felt even more desolate in his heart. Even such a wise guy doesn't appreciate my dojo. I have failed in managing this. And Zhang-san also saw hope from Yi Feng's dull face. He was sure that the other party must be immortal. So he immediately spoke up and asked, It's pretty quiet here. I'm afraid there aren't many disciples, right? Saying this, Zhang-san couldn't help but think of the hint of sarcasm. If you are truly a master, you will definitely show some kind of reaction. This remark is not intended to be a direct attack. And if there is no response, then it means that this person is not really a master. Upon seeing Yi Feng's lack of response, perhaps your dojo should consider transforming into a restaurant instead. At least that way, you might still attract some customers and have a bit of popularity, which is better than the current deserted state. Yi Feng couldn't bear to listen any longer at this point. He chose to directly escort the guest out. Zhang-san, who turned and left, also felt extremely happy in his heart. Sure enough, this guy is clearly just a mortal dojo, nothing more than an ordinary dojo. What a murderous intent. This time I will definitely make a breakthrough. However, as soon as he left, on his front foot, the terrifying pressure suddenly struck with his back foot. The leader. It was City Slaughter Old Wu, who had been driven away by Yi Feng before. This time, he deliberately brought 3 old friends, who are martial sovereigns, to come and pay a visit. Pay attention. Look at these 4 old men sitting at the door brewing tea. These are the 4 famous powerful martial sovereigns, who have long disappeared from the world. However, it is precisely such powerful individuals. Now they are all here together. They have all appeared in such a small dojo and started working as gatekeepers. They even show the utmost respect to a very ordinary mortal. It turns out that just now, City Slaughter Old Wu brought 4 old friends, who are martial sovereigns, to visit Yi Feng. Yi Feng warmly welcomed them in. However, after looking at the appearances of the group, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. They truly lived up to their reputation of working in the fields with Old Wu. Each person looks quite unique. Just as the group was about to enter, Chu Mad Lion grabbed Old Wu and said, Is this the hermit expert master you mentioned? He's clearly just a mortal with no cultivation level. How dare he invite us martial sovereigns in? And you said there's a signboard in front of his dojo infused with martial intent. Is that true? Old Wu listened to the group's words and was quite scared. Ancestors, please watch your words. Even my sacred grade artifact has been seen by you all. I kindly brought you here to meet him, and now you are putting on airs. If you don't believe, then please leave. Don't cause trouble for me. Just as the group was arguing, Just then, several people suddenly noticed the heaven-shaking stone that was used to repair the steps. The crowd immediately exclaimed, "What a bold move! This is at least an emperor-grade treasure. Even we have to handle such things with utmost care. He actually used it to repair the stone steps. Surely, this trip won't end well." Upon hearing this, several people also looked serious and followed Yi Feng into the dojo. As soon as they walked in, they noticed the swift cloak being used as a rag. Everyone was greatly surprised. They were shocked to discover that the tattered cloth actually emanated an emperor-grade aura. That is a sacred artifact that can establish a sect and move mountains. Such a valuable item was actually treated so irresponsibly by him. I saw the surprised expressions on a few people's faces. Yi Feng just smiled and shrugged. "It's just an old rag that's a bit funny." Seeing Yi Feng actually not placing the emperor-grade treasure in his eyes, the four people all believed that he must be a martial saint expert. Immediately, everyone became respectful. Everyone bowed to Yi Feng. "Seeing mastery coming suddenly today, I hope you don't mind. We apologize for this." Yi Feng felt a little embarrassed by their sudden gesture and asked them to quickly get up, saying they are all fellow villagers. There is no need to be so polite. At this time, Zhong Qing finally finished cleaning the courtyard. He hung all 18 paintings in the dojo. In an instant, a powerful martial intent enveloped the entire dojo, encompassing the four people. At this moment, it seemed as if all kinds of magical things appeared before their eyes. Let them immerse themselves in this powerful and pure martial intent. Yi Feng saw them suddenly so excited and was somewhat speechless. Do they need to be so excited to visit a dojo like this? But then he thought, maybe they have been rejected too many times because of their ugly appearance. So he said, "Today is the big cleanup of the dojo. It's a bit messy inside. Why don't you three wait in the front hall for a while?" Upon hearing this, the four of them suddenly woke up. Everyone sat down obediently. After Yi Feng left, the four of them could no longer contain their astonishment. They all exclaimed in unison, "Martial intent! Such a powerful martial intent! I have never seen such a powerful martial intent. It has undone the bottleneck I've been stuck in for hundreds of years. And it is accompanied by celestial force. He is the Grand Martial Emperor. No. He must be an immortal martial artist. I never thought I could actually come into contact with an immortal martial artist. No wonder we couldn't sense his cultivation level at all. Turns out he is an immortal being from the upper realm. No, this martial intent is too powerful. I can only comprehend this much. If I sit down again, I will experience chi deviation." As they spoke, the four of them ran towards the dojo. They then brought over chairs and sat down at the entrance of the dojo. Only then did they manage to calm down a bit. At this time, Yi Feng also held a chessboard. Walked over. He curiously asked them how they ended up outside the door. Chu Mad Lion scratched his head apologetically. He came in a hurry today, with mud on his feet. It's more comfortable outside. The three people beside him also echoed in agreement. Yi Feng looked at them with a faint smile, feeling a sigh in his heart. They are all sincere farmers. Let them be comfortable. Later, Yi Feng is planning to prepare lunch. He instructed Zhong Qing to remember to hang up the plaque later. The plaque was just hung up. It emitted a soft martial intent. This also moved the four individuals to tears. It turns out that every word from veteran carries profound meaning. He knew in his heart that we were unable to comprehend the martial intent of the main hall, so he instructed disciple to hang up a plaque with a gentler martial intent. Such kindness. Such great favor. Truly, we are unable to repay this kindness. At the same time, Zhang San has also returned to Xuanwu sect. He confidently reported to Ning Xuanwu. Reporting to the sect leader, "I did not fail your trust. I have investigated thoroughly. That person has no real power. Just an ordinary mortal." "You did not lie?" Disciple dared to swear with his life when he walked out of the dojo alive. Absolutely did not lie. There were no abnormalities inside that dojo. and that Yi Feng reacted no differently from a mortal, no matter how I tested him. If he were a master, why would he pretend to be incompetent? I suspect there must have been some misunderstanding regarding the deaths of senior brothers Wuchen and Wufeng. I even doubt they haven't died yet. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He snorted coldly. This Yi Feng hasn't even met me yet, but he is leading my Xuanwu sect by the nose. He must think I, Ning Xuanwu, am afraid of him. On the side, Lilith initially wanted to dissuade him. But at this moment, Ning Xuanwu's mind was already clouded by anger. Gods and demons each have their own distinctions. Since Wuchen and Wufeng may not be dead, they must still be inside the dojo. What exactly is inside this dojo? I will personally go and take a look. The members of Xuanwu's sect will go with a deity to destroy this dojo. In this way, Xuanwu's sect is mobilizing all its forces, heading straight towards Yi Feng's dojo. He saw 4 old men sitting in front of the dojo, leisurely drinking tea. Ning Xuanwu rushed up with a swish. He wanted to annihilate these old men along with the dojo. At this moment, City Slaughter Old Wu slowly spoke. From which corner did this ignorant bastard pop out? Facing Ning Xuanwu's powerful blow, Old Wu remained unfazed. However, the terrifying aura emanating from him has already enveloped Ning Xuanwu, who is getting closer and closer, also realizing that something is amiss. The 4 old men in front of him are clearly 4 martial sovereign experts. At the same time, he also recognized the identities of these 4 people. Deathly Abacus by Li Mocha. He possesses a unique order-grade sacred artifact Celestial Fate Compass. Peerless Madman Chu Mad Lion. After betraying the sect, not only did he massacre the sect, he also turned the skulls of everyone of rank in the sect into crafts, polished them, and wore them around his body. Born with a birth defect, Sun Zhuge's meridians were severed from a young age, leading him to cultivate evil arts to go against fate. Nine-toothed rake Wu Yonghong was deceived by one person, and in a fit of rage, he slaughtered the entire city. Even the ultimate masters of the righteous path searched in vain. They let him disappear and leave. The 4 madmen, who had long disappeared from the world, unexpectedly appeared together at this small dojo gate. Ning Xuanwu turned around, as if encountering a ghost, and wanted to escape. He was then grabbed by Sun Zhuge's elongated arm at the ankle. The power of the martial sovereign is actually terrifying. A dignified martial king was actually controlled with just one hand without any resistance. Seeing this, other disciples from Xuanwu's sect wanted to step forward to help. However, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Just saw a flash of golden light in Sun Zhuge's eyes. Mr. Wu Disturbance, please keep calm. After speaking, a huge skull appeared above the head of the Xuanwu sect disciple. Just one blow. Nearly all the disciples were blasted into ashes. Seeing this scene, Ning Xuanwu broke out in a cold sweat suddenly. He tremblingly asked why the 4 people were here. At this time, City Slaughter Old Wu slowly spoke. You, a mere martial king, dare to make a move against us. Upon hearing this, Ning Xuanwu was taken aback. He quickly explained and pacified the veterans. It's all a misunderstanding. I would never disrespect the 4 veterans. My intention was just to shut down this dojo. The 4 individuals all had a cold look in their eyes. You actually came for Mr. Name. It seems that your life will be spared. Chu Mad Lion was about to make his move. Ning Xuanwu quickly knelt down to beg for mercy, slapping himself frantically. Despite his efforts, he still could not change Chu Mad Lion's mind. Fortunately, Old Wu spoke up in time and stopped him. Wait a minute. It will be easy for us to deal with these people. It's just that we may inevitably dirty the floor of the gentleman. When the time comes, we will be in front of the gentleman. Let us not be labeled as unreliable again. Several people immediately stopped what they were doing when they heard the gentleman's name. Ning Xuanwu kowtowed repeatedly to the 4 people, begging for mercy. At the same time, he wondered to himself, I wonder who this gentleman is. How could he obtain the notorious 4 madmen to serve as his gatekeepers? Perhaps he could offer me a chance for redemption as well. At this time, Mad Lion Chu spoke up and asked, "You are Ning Xuanwu from the Xuanwu sect, right?" "It's me." "Veteran, you really are capable. Even if your ninefold Heaven Ning family had not perished, you wouldn't dare to act recklessly here." "I didn't expect you, this junior, to surpass the predecessor." However, as soon as his words fell, a voice could be heard from inside the dojo. "Oh, I forgot. The egg next door is on sale today." The next second, Yi Feng walked out with a basket of vegetables. All 4 of them quickly bowed respectfully to him. This man simply went out to buy vegetables, yet 4 martial sovereigns greeted him. He can decide the life and death of a martial king with just one sentence. However, he considers himself just an ordinary person. Yi Feng walked out under the respectful welcome of the 4 madmen, seeing Ning Xuanwu kneeling at the door. He didn't wait for the few people to explain. He already knew what had happened here. He told them that there was no need to speak. Ning Xuanwu looked incredibly at Yi Feng, thinking that he must be a master. The 4 madmen acted as his gatekeepers and treated him as an ordinary person. Seemingly ordinary, but actually unfathomable. And the 4 of them also suddenly realized with great concern upon hearing Yi Feng's words. So it turns out that the master knows everything. It's just that we were being too talkative. Yi Feng smiled and didn't mind. He thought to himself, you old folks just like to make a big deal out of nothing when you're not dozing off. I've been through it too. Sun Juga asked Yi Feng how he planned to handle the situation. Yi Feng turned his head and glanced at the kneeling Ning Xuanwu at that moment. Ning Xuanwu's life and death are now entirely in Yi Feng's hands. However, Yi Feng hesitated to speak. This made everyone nervous. Then Yi Feng sighed. I don't have much to say. But since I made a mistake, I must bear the corresponding consequences. It's just that we can't deny the younger generation opportunities. Whether he can mature after being taught a lesson depends on his own fate. Also, I am a bit pressed for time. After saying that, Yi Feng ran off without looking back. Dealing with the old man's troublemaking is the most troublesome. He doesn't want to go through it again. However, Yi Feng's simple words terrified the 4 madmen, who were sweating profusely. They thought that Mr. Just Now was suggesting that we can continue to observe this person, but there is no need to give too much time. That means to handle this matter ourselves. In fact, it is a kind of test. If we handle it improperly, it may affect Mr. Just Now's life in seclusion. Our own fate may also be affected. This is Mr. Just Now's way of expressing displeasure. The 4 of us immediately understood clearly. Mr. Just Now cares for all 4 of us very much. He would not want to make things difficult for a junior. His intention was to give a small punishment as a warning. We almost made a big mistake by going too far just now. At this moment, Old Wu turned to Ning Xuanwu, who was kneeling on the ground, and slowly spoke. Bring out the storage pouch first. Upon hearing the other party actually asking for the storage pouch. Although Ning Xuanwu felt a bit sore, but he still respectfully handed it over. Old Wu took the storage bag and casually threw it to the side to let Li Mocha go first. Ning Xuanwu thought he could finally leave. He immediately tried to slip away. However, he had barely taken 2 steps. Just then, a dark mist suddenly rushed towards him. The dark mist tightly wrapped around his hands. At this moment, only to hear Sun Juga speak coldly. This is my heavenly doom poison. It will spread throughout your body from your arms in less than 3 days. You heard Mr. Sun's intention. He did not directly take your life. Whether you can still stand as a person depends on your luck. He punched Ning Xuanwu, sending him flying out. The mighty immortal cultivation sect mobilized in full force. They went to attack a small dojo belonging to mortals. They thought they had the victory in the bag. Unexpectedly, even the 4 old men guarding the dojo are martial sovereigns. In the end, not only were they completely defeated, even the sect leader's only remaining hand couldn't be saved. the first thing Ning Xuanwu did when he returned to the sect. He came to settle the score with Zhang San, who had lied about military intelligence. After a venting session, the elder of the sect on the side still innocently asked, "What should we do next, sect leader? There are only a few of us left in the sect. Are we going to continue seeking revenge? Do we still need to retrieve the heaven-shaking stone and swift cloak? Revenge? Shall I use my remaining poisoned hand?" He then stomped Zhang San into a pulp with one foot. "The feud between our sect and the dojo ends here. Anyone who dares to offend the dojo and its members in the future will face the same fate." After he finished announcing this matter, the only surviving female disciple, Lilith, asked cautiously, "Venerable Master, what exactly is inside that dojo? The disciples within our sect disappeared in an instant. If it weren't for the higher cultivation levels of some disciples, they might have." Speaking of this, Ning Xuanwu still shudders. Even the four martial sovereigns and the Grand Martial Emperor, in the face of absolute power, we can only let go of our hatred. And now, what's more important is to guard against the Qingshan Sect. What does Venerable Master mean by that? Ning Xuanwu sighed here. Xuanwu Sect and Qingshan Sect have both been established in River Peace for thousands of years, maintaining a delicate balance. However, unexpectedly, a hidden expert mighty being Lu Qingshan, disguised as a mortal, descended from the sky and formed a close relationship. He has obtained a divine sword from him. If Xuanwu Sect continues to turn a blind eye to it, we will eventually be wiped out by Lu Qingshan. So we also need to go all out to please that youngster. At least we need to be equal to Lu Qingshan. It shouldn't be a problem to seduce him with your appearance and seduction techniques to become his woman. I know this puts you in a difficult position. I have treated you as my own daughter. Now, the future of Xuanwu Sect is all up to you." Upon hearing Venerable Master suddenly say this, Lilith blushed instantly. "Disciple is not unwilling. I am just afraid that he might not like me." "Afraid? I have taught you this word since you were young. Achieving great things requires courage. I know you have always admired the strong. It is not a loss for you. If you are held back by these concerns and lose sight of the bigger picture, how could I entrust the Xuanwu Sect to you?" Upon hearing the words of the Venerable Master, Lilith fell silent for a long time. She eventually accepted the task. Meanwhile, Head Mao of the River Peace Chamber of Commerce was also facing the same dilemma with the Xuanwu Sect. During this period of time, Baofeng Trade Association has been aggressively outselling the River Peace Chamber of Commerce with the help of Yi Feng's Jizun Bao. The assessment for Level 1 chambers is about to begin. Therefore, they have also entertained the same idea as Ning Xuanwu, deciding to use a beauty trap. So he called his daughter Mao Yuner and asked her how she viewed the author of Dream of the Red Chamber and Jizun Bao. She was suddenly taken aback by her father's question. Mao Yuner blushed shyly. She quickly said that although she had never met him, from reading his books, she could sense that he must be a dashing young gentleman. Head Mao saw that there was hope. He immediately explained to her the seriousness of the problem. He suggested that she should try to build a good relationship with Yi Feng. Even. Upon hearing this, Mao Yuner said with a happy expression, "Father, no more words are needed. Your daughter understands. Master Yi is a good man. Your daughter is willing. It also begins from this moment." Yi Feng has become the target of two women at the same time. Pay attention. These items have been randomly piled up in front of you. Among the clutter next to the dog. Each one is a rare treasure. Ordinary cultivators find it as difficult as ascending to get even one of these. Yet now they have been gathered and piled up here by someone. And they have even been rejected by others. Upon returning home with discounted eggs, Yi Feng saw various items piled up in the front hall as soon as he walked in. Zhong Qing said that these were all left to him by the four old men. He mentioned that part of it was what he had instructed, and the other part was from the rake money from before. As a royal prince of the sky-devouring wolf clan, Richie immediately recognized these as treasures at a glance. He excitedly played among these treasures. However, Yi Feng looked at these treasures. He started to complain disdainfully, with a look of disgust on his face. What, rake money? You should be the one paying. What's with all this pile of junk you've got here? I'm not a dog. Can I still play with toys? At that moment, he suddenly noticed an oiled paper umbrella. The dog also perked up instantly. Unexpectedly, the next second, it saw a shocking scene. This scene stunned both Zhongqing and the dog. Yi Feng felt a little embarrassed. He said, "Forget it. You guys don't understand. This is an art called cosplay. Let's first put these junk in the utility room together." After a while, one person and one dog moved the things to the door of the utility room. However, the dog suddenly froze in place, looking terrified towards the direction of the utility room. It thought that ever since Veteran went through that door just now, there has been an occasional deep and terrifying aura emanating from inside. But Veteran does not seem to care about this aura. However, what exactly is hidden inside? This lock seems tightly secured and cannot be opened, right? This man relied on being a copycat writer to become a literary giant in the immortal cultivation world. He originally wanted to promote the rich cultural heritage of the Chinese nation for the past 5,000 years. As a result, he was greatly surprised. Leader Yin and Luo Lanxue came to the dojo that day to invite Yi Feng to participate in a poetry competition. Before entering the door, Luo Lanxue repeatedly urged Leader Yin by her side to be extremely cautious when talking to the master later. The master resides in Riverpiece City and is arranging a big plan while also observing the lives of mortals. These 2 points are taboo. They must not be offended. Leader Yin nodded. At this time, Yi Feng also opened the door and asked, somewhat puzzled, "The poetry competition. The previous entry standards have always been very high, right? Is this year's entry based on a per capita basis?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Leader Yin immediately said, "Sir, you are joking. Your book Zun Bao is well known by now. Its literary significance has also received unanimous recognition from the public. You have already become the foremost literary figure in Riverpiece City, a rising star in the literary world. If you have the time to show your face, it would be a blessing for Riverpiece City." Listening to Leader Yin's flattery, Yi Feng, as a copycat writer, also feels a bit embarrassed. However, he still accepted the invitation and planned to join in the fun. He did want to see for himself which is superior, the cultural knowledge of the otherworld or the long-standing heritage of my 5,000 years of Yanwang. Soon, the annual poetry contest of Riverpiece City is held by the Pure Creek Riverbank. It gathers all the young talents of Riverpiece City. Here, nobility is not judged by family background, but by literary talent. However, the poems created by these talented individuals are somewhat hard to describe in a few words. A friend comes from afar, and though distant, must be dealt with severely. The road to heaven is there, yet you refuse to take it. The sea of learning is boundless, and you must row through hardship. I vow eternal loyalty to you, and you say I shall live forever. Yi Feng was greatly surprised to hear this poem. However, the audience below the stage, they, on the other hand, cheered one after another. This left Yi Feng speechless. Be more awake, okay? After listening to poems from several talented scholars, Yi Feng lost interest in the world's culture. He turned around and prepared to leave. Just then, a graceful woman emerged from the crowd. The person who came as Lilith sent by the Qingshan Sect to seduce Yi Feng. During this time, she has already found out about Yi Feng's daily routine. In order to avoid disrupting Yi Feng's original intention to experience mortal life, she decided to approach Yi Feng in a mortal way. Upon seeing Lilith, she exclaimed, "I twisted my ankle," and then pounced into Yi Feng's arms. Lilith felt steady when their eyes met, but Yi Feng mistook her for a scammer. He decisively made a serious effort to dodge. Lilith was completely confused by this. When she came to her senses, she kicked away the 4 talented men who had just caught her. When she looked at Yi Feng again, she found that someone else had set their sights on Yi Feng, just like her. Malyuner, looking shy, introduced herself. I am Riverpiece from the Malyuner Merchant Guild, and I have met Master Yi. Upon hearing that the other party was from the Riverpiece Merchant Guild, Yi Feng, feeling impatient, simply greeted with a hello before walking away. Facing Yi Feng's cold attitude, Malyuner felt so wronged that she was almost in tears. At this time, a sarcastic remark came from behind. Just because of you, you still want to attract the attention of the gentleman. That's really ridiculous. Who are you again? I am a figure you cannot reach. You are not worthy to lay a finger on Mr. Yu. This is how the two have began to confront each other on the street. They are like two beautiful women in a showdown over a man. This immediately attracted a huge crowd of onlookers. Even a lemon bystander spontaneously composed a poem. Under the lemon tree, there are lemon fruits. What magic does this man have after all? He can actually attract the competition of the two beauties in the immortal cultivation world. The two beauties even fought for him. Just as Yi Feng was about to leave, he was set up by someone. The one who set him up was his childhood sweetheart, Peng Ying. Peng Ying scolded him as a worm, asking why he always lingered around like a ghost. If Brother Wujia sees you again, will you ruin everything I have worked so hard for? This left Yi Feng speechless. He turned to leave, but Peng Ying continued to scold him relentlessly. How could you leave me so easily after causing me such humiliation? You are still so arrogant. Do you think you can change my mind by making Luo Lanxua your backer with just a book? Don't forget you are just a mortal after all. You will always be just a piece of trash living at the bottom. And I am a Qingshan Sect disciple cultivator. You will never be worthy of me. Yi Feng listened quietly to Peng Ying's sarcasm. Then he waved his hand and said, Your speech is very good. However, I am not going to turn around for you. After speaking, Yi Feng prepared to leave. However, Peng Ying held him back at this moment. I hate the way you pretend to be stupid the most. You coward. You only deserve to live at the bottom of your broken dojo for the rest of your life. No woman would even look at you. Hearing this, Yi Feng's expression turned cold instantly. He had just wanted to turn around. Just then, a slap had already landed on Peng Ying's face. The person who slapped him turned out to be Malyuner from the Riverpiece Merchant Association. And this slap completely angered Peng Ying, only to see her glaring angrily at the two of them. Spiritual power also began to emanate from her body. Yi Feng shielded Malyuner behind him. Peng Ying then taunted, Scared, huh? The pressure of my 9-layer martial artist can crush you mortals. You should kneel under my feet. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped again. I saw Lilith looking down from a high place. She spoke coldly to Peng Ying. I am also a fan of Master Yi. At the first mention she's a fan, Peng Ying suddenly got angry. Isn't it just a lousy book? Why are all these women acting like they're possessed? Treating Yi Feng as if he's a sacred saint. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful the woman is, she's just the same as him. An utterly useless waste with no cultivation level. Utterly defenseless. As she spoke, she had already gathered spiritual power in her hands, preparing to attack the three of them. Lilith stepped forward with a relaxed expression on her face. She threw a charming look at Yi Feng. It's not appropriate for a man to interfere in women's matters. Let me handle this. Malyuner, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel jealous and said, You're taking advantage of someone's weakness. Although these words were directed at Lilith, who was standing aside, Peng Ying seemed to take them personally. Immediately, Peng Ying shouted and lunged towards Malyuner with a sword. Although the sword did not hit, it frightened Malyuner. Afterwards, Peng Ying raised the sword again and stabbed towards Lilith. However, her aggressive sword strike was effortlessly intercepted by Lilith using just 2 fingers. While Peng Ying was still in shock, Lilith casually twisted her hand again. She made the long sword in Peng Ying's hand spin. The long sword slipped away in an instant. Is your sword difficult to catch? A 9-layer martial artist, who can't even hold their own sword steadily has the right to be called a cultivator. Answer me, are you qualified? After saying that, Lilith was immediately bombarded with a series of slaps. Peng Ying was left speechless. She kept slapping until Peng Ying's face was swollen and bruised before finally stopping. At that moment, Peng Ying looked like she was reevaluating her life choices and said, "I don't deserve it." Lilith kicked again. Watching the fight between the two women, Yi Feng, who was spectating on the side, couldn't help but comment, "Girls fighting is really scary." Then, Lilith casually threw Peng Ying into the river. Then she hurried over to pay her respects to Yi Feng. Yi Feng also bowed in gratitude to her. At the same time, he recognized the woman in front of him. Wasn't she the one who fought with Richie over bones last time? This time she came to stage a fake accident. It turned out she was his book fan. Seeing that Yi Feng actually recognized her, Lilith was also startled. She even thought that the other person recognized her. That's why he was so indifferent to her. However, Yi Feng waved his hand and said it's nothing. No need to worry. Also, thank you, Miss Yuner, for helping me just now. Upon hearing this, Lilith also felt relieved. She thought to herself, it is indeed true. In front of such a mysterious hermit like him, not to mention a small person like me, even the entire S1-2 sect is not worthy of his attention. Mao Yuner, on the other hand, started to twist awkwardly when praised. "You're too kind, sir." Yuner's soft voice did not help at all. It made the gentleman laugh instead. "Don't say that." As a gesture of thanks. "Tonight, let me treat you all to a meal." Upon hearing Yi Feng's invitation, the two of them immediately excitedly agreed. This made the onlookers next to them jealous. At the same time, Peng Ying crawled out of the water, sitting on the bank and crying uncontrollably. Yu Wujie saw her back and quickly stepped forward to ask about the situation. As a result, he saw it. Peng Ying, who had already been beaten badly and looked disheveled. Peng Ying had just wanted to complain. Just then, Yu Wujie threw a punch at her and shouted, "Where did this ghost come from? How dare you wear my Peng Ying's clothes?" Peng Ying knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably, desperately trying to prove that she was indeed his Peng Ying. Peng Ying kneels on the ground, crying bitterly. Desperately trying to prove himself, he asks for help to avenge himself. Yu Wujie looks at the disfigured Peng Ying with a cold gaze. He kicked her directly, sending her flying out. "Your face is already ruined. What capital do you have left to ask for my help?" After saying that, he didn't forget to spit at her. At this point, Peng Ying, lying on the ground, finally saw everything clearly. "So this is how you see me. Everything is just false pretenses. So you all are the same, treating me as worthless and bullying me with impunity. Your current expression is the same as theirs when they look at me. But where did I go wrong after all? I just want to cultivate immortality and take control of my life. I want to earn others' respect. I want to have a good life. Am I asking for too much?" The more Peng Ying thinks, the more unwilling she becomes. In the end, she directly got up and pounced towards Yu Wujie. She held him tightly and dragged him into the water. No matter how he struggled, it was all in vain. Soon, the two of them were swept into the whirlpool and disappeared from River Peace City. What is in this room? Just the scent emanating from it. It can make the royal prince of the sky-devouring wolf clan shiver with fear. Yi Feng feels that Richie has been acting a bit strange recently. Looking at the storage room ahead, he seemed to have thought of something. That's right. The way Richie looks now. This is really too much like his dog from a past life. It should be in heat. So he had to comfort Richie. "Don't worry. I will find a solution for you. But for now, I have to inconvenience you temporarily." Zhong Qing suddenly asked from behind. "Boss, you're back. How was the poetry competition?" Speaking of the poetry competition, Yi Feng said with dissatisfaction, "Not as exciting as playing fight the landlord with those women from Red Fragrance Courtyard. But speaking of it, it seems like he hasn't seen them for a long time. Anyway, it's still early. I'll go find them to pass the time." Upon hearing this, the inexperienced Zhongqing blushed shyly. He asked in a quiet voice with his head lowered, "Is the game Fight the Landlord fun, boss?" Yi Feng patted his head and smiled, saying, "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand." However, Zhongqing blushed and kept his eyes closed, saying, "Boss, I think I understand. Because when I helped you deliver alcohol, I always saw those young ladies in those." However, before Zhongqing could finish speaking, Yi Feng interrupted him. Then he walked alone towards the direction of Red Fragrance Courtyard. He felt secretly proud in his heart. "How could you understand? The only set of playing cards in the world created by me. The way of playing Fight the Landlord was also taught by me to the girls. The art of the game and the cards is not something one can easily grasp without guidance." How deep is the water in this dojo really? Even a random kitchen knife is considered a sacred grade treasure. Even the dog inside is a legendary sky-devouring wolf. The sun sets in the west. A hot girl is walking down the street, attracting the attention of men. Lilith takes the lead ahead of Mao Yuner and builds a relationship with Yi Feng. She decides to visit the dojo first. This time at the dojo, she has a different mindset because the owner of this dojo has turned from her enemy into her prey. Before leaving, Ning Xuanwu repeatedly emphasized that this banquet was a rare opportunity. She must do everything she can to make Yi Feng her subordinate. After making up her mind, Lilith shouted into the dojo, "I, Lilith, am fortunate to have met Master Yi and dare not forget the courtesy. I have come to pay my respects." Zhongqing hurried out to greet her upon hearing this. "I'm sorry. Our boss is not at home right now. I will tell him that you came when he's back." Lilith was a bit perplexed upon hearing that Yi Feng was not at home. "Not at home? But we just met this morning. I thought he would be at home." Zhongqing blushed and turned his head. He stammered, "The boss went to Red Fragrance Courtyard to meet the young lady and play Fight the Landlord." Upon hearing that Yi Feng would actually go to such a place, Lilith also became interested. Curiously, she approached Zhongqing and asked what exactly Fight the Landlord was. When asked this question, Zhongqing became extremely shy and stuttered for a while. He finally shouted out with his eyes closed, "It's about the relationship between men and women." Seeing Zhongqing so shy, Lilith joked, "Little brother, I didn't know you were quite knowledgeable. Thank you for today. Another day, sister will introduce someone to you." Upon hearing this, Zhongqing immediately felt both shy and indignant, covering his face and running into the house. Seeing Zhongqing's reaction, Lilith revealed a satisfied smile, thinking to herself, "How wonderful, how wonderful! I was worried that Mr. Stage's demeanor was too profound to be close to women, but it turns out that he appears refined on the surface, but is not a decent person in private." However, just as she turned around, her attention was caught by a piece of cloth. This cloth in front of her, isn't it the treasured swift cloak of their sect? Immediately, she raised her hand, and with a wave, the cloak was sucked into her hand. However, just as the cloak was in her hand, she heard a wolf's howl. At that moment of puzzlement, she turned her head and saw Zhongqing rushing out with a kitchen knife. "How dare you steal things? I even thought you were pretty. I don't want you to introduce me to any more girls. Put the dishcloth down." Lilith just saw Zhongqing as a mere mortal. She immediately sneered, "Little brother, just a piece of cloth. Why bother like this? What can you do as a child? I called you to put down the cloth." With a loud shout from Zhongqing, the kitchen knife in his hand emitted a strong pressure. Lilith was so scared that she immediately knelt down with a thump. She looked at the kitchen knife in horror. It was really unbelievable. Both the heaven-shaking stone and swift cloak are emperor-grade treasures, but they are far inferior to the pressure emanating from this knife. Could it be of order grade or even sacred grade? Thinking of this, she quickly handed over the cloak, indicating that she dared not do it again. Zhongqing accepted the cloak and said in a cold voice, "Don't think about anyone stealing anything from the dojo in front of me. Even if it's just a piece of cloth, even if it's a hair from Richie, This is my warmest home. The boss, Richie, and everything else, I swear to protect them with my life. Next time, I will not show mercy." After saying that, Zhongqing turned and entered the house. Richie looked at Lilith with a mocking expression in his eyes. The tiny martial spirit also came to the door and acted arrogantly. Lilith was surprised that even a dog dared to mock her. She immediately glared fiercely at Richie. The young man let it go, as he was the master's disciple after all. How could a mere dog dare to act so arrogantly towards her? Richie was also angered by her glare. In his rage, the sun and moon mark on his forehead lit up. A beam of light shot out, causing Lilith to be thrown backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood heavily, with an incredulous look on her face. She, the mighty martial spirit expert Lilith, was actually defeated by a dog. However, when she got up again, she realized that something was wrong. She looked at Richie in horror. He was definitely not a dog. It seemed like the legendary sky-devouring wolf. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but inhale sharply. Just how mysterious is this dojo? She had been too reckless this time. The only way to resolve this might be to successfully defeat Mastery tonight. Meanwhile, inside the River Peace Merchant Guild, Head Mao and his daughter are nervously preparing for this date. Head Mao said, "This bottle of spring blossom powder has an aphrodisiac effect. If you are willing, tonight is the best time for you to show up." Upon hearing this, Mao Yider blushed and shyly spoke about the spring blossom powder. "Why would I be unwilling? Only after meeting the gentleman today did I realize what a splendid figure he is. I cannot let that woman steal him away." The man came to Red Fragrance Courtyard with an excited expression, ready to play fight the landlord. He came up and made the lady inside blush. She kept giggling. The lady said she was ready, asking him to be more gentle. However, the man showed no sign of pity or cherishing the ladylike jade. He even told her not to show off. He asked her to come out and take a look. The maid listened to these words like a wolf and a tiger. The maid hurried in and shouted, "Red Fragrance Courtyard sells skills, not bodies. Let's see who's breaking the rules." However, as soon as she finished speaking, they saw Yi Feng and two others playing Fight the Landlord. Happily, the girl with blue hair inside said, $300 for the screen." After finishing the game with the two girls, Yi Feng also returned to his designated spot, waiting for the arrival of the two beauties. He thought to himself, should I be a bit aloof later or more affable? After all, they are my fans. Should I bring a bit of an idle burden? It really makes people embarrassed. However, just as he was pondering over this, a man with a folding fan suddenly appeared beside him and bumped into him, pushing him to the side. Then he asked if Yi Feng was also waiting for the girl. He received an affirmative answer. He grinned proudly and said, "I am Wang Xian, just like my brother here. This girl is really hard to date. It took me 3 months of pursuit before she agreed. But thinking about her beauty, it's all worth it." As soon as he finished speaking, a plump woman approached him. He immediately turned to Yi Feng beside him and boasted, "I'm not exaggerating, right? This figure and appearance are hard to find in our River Peace City." After saying that, he put his arm around the girl and walked away. The girl beside him asked if he knew Yi Feng, but he just smiled and said he was only an acquaintance. "He's just an average guy," he continued. "I think he looks like he's waiting for a girl. Could any girl be interested in him? Only someone with no sense of beauty." However, he had barely finished speaking when, just then, the waiter downstairs suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, young Lady Mao, what a rare guest. You're welcome to visit our humble shop. Are you two together? No wonder you're companions of young Lady Mao. You both clearly stand out as extraordinary individuals." Yi Feng warmly greeted them. The two of them also respectfully bowed to him. At this moment, Xiao Er very astutely said a sentence. "So you two are Master Yi's esteemed guests. Master Yi is generous. He has reserved the best spot in our restaurant. Only this way can it be worthy of your 3 identities." Watching the figure of the three people leaving, Wang Xian, who was just feeling smug, suddenly felt that the girl he had been chasing for 3 months was no longer attractive. He couldn't help but wonder if he was too superficial. He and I are not in the same league at all. This man is currently enduring the alternated attacks of sexy beauties and cute, adorable girls. The sexy beauty is toasting to him. The cute, adorable girl is serving him food. He feels a little tired, so the sexy girl is giving him a shoulder massage. The cute girl is giving him a foot massage. It's a dual experience of pleasure and pain, making Yi Feng feel both hurt and happy. He doesn't know how to describe it either. But gradually, he began to feel that the girl's strength was not quite right. He was in so much pain that he jumped up from the chair. He roared at the two of them. "Have you had enough of making a fuss?" Seeing Yi Feng angry, the two girls obediently sat in their chairs. But both sides looked at each other with sparks in their eyes. At this moment, Lilith spoke in a seductive tone and said, "Sir, let's play Fight the Landlord together tonight." Yi Feng was somewhat surprised to hear the other party suggesting to play Fight the Landlord. "Have you also played Fight the Landlord before?" Hearing this, the sexy beauty blushed shyly. "I'm sure I have never played Fight the Landlord before. Even playing it with you, sir, would be my first time." Upon hearing that the other party was a newbie, Yi Feng's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. "This game can be addictive. If I play with you, we may end up playing all night long. However, as long as you promise me not to cry no matter what happens, we can book a room. We won't leave until we've had our fill of fun." After hearing Yi Feng's bold words, Lilith was extremely shy. She thought to herself, "He is indeed brave. I hope I can handle it." However, before she could recover from her thoughts, just then Yi Feng spoke again, saying, "But what's the point of us playing Fight the Landlord together? We definitely need 3 people to play this. So let's invite Miss Yuner to join us as well." Upon hearing Yi Feng's suggestion, Mao Yuner happily agreed. However, Lilith was so scared that her mind went blank. She thought, "Oh my God, is he really serious? Does he even know what he's saying?" So she quietly asked, "Sir, do you really want the 3 of us to play Fight the Landlord?" "Of course. Since it's Fight the Landlord, you need at least 3 players. But of course, if there are enough people, 4 is also fine." "All right, it turns out Mr. likes this game." "Impressive." "What's so impressive about that?" "It's just a routine move. The waiter helped us open a few rooms. Find someone to go to my dojo. Ask my disciple to get the items needed for Fight the Landlord." When I heard Yi Feng say that Fight the Landlord also requires props, Lilith spewed out the water she had just drunk. Later, she couldn't help but secretly feel shocked when she looked at Yi Feng and Mao Yuner. It seems like I saw a little bit through his ordinary appearance and understood the truth about him being an old freak. Fortunately, I am not facing this alone. But after the two of them finished their conversation, Yi Feng decided to go to the bathroom to clear his mind first. It's going to be a good night for a good fight. After Yi Feng left, the two of them locked eyes. Mao Yuner spoke up and asked, "Is Fight the Landlord some kind of metaphor? Why don't we go our separate ways tonight? Let's put aside our prejudices and just focus on entertaining the gentleman. I'm willing to share this with you." After saying that, she took out the spring blossom powder she had prepared long ago and dripped it into the wine. After reaching a consensus, the two of them each conveyed the message back to their hometowns. The S1-2-Manhwa sect and River Peace merchants who received the message were also overjoyed. They all felt that Yi Feng was already their son-in-law. They feel that everything is going smoothly. Can reality really meet their wishes? This man invited 2 girls to a private room to play Fight the Landlord. He tapped the table and felt it was quite solid. So he asked the 2 girls to come up. The 2 girls heard Yi Feng's blunt words. They all blushed in embarrassment. But they still put down their faces and placed them on the table, asking Yi Feng what to do next. They were pushed down by a sudden force. Shortly after, I saw Yi Feng spread a deck of playing cards on the table. He began explaining it seriously to the two people. The rules of this fight the landlord game. Listening to Yi Feng's serious explanation, both girls blushed instantly. It turns out they both misunderstood the meaning of fight the landlord. Now they feel like their minds are blank, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Yi Feng quickly dealt the cards. Then he smiled lightly and said, "As the saying goes, gambling hurts the body, but a small wager brings joy. Fighting too much is not interesting. Gambling with money is taking advantage of you. How about each of us wager something of value, but not too expensive?" "I'll wager my cherished dagger," said Yi Feng, throwing the dagger onto the table. The powerful pressure emanating from the dagger rendered Lilith, the martial spirit, immobile. While Lilith couldn't discern the specific quality of the dagger, she knew it was at least of the sacred grade. How could she possibly match such a wager? Since the venerable master's storage bag was taken last time, the pair of blades he held, of the same rank as the heaven-shaking stone, has become the Xuanwu sect's final treasure to protect the sect. After a psychological struggle, Lilith placed the pair of blades on the table and asked Yi Feng if it was okay to use them as a wager. However, Yi Feng responded indifferently, saying, "It's almost the same." His tone was very flat. But when Lilith heard this, it seemed to carry a different meaning. She thought to herself, "These two completely different treasures are just almost the same in his eyes. Doesn't that mean all treasures in the world are equal to him? Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just mere playthings." Thinking of this, she glanced again at Malyuner across from her and thought to herself, "Although the plan has changed, as long as they wait for the medicine to take effect, it's fine to amuse themselves with her husband before that. Presumably, her thoughts are the same. In that case, I might as well take a risk. If I can obtain this dagger, Venerable Master will certainly be very pleased." Lilith has already taken out a treasure. Malyuner also pulled out an 8 trigrams copper plate from her bosom and asked, "Can I use this?" She sounded somewhat unsure when she said this because neither the dagger nor the pair of knives emitted an ordinary aura. Their trading association did not have anything comparable to offer, and this item was barely acceptable. Yi Feng didn't really care about the 8 trigrams copper plate that Malyuner took out, as long as there were benefits involved. However, Lilith standing aside immediately recognized the origin of this piece of copper. It seemed like one of the keys to a certain secret realm. She thought to herself, "Is Malyuner really foolish or pretending to be weak to deceive others? But no matter what your plan is, I am determined to take these two things into my bag." Malyuner also had the same idea. She knew that this piece of copper, though extraordinary, was impractical. It was just a superstitious item for good luck. If she could use it to win these two treasures, it would be a huge gain. And so, between these two women, a war without gunpowder began. This man made an appointment with two girls to play fight the landlord all night in a private room. He just wants to have a little more fun playing. He took out a sacred grade dagger as a special bonus. The two girls also each took out treasures from their respective sects and a key to a secret realm. However, happy times are always short-lived. Soon one night passed, accompanied by a rooster's crow. This game of fight the landlord also came to an end. This night, after battling it out, Yi Feng won decisively. They didn't even know how many rounds they played. However, the two girls were sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking tired, trying to steal chickens only to end up losing a whole handful of rice. They even lost all of their own treasures. At this moment, their gazes towards Yi Feng were full of unwillingness, yet they dared not speak it out loud. Just with a click, Yi Feng closed the door and walked out. The two girls looked at each other involuntarily. As they watched, it was already dawn. By this time, the effects of the spring blossom powder had taken effect. With the passage of time, it reached its peak. Both of them were finding it hard to hold back. So they decided to go all out and not hold back. They must immediately make Yi Feng drink this wine. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain this time. However, at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly opened the door with a bang. He squinted his eyes and walked in, saying that it was almost dawn. He also felt a bit tired. So why not end it like this tonight? After saying that, he planned to go collect his spoils for the night. However, as soon as he reached out his hand, he was grabbed by two people. Seeing this, Yi Feng's expression immediately turned cold, reluctant to part with it. Yi Feng seemed angry. The two girls kept apologizing, afraid to speak. This made Yi Feng slightly more satisfied. Is this all right? Just a little gesture. Next time, if you win it back, it's all good. Playing cards is about having a backstory. Not taking it is breaking the rules. Next time when you play again, there won't be that level of seriousness and respect. After saying this, Yi Feng was ready to turn and leave. But at that moment, Mao grabbed his arm. She warmly invited him to sit down and take a break. Have some water. Yi Feng no longer refused when he saw her so enthusiastic. 3 cups conveniently arrived, inviting the two to drink together. The two of them also went all out to win Yi Feng's favor. They then raised their glasses and finished them in one gulp. After that, they both looked at Yi Feng as he drank down the wine himself. Feeling that the plan was halfway successful. Just need to delay for a moment. Once the drug took effect, everything would be accomplished. After chatting for a moment, Yi Feng indeed started to have a fever. The medicine is working. So now only the last step is missing. Only to see Lilith picking up Yi Feng's clothes and smelling them, saying, "Mr. Feng's clothes smell really nice." Yi Feng touched her forehead and asked softly, "Are you running a fever? Your face is so red." Just as he said that, Lilith was about to. Mao Yuner also quickly squeezed over and extended an invitation to Yi Feng. "A moment of spring night with a gentleman is priceless. Your heavy breathing has already given you away." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was also somewhat surprised. "Am I found out?" Mao Yuner then grabbed his hand. She then placed her hand on her chest. Victory or defeat lies in this move. Facing two fierce-looking girls. How will Yi Feng choose at this moment? The next second, there was a loud slap sound. A hand patted on Mao Yuner's shoulder. He said relievedly, "I didn't expect you to find out. I really needed to use the restroom. Although I just went once, it seems like my kidneys are not doing well. But I really can't hold it. Believe it or not. There are 3 urgencies for humans, and I went. Just one step away." Yi Feng suddenly ran away. Both girls were petrified on the spot in an instant. With the bang of the door closing, Mao Yuner felt extremely flushed all over. She hoped that Yi Feng could come back soon. But little did she know that at this moment, behind her, there was a pair of scorching eyes fixed on her. The next second, Lilith pinned her down on the table. Under the push of the medicine, the two could not help but enter paradise. And at this time, Yi Feng was also happily taking care of business in the toilet. After a refreshing moment, he came back and saw this stimulating scene, which instantly made him sober. He quickly closed the door. He thoughtfully hung "Do not disturb" signs for the two of them. But at this moment, his heart was filled with deep sorrow. There are so many beautiful girls in the world. How come none of them belong to me? They played cards with me all night. But none of them hugged me. It turns out they are a couple. I'd better go home and pet the dog. Shortly after, Mao Yuner returned to the River Peace Guild in a daze. He told his father about what happened, which made Head Mao so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You mean to say that not only did you fail, but you also lost a priceless copper plate and ended up being slept with by a woman?" Speaking of which, Mao Yuner also helplessly sat on the ground. "I never thought that the first time in my life, I would give it to a woman." Seeing this, Head Mao could only sigh helplessly. It's inevitable to lose in this situation. At the Xuanwu sect at this moment, the situation was the same. Ning Xuanwu looked incredulous, questioning Lilith in front of the audience. "You call this achievement simply sleeping with a woman?" "Our sect's ultimate treasure, the 2 stars dark blade, was also lost by me in a game of Fight the Landlord. Hearing that our sect has even lost its final treasure, Ning Xuanwu suddenly punched himself in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He laughed like a madman. Misfortune and fortune, all the scheming was in vain. You go to Xuanwu Cliff and reflect on your actions facing the wall for a year. You are not allowed to come out for a year. He originally came from hell as the god of death. Just his aura alone is enough to intimidate the sky-devouring wolf, who possesses the strength of the martial king. But that's just how powerful he is. Now he is being beaten up like a pet by a mortal. He is even being despised as worthless trash. Yi Feng saw Richie rolling on the ground again. He thought it was thirsty again. He decided to help it get rid of this root of trouble. But Richie ran away. It has been following Yi Feng for so many days. It has already broken through to the martial king stage. But for some reason, the aura emanating from the door made it feel uncomfortable, without any relief. It can feel that thing is about to come out soon. Is it a fierce beast from the ancient times, or an unparalleled yogwai? Only a click was heard. The lock on the storage room broke. A skeleton walked out from inside. Richie trembled, holding onto Yi Feng's thigh. Although it couldn't see the cultivation level on the skeleton's body, or even sense his breath, that sense of inescapable crisis from his palm was incredibly real. This was clearly an inanimate object. But why would an inanimate object move? Why would it have such a strong deterrent effect? However, just as it was shocked by the power of the skeleton, Yi Feng has already raised his fist and hit the skeleton. He cursed while hitting. "You stupid thing! You scared the hell out of me. That lousy system can't teach how to make money or how to cultivate. That broken system keeps sending me so much useless stuff, dragging me down. It floats around like a ghost without doing anything all day. Do you think I'm acting in? Scream? You're absolutely useless. If I keep you locked up for a while, maybe you'll learn how to pick locks." Seeing such a powerful skeleton, it was actually beaten up like a toy by Yi Feng. Richie was stunned. After fighting for a while, Yi Feng also started to feel a bit tired. But as soon as he saw the skeleton, he got angry. So he punched the skeleton's head directly, and sent it flying away. This scene is so shocking that it would astonish a dog for 100 years. However, even when Yi Feng punched the head flying away, the skull, however, remains completely unharmed. It then casually put the head back in place with one hand. Yi Feng somewhat helplessly threw a black robe to him. He told him to put it on, and stop scaring people everywhere. Now he really doesn't know what to do with the skull. Does he keep it in the courtyard as a decoration? But it moves. The tranquility of the years is better off if he uses it as a walnut plate. But as soon as he thinks about it, the walnut he's holding is a skull. Yi Feng is full of disgust on his face. After much thought, he realized that indeed this skull was completely useless. So he stopped thinking and just went ahead to pat Richie's head. Richie, enjoying the pat, did not resist at all under Veteran's hands. I wonder why I am so favored by Veteran. This martial sovereign old man is simply crazy. He not only harmed his own brothers for the sake of longevity. He is even insane. He set up a once-in-a-millennium great formation to assassinate the male lead. In a canyon somewhere beyond Shogunate Mountain. Li Mocha in the name of treasure hunting. He brought 3 madmen to this canyon. He trapped the 3 of them in the formation formed by the natural formations here. He also pocketed Old Wu's sacred grade celestial rake. Old Wu, trapped in the formation, questioned him. "Why did you do this?" Li Mocha sneered. "We have been friends for many years. You still know nothing about me. Why bother to ask? I said I would take you to search for treasures. But look around the world. Where can you find treasures better than everything in that dojo? But those are all material possessions. The real treasure is mastery." When Li Mocha dared to scheme against Yi Feng, the 3 were immediately enraged. "You dare tarnish the name of the master? How dare you?" "What wouldn't I dare? I'll tell you the truth. I'm not afraid of him. Not even the treasures in his dojo have captured my thoughts. Even if he is truly impeccable, a celestial being, as long as I activate that thing to strip away his luck, I can pull him off his pedestal and turn him into a true mortal. What do you mean by? What do you mean? Tomorrow happens to be the rare once in 10,000 years sighting of the celestial river continent. In year, in month, in day. Are you implying that you know the lost celestial in great formation that has been missing for 10,000 years? Those who enter the celestial in great formation will lose their cultivation level below the celestial being level without realizing it. Although this formation is powerful, it goes against the laws of nature. If you insist on resorting to extreme measures against Mr. Name Redacted, you will also face divine retribution. You will not have a good death, and will not be able to be reincarnated for eternity. To my surprise, Li Mocha smiled slyly and said, I have mastered the great art of seizing fate to the deepest level, even beyond what we can fathom. There are countless treasures at my disposal. When I obtain the extraordinary luck, even the heavenly Tao will support me if I seize it. Upon hearing Li Mocha's malicious intentions, Old Wu desperately kept attacking the formation, thinking that even if he perished today, he must break through the formation and deliver the message to Yi Feng. However, Li Mocha had no intention of giving him that chance. He casually released a beam of light that pierced through Old Wu's chest, directly destroying his dantian and reducing him to a mortal body. He wouldn't last long before dying. As he watched Old Wu lying unconscious on the ground, Li Mocha let out a sinister laugh. You asked for this. Among the four of us, I am the oldest. Do you understand that my time is running out? I have no choice. Wu Yonghong, I truly appreciate you for introducing mastery to me in time. With his luck, I exchanged my longevity. It's marvelous to reach the pinnacle of material refining. This man was originally relaxing at home, basking in the sun and petting his dog. He was inexplicably targeted by a powerful martial sovereign for some reason. At this moment, Li Mocha arrived above River Peace City. The celestial in great formation had been set up by him. It was just half a jaw stick's time away from the right time, the right place, and the right people. However, Yi Feng was still sound asleep in the courtyard, completely unaware of the impending danger. The time has come. Open. With the voice of Li Mocha, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. Instantly 5 great formations appeared above Yi Feng's dojo. Suddenly a gale rose. Countless beams of light descended. The beams of light turned into lightning chains and rushed towards the sleeping Yi Feng. Sealing of cultivation level completed. Li Mocha waved his hand and condensed a transformed long sword. The long sword is directly approaching Yi Feng. Even though this is just his martial sovereign's full strike. But without the cultivation level of Yi Feng, he believes that even a martial emperor will only end up as a dead dog under this sword. Watching as the long sword approached closer and closer, Yi Feng still had no reaction. Li Mocha laughed smugly. The celestial in great formation is truly terrifying. This person has no reaction to my attacks, indicating that he has been completely imprisoned by his cultivation level. However, the next second, his expression froze. Because of his full-powered strike of the martial sovereign. When it landed on Yi Feng, not only did it not cause any harm to Yi Feng, but it also made his attack disappear into nothingness. Just like swallowing a sword performance. Li Mocha was so scared that cold sweat burst out, shocked with mouth wide open. How is this possible? Hasn't he been confined by his cultivation level? Why can he still withstand my attack? Even if there was a mistake in the celestial in great formation, there should at least be some reaction when blocking the attack. Why does the attack hitting him directly turn into nothingness? This is too mysterious. But when he thought about it, he also figured it out. After all, even if the person in front of him is not a martial emperor, they are at least a martial saint, even if their cultivation level is not there. But the defensive power he is trained in is still there. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I see. I just love this kind of challenge. After all, Killing a strong opponent is much more wonderful than squashing an ant. Murderous goo, come out. With these words, Li Mocha spit out a goo insect with multiple tentacles and a single eye, rushing straight towards Yi Feng's mouth. In front of my murderous goo insect, no matter how strong your defense is, it won't work. Once it enters your body, even if you restore your cultivation level, you will still have to wait for death. Watching the goo insect getting closer and closer. Suddenly, with a loud slap, the awakening Yi Feng directly slapped and killed the murderous goo. Then he impatiently said, "Where did this annoying fly come from? Disturbing my sleep." At the moment when murderous goo insect was swatted to death, Li Mocha's eyeballs almost popped out. His face was full of horror. At the same time, his body was also hit by a backlash. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Now he only has one thought in mind: run. So he immediately ran away. He ran all the way to the outskirts of town. Not until he made sure there was no one around did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. But he was still full of doubts. Clearly, the celestial in great formation had taken effect. But why can the other party, who has no cultivation level, still manage to kill with a slap the murderous goo known for its astonishingly hard shell? It's something that wouldn't be shattered, no matter if it was burned by fire or drowned in water, or even if hit by a full-strength slap from a martial emperor. There is only one explanation: this person's luck has become so strong that it's unshakable. He is indispensable, and his luck cannot be taken away by anyone. Thinking of this, Li Mocha felt a chilling sensation. He turned around to continue his escape, but all he heard was a sharp swish. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared above his head. Although he couldn't see the other party's face, the invisible sense of oppression had already left him breathless. This skeleton possesses the powers of natural laws and time laws. It can not only summon wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It can also make people instantly return to youth. However, he is such a powerful person. He is actually just Yi Feng's servant. Li Mocha at the moment when he saw the man in black robe. He instinctively thought Yi Feng had come to kill him and turned to flee. But he had just turned around when the figure in black appeared before him, causing him to immediately panic and demand to know who the person was. But the figure in black remained standing silently, without a hint of movement. Seeing no response from the other party, Li Mocha thought to himself that if the person was Yi Feng, there should be no need for such antics. With that, he snorted coldly. After all, I, Li Mocha, am also a skilled martial sovereign. Dare to cause trouble for me and face the consequences. He then flipped his palm, turning it into numerous palm prints of spiritual power, blasting towards the figure in the black robe. Faced with such a fierce attack, the figure in the black robe remained unfazed. With a loud bang, a large crater was created where the figure in the black robe stood. Li Mocha laughed triumphantly. But soon his expression froze. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. The figure in the black robe still stood there unharmed. This also made his jaw drop instantly. That was his full-strength blow. The other party was unscathed. Could it be the law of smoke and no injury at work again? Seeing that he was no match, he was about to turn around and escape. At this moment, a pair of black hands that covered the sky suddenly came down and slammed him directly to the ground. He kept wailing, "Me and your excellency have no grievances from the past. No recent enmity. Your excellency, why treat me like this?" Hearing his wails, the black-robed figure floated over. No grievances? Li Mocha lay on the ground looking dumbfounded. What does this mean? Could it be that you are really Yi Feng? I am not the owner. I am just a servant. Li Mocha was stunned on the spot by such a response. A servant? And he had just called Yi Feng his master. Such a powerful master. Is he really just Yi Feng's servant? So you mean Yi Feng, Master Yi? Could it be that he is a celestial being? Upon hearing Li Mocha's guess, the skeleton flying in the air waved hands repeatedly. How could the master possibly be a celestial being? Upon hearing this, Li Mocha breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. How could such an existence, like a celestial being, be in such a small and rundown place? I'm afraid there must have been some changes in the celestial great formation. Who would have thought that the next moment, the skeleton would show a big white tooth and say, "The master, he is a deity, he is God." Upon hearing the word deity, Li Mocha's face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Deity is an existence that is countless times higher than a celestial being. Even those who govern the laws of heaven and earth, such as a martial emperor, are no different from ants in front of a deity. This kind of existence that transcends the highest categories, how could it be relegated to such a place? There is nothing that is impossible. After all, as a master servant, I am also a deity. You are talking nonsense. Do you think deity is just a common cabbage? It exists everywhere. Li Mocha shouted wildly at the skeleton, but received no response. This also made him secretly pleased. This guy is indeed just bluffing. This skeleton appearance is probably just a trick of the eye. However, he had just been happy for a short while. Just saw a flash of red light in the skeleton's eyes. A bolt of lightning struck directly towards him, followed by frost, flames, a tornado. In just an instant, Li Mocha was baptized by wind, fire, and thunder. After this baptism, Li Mocha has already lost half of his life. Lowering his head, he tremblingly coughed out a sentence, "Natural laws. This is the legendary natural laws." At this point, the skeleton spoke again. "If you still don't believe, then what else is there?" Only to see the skeleton pointing a finger out. He then removed Li Mocha from the brink of aging, turned into a newborn baby. Then, another finger was pointed, causing him to age instantly. Li Mocha looked at his hands covered with wrinkles. This is the time laws. You really are a deity. However, after playing for so long, the skeleton also feels a bit tired. Slowly exhale a sentence. "Forget it, let's die." With that, it clenched its hand in the air. Li Mocha's body began to slowly turn into ashes. It wasn't until this moment that he realized how foolish he had been. How could he have been so blind as to try to plunder the things and luck of the deity? After shedding a tear of regret, he completely disappeared from this world. This scene was also seen by an old man hiding in the shadows, who was just there to watch the excitement. Although he couldn't feel the passing laws around Li Mocha, he could clearly sense his cultivation level. A martial sovereign powerhouse. Actually, being killed so easily. If it were me as a martial emperor, wouldn't I die even more miserably? Thinking of this, he just wanted to turn around and escape. But he saw a skeleton had appeared behind him. Coldly said, "Is this hustle and bustle enjoyable to watch?" This martial emperor old man just wanted to come over to watch the fun. He didn't expect to witness a martial sovereign in front of him. He turned into ashes without any resistance. He was about to turn around and escape, but was caught in the act. So, this old man is named Lu Dasheng. He is the #1 alchemist of South Sand. This time he came to River Peace City to visit the Qingshan Sect. However, he ended up waiting for half a month, because Lu Qingshan went into seclusion to make a breakthrough after reading Yi Feng's novel. He watched as Lu Qingshan finally emerged from seclusion. He immediately showed his authority to the two of them. The Qingshan Sect is acting arrogantly. Just using the excuse of the sect leader going into seclusion can make me, Lu Dasheng, wait half a month in vain. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan quickly said, "I dare not. I was just unaware of your arrival earlier. Please forgive my neglect." Later, Lu Dasheng also began to explain his intentions. "Currently, I need to refine a 5-grade pill for a martial emperor in South Sand. I need to borrow your flame bead for this purpose. If you are willing to lend it, not only would it help me, but it would also be considered a favor in the eyes of that martial emperor." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan immediately understood. He thought to himself, "No wonder he could patiently wait for me. When he asked for my Qingshan Sect's treasure, as soon as he opened his mouth, luckily I had already given it to the gentleman." Thinking here, he clasped his hands, expressing his regret. The flame bead is no longer the property of the Qingshan Sect. I have gifted it to my benefactor. When Lu Qingshan actually gave away the treasure of the Qingshan Sect, Lu Dasheng naturally did not believe it. He said, "Okay. Then I will go and ask him for it again. I believe he will give me, the #1 alchemist of South Sand, some face. Take me to meet him." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan looked embarrassed. The flame bead was a gift for Master Yi. How could he bring himself to ask for it back? If it upsets Master Yi, that would be a real problem. However, Lu Dasheng insisted without question, saying, "I don't care if it's true or not. You must get it back for me." Seeing this, Lu Qingshan had to explain. "Master, this may be a bit inconvenient. If there are other requests, I will satisfy them, Master, but this one might be difficult." As soon as I heard this, even Lu Dasheng became interested. Who exactly is the other party? What kind of person can make you so cautious? The gentleman is my lifesaver, Lu Qingshan. He is also the savior of our entire Qingshan Sect. His immersion in the mortal world is as deep as anyone's. I dare not say more. The gentleman stepped into the mortal world simply to experience the life of ordinary people. Therefore, he does not like to be disturbed. When these words were spoken, Lu Qingshan and Luo Lanshua's eyes were full of respect. Upon hearing this, Lu Dasheng disdainfully remarked, "If you put it that way, then whether I want to see him or not, I must see him." After speaking, he waved the magic wand in his hand. A vine shot up from the ground and tightly grabbed Luo Lanshua by the neck. Then, Lu Dasheng spoke slowly. "Unfortunately, I must have the flame bead. Whether you agree or not, I will have it. But don't worry. I only want to get the flame bead from him, nothing else." Lu Qingshan saw his beloved disciple severely injured, coughing up blood. Lu Qingshan had no choice but to reluctantly agree. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself. "I'm sorry, Master. Please don't blame me for disturbing your peace by bringing people here to cause trouble." Later, he led Lu Dasheng towards Yi Feng's dojo. Halfway there, they suddenly saw experts fighting ahead. Lu Dasheng flew over without hesitation to watch the excitement. He saw the scene where Li Mocha was killed in seconds. He was caught red-handed by the party involved in the skeleton. He was so scared that he quickly explained, "Veteran, I was just passing by. By the way, I am the first alchemist of South Sand and can refine Emperor-grade Dan pills. If, Veteran, you need them, I am willing to serve you. I beg you to spare my life." However, the skeleton said coldly, "Do you think I would need an Emperor-grade Dan pill? You slap yourself 100 times. Then roll as far as you can. If you don't slap, I assure you will end up worse than that person." Upon hearing the words, Lu Dasheng quickly agreed. He began to slap himself frantically. At this moment, he deeply regretted his actions. He wondered why he had gotten himself into this trouble. He was just here to watch the excitement. How did he end up in this situation? Lu Qingshan, who arrived later, saw Lu Dasheng kneeling on the ground, frantically slapping himself. He hurriedly asked, "Master Lu, what misfortune has befallen you? Why are you humiliating yourself like this?" But the only response he got was a single word: "Get out!" Seeing this, Lu Qingshan instinctively thought to himself, maybe something unfortunate happened in his family. After all, we dare not say. We also dare not ask. This man, just leisurely taking a nap in the dojo. He can consecutively resolve a martial sovereign, assassination by a formidable opponent, and the little skeleton that he despises in every possible way. It is transformed into a deity-level powerhouse. It directly killed that martial sovereign. After waking up, Yi Feng found that the little skeleton was not in the dojo. He rubbed his eyes and asked Zhong Qing where that broken thing went. Zhong Qing looked around and indicated that it was there just now. How come it's gone in a short while? This remark also gave Yi Feng an instant ominous premonition. Until now, he still remembered the difficult days when the system gave him the skeleton. The skeleton trashed old Mr. Wang's vegetable garden. The skeleton killed the cow in old Mrs. Li's home again. Yi Feng can tell with just a pinch of his toes. That guy is really unsettling. He must have gone out and caused trouble for himself again. And the reality turned out just as he had expected. At this moment, the little skeleton is walking on the street. It relies on lightning-fast speed. It shuttles under the skirts of the little girls. Just as its magic claws reach for the hem of the little girl's skirt, Yi Feng kicked it away with a sliding tackle. Then, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on it, before everyone could react. Yi Feng then wrapped the small skull into a ball with his cloak. He quickly turned into a gust of wind and escaped from the scene, leaving the pedestrians on the street looking bewildered. One person and one skull returned to the dojo. Yi Feng was so angry at the little skull that he couldn't contain himself. This thing is like a festering sore attached to his bones. He has thrown it away, buried it, but it just won't go away. Now there is only one last resort. Today is either your death or my madness. At this moment, the little skull crawled out from the cloak. It even made a cute gesture towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng was completely angry when he saw this. How dare you act cute in front of me? This time I will take you down. Let's see what you can do. The scattered little skull. It slowly lifted its only intact hand. It wanted to greet its master nicely. The result was that Yi Feng saw a strong middle finger. This also made his anger explode directly. Common sense is lacking. You did learn this thing quite well. Just as Yi Feng was about to continue dismantling the little skull, Zhongqing suddenly ran over to report that there were people outside claiming to be from the River Peace Merchant Guild, carrying a sedan chair. They asked him to make sure to visit the guild and settle the earnings for this season's Dream of the Red Chamber. Yi Feng knew there must be a fraud behind the name of the River Peace Merchant Guild when he heard it. So he casually said, "Let it be. People of different paths cannot plan together. Regardless of their intentions, let's consider this money lost and not fall for their trap." However, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhongqing was unwilling to agree. "How can this be allowed? I will never let anyone owe the boss and get away with paying less," he said. "Boss, managing the dojo is not easy at all. And now we have one more skeleton on our hands. Even if we don't use it to help those in real need, we must never give discounts to that villain who used to bully us." Looking at Zhongqing standing up for himself, Yi Feng smiled. "Silly child, you are so honest. Although kindness is a good thing, I'm always afraid you will suffer when you go out on your own in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhongqing's face turned red with embarrassment. Yi Feng smiled and patted his head. I found that he indeed seemed to have grown taller by quite a bit. So Yi Feng asked him to go on his behalf. Get the money back and leave. Don't worry about anything else. And repeated the phrase. Different paths cannot converge. But when Zhongqing went out, he had not returned to the dojo by the time the sun had set in the west. And Yi Feng also spared no effort in sealing the little skeleton. He separated all the parts of its body, scattered them throughout the dojo. Now only the skull in his hand is left. Then he threw the skull in his hand, chanting incantations. "If I set you free, you will inevitably cause great trouble. I have no choice but to resort to this. Today, in the name of justice, I will seal you away, never to see the light of day again." After saying that, he kicked the small skull into the well. Perfect physical seal. However, he had just finished sealing the small skull. He turned his head and saw a villager. Suddenly, looking flustered, the villager ran over and told him, "Your little disciple Zhongqing is in trouble. It's not looking good. You should go check on him quickly." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was instantly struck as if by lightning. This man just sealed a god-level skeleton with physical power. On the other hand, he was informed that his disciple was severely injured after going out to collect debts and being beaten up. Yi Feng, who arrived shortly after, looked at the barely breathing Zhongqing. He quickly picked him up and rushed back to the dojo. He began rummaging through boxes and cabinets. He found the soul-returning Dan that the system had given him to save his life. He fed it to Zhongqing. This barely saved a life. But Zhongqing's current injuries, for a mortal, are almost beyond saving. To save him, only a divine herb will work. But obtaining a divine herb requires luck or fate. So even the dog by the side feels that this time, it seems even the veteran is helpless. After Yi Feng gently calmed Zhongqing to sleep, he slowly got up. Glaring outside with a murderous aura, he said, "Whoever it is, even if it costs me everything, I will make you pay with blood." Meanwhile, inside the River Peace Trading Company, Head Mao was angrily scolding his subordinates, who had failed in their duties. He desired to have them executed on the spot. Fortunately, at this moment, his son Mao Yi walked out. This helped to slightly stabilize his emotions. Then he let out a heavy sigh. Now the entire top management of the Chamber of Commerce is against me continuing to serve as the head. I was thinking that if Yi Feng cannot work for me, killing him would also help me get out of the predicament. Every move is taken to ensure your father remains in power, even sacrificing your sister. Isn't it all for you to continue to serve as the head? After hearing what his father said, Mao Yi laughed and clapped his hands. 3 experts suddenly emerged. I saw Mao Yi smilingly introduce. These 3 experts from the Skyblasters gang will help us directly resolve Yi Feng with their martial spirit. Upon hearing that the other party was actually the martial spirit head of the Skyblasters gang, Mao was delighted. In this way, even if there were connections with the Baofeng Trade Association and Qingshan Sect, he was no longer afraid. But after his daughter's probing last time, he also knew that Yi Feng was not simple. However, Mao Yi just sneered. No matter how extraordinary a mortal was, what would be the result when facing a cultivator? It was an iron law that mortals were no match for cultivators. Who could break the natural laws of the world? If he could break them, then he would no longer be the kid struggling to survive in the bustling marketplace. At this time, Head Mao leaned towards him again. He asked softly, "To invite these 3 people, it will probably cost quite a bit, right?" Mao Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Father, rest assured. They won't have any interest in treasures like us mortals. They only need 100 young women in their prime." He was stunned when he heard that they actually wanted women. Then he burst into wild elation, feeling like he was going to make a killing. He excitedly told the 3 bosses that as long as they help us get this done, I can find not only 100 young women, but even 200 for you. The 3 of them gave a cold smile and said, "Very well. Let's rest for a day. That little bastard will be handed over to us." At the same time, Yi Feng also arrived. When Baofeng Trade Association leader Yin saw him, he quickly welcomed him warmly and asked him to take a seat. However, Yi Feng remained silent, which made leader Yin extremely nervous. He thought to himself, could it be that I did something wrong, or perhaps the guild unintentionally touched Master Yi's sore spot? At this moment, Yi Feng slowly spoke. "Leader Yin, your guild should be capable of killing people, right?" Upon hearing this question, Leader Yin was so frightened that cold sweat broke out, unsure of how to respond. At this time, Yi Feng coldly said, "I mean, I want to kill a few people, because someone almost killed my disciple." Leader Yin was shocked and opened his mouth wide in disbelief at the words. What a situation! As Master Yi's identity, there are actually people who dare to lay hands on his disciple. If this matter is not handled well and Master Yi gets angry, I'm afraid the entire River Peace City will be in uproar. "So do you have a solution?" Yi Feng asked again. This statement really scared Leader Yin. He quickly expressed that of course he had a solution. "May I ask who dared to lay hands on your disciple?" "It may be someone from the River Peace Merchant Guild. Of course, I currently have no evidence. I need you to investigate. My only condition for this deal is to make sure to bring me the head of the mastermind behind the scenes." Upon hearing this, Leader Yin quickly agreed. After seeing off Yi Feng, Leader Yin, He immediately instructed the steward behind him to prepare horses to go to Qingshan Sect. He hurried to Qingshan Sect on horseback and told Lu Qingshan about the matter. Lu Qingshan, upon learning about this matter, was instantly furious. This is unacceptable. The beloved disciple almost lost his life. Master Yi must be in pain. Hurry back to the city and spare no effort to find out the truth for the master, regardless of the cost. I will take care of everything at Qingshan Sect. At his command, the largest merchant association in the city closed its doors and ceased business. The immortal cultivation sect spared no effort for him. Lu Qingshan arrived at the main hall. He announced this to all the disciples. The disciples were all in a state of indignation. Later, Lu Qingshan waved his hand and said, "No matter who attacked young master Zhong Qing, no one can escape. Send the order to activate the Mountain Protection Great Formation, notify the 12 elders, and the 18 sect enforcers to dispatch the 36 heavenly spirits and the 72 earthly fiends." Not leaving a single one of the 108 disciples under the sect, led by Zhu Yun, will all descend the mountain. I want all those who have committed crimes against the Master to regret coming into this world. Such a powerful lineup has never appeared even when the Qingshan Sect faces a major battle. And on this day, within River Peace City, the entire business of the Baofeng Trade Association came to a halt. All the shops' doors were tightly closed, and countless intelligence personnel were dispatched. At this moment, Lu Qingshan has already led. A group of Qingshan Sect disciples arrived outside River Peace City. After Lu Qingshan finished reading the carrier pigeon message sent by the Baofeng Trade Association, River Peace Chamber of Commerce, dead. And at this moment inside the River Peace Merchant Guild, the song and dance are still thriving. Everyone is unaware of the imminent danger. Suddenly a servant rushed in to report. He said that the Baofeng Trade Association has already closed its doors for Yi Feng and is preparing to take action against their River Peace Chamber of Commerce. Head Mao, upon hearing the news, was suddenly shocked. This could possibly lead to a major conflict between the two associations. However, as he was about to get up to deal with the situation, he heard Martial Spirit from the Skyblasters gang on the side say, "Head Mao, you haven't finished your drink yet. Are you just going to leave the three of us here and do nothing? That's very impolite." Head Mao quickly explained, "Sir, the child is still here accompanying the three of you for a drink. The main reason is that Baofeng Trade Association has close ties with Qingshan Sect. The Qingshan Patriarch does have some power, but to have him lower his status and get involved in worldly matters, that's not acceptable. Even if we take a step back, would the Qingshan Sect be willing to offend the three martial spirit for just a small trading association? You can rest assured." Head Mao also felt relieved hearing that even the strong martial spirits say so. He hurried to flatter, saying, "Indeed. Then we will rely on the three great individuals." Later, the crowd resumed playing music and dancing. But little did they know that danger was already looming at this moment. Under the cover of night, outside the River Peace Chamber of Commerce, the army of the Qingshan Sect has already assembled. Lu Qingshan is holding a sacred-grade kitchen knife. He coldly gazes at the River Peace Guild, the old man in front of him holding a kitchen knife. With a gentle wave, he split the earth in two. He can command thousands of bats with just a wave of his small hand. At this moment, he is floating in the air above River Peace City with all the disciples of the Qingshan Sect. He vows to eliminate the scum of the River Peace Chamber of Commerce for Master Yi tonight. The steward from the chamber stumbled in to report. People from the Qingshan Sect are already at the gates of the city. The situation is urgent. They thought they were doing a good deed by informing us. But he did not expect the head to point at his nose and scold him harshly. He said he was drinking with three esteemed guests. Today, there are three esteemed guests here. Even if Lu Qingshan has great abilities, what can he do? At this moment, the steward opened his mouth, about to explain the specific situation outside. But the next second, he was beheaded by one of the three men. "Head Mao, Your people don't seem to trust us much, do they? Today we were supposed to be enjoying ourselves with good food and drinks. But we were continuously interrupted by this dog. Forget it, the mood for drinking is gone for now. Let's deal with the flies outside first, and then we can enjoy ourselves later. But when they walked outside, the three of them were stunned. This scene is really impressive, isn't it? And there's not a single cultivation level weaker than ours. Especially the old man with the cleaver. At this moment, the head also walked out. The scene before him was shocking. But then he loudly exclaimed, "Although they have many people, we have 3 martial spirit masters here." In their eyes, you are nothing but a pile of garbage. But what he doesn't know is that the 3 powerhouses he mentioned are already trembling in fear. He immediately slapped head directly. "Can't you see this lineup in front of you? Even if we have 3 martial spirits, let alone 3 martial kings, we would probably fail here. This matter has nothing to do with us. You should go find young Master Zhao." At this moment, the head behind suddenly shouted, "Weren't you swearing just now that you would help me get rid of these people? Why the sudden change of heart?" Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals felt something was wrong and quickly fled. At this moment, a golden slash suddenly appeared in front, blocking their path. The 3 looked down and saw that the earth had been split open by a deep fissure. This blow was struck by the old man holding the cleaver. "Since you 3 are involved in this matter as well, then don't leave." It seems like they can't leave. One of them made a threat. "We did get involved, but so what? We are members of the South Sand Skyblasters gang. You have to understand one thing. When my Skyblasters gang was at its peak, the Qingshan Sect was nothing compared to us." The old man stroked his chin and said, "What you all said makes sense. Even if we kill you today, the Skyblasters gang behind you will surely seek revenge." After that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Brothers, listen to my command. Leave behind 18 sect enforcers to guard here. The rest of the troops will be led by Zhu Yun to quickly set off. I want the Skyblasters gang wiped out within a day." The old man's actions directly shocked the 3 people. "You dared to destroy our Skyblasters gang for a small matter involving a mortal. You are really bold," Lu Qingshan said fiercely with red eyes. "There's nothing I won't dare to do. If I offend Master Yi, even if it means taking down the flourishing Skyblasters gang, I will do it." After saying that, he ordered his men to tie them up. The head on this side was also dumbfounded. Were the 3 experts at the martial spirit level really captured like this? At this moment, Lu Qingshan shifted his gaze to the father and son of the head. The 2 of them were instantly scared and knelt down on the ground. "Are you the mastermind behind harming Master Yi's disciple?" Son quickly denied. "This has nothing to do with me. It was all done by my father." Head Mao never imagined it until he died. His own son actually betrayed him. Since it's like this, then let everyone be responsible for their own actions. But before I die, I want to make things clear. Who exactly is Yi Feng? He actually made you personally take action. You even spared no effort to order the entire sect to come out and drive me to my death. Lu Qingshan said, "If it weren't for Mr. Yi Feng, my Qingshan Sect would have disappeared from this world long ago. He hides his cultivation level and travels the world to experience life. You, a piece of trash, almost harmed his disciple. Mr. Yi Feng gave you multiple opportunities. If you had just seized even a tiny bit of chance from him, you could have surpassed thousands of people. But not only did you not seize it, you also attempted to harm him. Do you think you deserve to die?" Head Mao regretted hearing these words, but it was too late. Lu Qingshan raised his hand, and the knife fell, directly letting him lead the pack. Immediately, he waved the kitchen knife, ready to take care of the 3 members of the Skyblasters gang. What he didn't expect was that at the last moment, those 3 people inexplicably disappeared into thin air. As they left, they couldn't resist taunting him. "Just based on you, you think you can kill us? If you're capable, then come follow us. We'll be waiting for you at the Skyblasters gang." At this moment, Luo Lanchua spoke up. These three individuals don't seem to be cultivating the evil arts of the Skyblasters gang. I'm afraid there might be a deception involved here. I have a clear understanding. But I have already ordered Zhu Yun and the others to go to Skyblasters gang just now. They may have arrived by now. How can I not go? After saying that, he flew towards the direction of Skyblasters gang with 18 sect enforcers. This man hid his identity for a full decade. He finally reached the martial emperor stage. His ultimate move is to etherealize his body, becoming immune to physical attacks. But despite considering himself invincible, he was unexpectedly unmasked by a kitchen cleaver. In the late night, Luo Lanxue led a team to escort Head and his son, planning to send them to apologize to Mr. Yi Feng. Yi Feng in the dojo is taking good care of his disciple, even though Zhong Qing has already escaped danger. But the person has not yet regained consciousness. The situation is not optimistic. At this time, a voice was heard outside the house. Baofeng Trade Association has fulfilled its mission. It has been confirmed that the mastermind behind the injury to your beloved disciple is the father and son of the Mao family. They have been brought here for you to decide their fate. Upon seeing this, I finally realized that Lu Qingshan did not actually kill Head Mao at that time. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng slowly opened the door. His icy gaze seemed to resemble that of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, Head spoke loudly. Everything was orchestrated by me, and has nothing to do with my son. I am willing to take full responsibility alone. The filial son on the side shouted. Yes, it was all him. It has nothing to do with me. He feared that the benefits you bring to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce would threaten his position as the head of his chamber. So he set a trap to deceive you into coming to our River Peace Chamber of Commerce and then kill you. But he didn't expect that it was your disciple who came instead. Upon hearing this, the girl on the side prepared to beat up the two, but was stopped by Yi Feng. Mao Lin, your blood is dirty like mud, your life is worthless. The crime of hurting my young disciple, you cannot afford to repay. Today, I will repay you with the same method you used against him. He then pulled out a knife from his pocket and stabbed towards Head's son. Head twisted his body to try his best to block the knife for his son. He begged with tears streaming down his face. Our conflict has nothing to do with him. At this moment, the tip of the knife had reached the mouth of the devoted son, frightening him to tears and mucus. Dad, didn't you say that there's nothing in this world that you couldn't resolve for me? Are you just going to watch me die like this? Upon hearing his son's words, Head directly hit towards the big tree outside the house. Master, he hoped that my death could relieve your deep-seated hatred. Just as he was about to hit it, he was suddenly stopped by a woman. This person was Head's daughter. She immediately knelt down on the ground. Master Yi, I beg you to spare my father and brother. I am willing to offer anything. Seeing this, Head said, Master Yi, please spare my son out of consideration for my daughter. After speaking, he hit his head against a tree and died. Seeing her father die in front of her, the daughter's mind went blank, while the son secretly rejoiced that he should be able to survive. Yi Feng is weighing the knife in his hand. He walked up to the body of Head and said, I didn't say I wanted your life. What I want is the head on your shoulders. After saying that, he raised his hand, and the knife fell, chopping off Head's head directly. He even splattered his face with blood. After finishing the job, he turned around and said, I will not leave here. You are welcome to seek revenge. Head's daughter shed tears of sorrow. Sir, you have a clear sense of right and wrong. The matter of harming your disciple is indeed unrelated to my brother. My father is already dead, and the River Peace Guild is no longer associated with the Mao family. In the future, I will not disturb your peace again. In the end, the dutiful son, although survived, as seen from the picture, had drool at the corner of his mouth. It seems he was scared into becoming foolish. He muttered, Won't you bring father home? If he doesn't come home, who will give me money to buy candies? At this point, the River Peace Guild has been completely destroyed. The first priority is to quickly wake up Zhong Qing. At this time, on the other side, Qingshan has already arrived above the Skyblaster's gang. After landing, he saw Junior Sister and her group trapped within the formation. Then a cold voice suddenly rang out. How dare the tiny Qingshan Sect attack my Skyblaster's gang? The next second, a man with long flowing red hair appeared in front of everyone. Qingshan was shocked. This person is none other than Yi Feng, the cultivation genius who emerged 10 years ago in South Sand and reached the level of a martial king in his early 20s. But he suddenly disappeared at the height of his fame. It's unexpected to see him here today. It seems you recognize me. Then you will rest in peace in my hands as well. After speaking, both sides launched into battle. Yi Feng's strength has risen to the level of martial emperor during this period of hiding. Due to the vast difference in strength, Qingshan was completely defenseless in the face of the attack and had no ability to fight back. His moves are as elusive as a ghost, constantly shifting and unpredictable. Qingshan started waving his kitchen knife around wildly when he saw the situation. In the end, he accidentally landed a blow on his opponent. Yi Feng covered his face in disbelief. You, a mere martial king, could actually break through my spell. It seems that the kitchen knife in your hand is extraordinary. It's a pity to see such a legendary divine blade in your possession. Why not hand it over to me? And then he defeated him with just one move, knocking him to the ground. After seizing the kitchen knife, he used his magic to seal Qingshan within a barrier. This knife is mine now. Qingshan shouted. This knife was given to me by a master. How dare you take it away? You will anger the master, and your Skyblaster's gang will cease to exist. One after another, you keep mentioning this master. I will investigate what kind of master you are referring to. He used magic to extract Qingshan's memories. It seems you didn't lie to me. There really is such a person. But he seems foolish and silly, doesn't seem that great. However, since he can forge such a good knife, he must have other treasures as well. I will go over and snatch all of his celestial weapons. With these celestial weapons, my Skyblaster's gang will surely rise again. As for you useless people, you can perish here on your own. After saying that, he leaped towards the direction of the Yi Feng dojo. The dog is just leisurely napping at home. But unexpectedly, a man suddenly arrived to challenge the scene. The awakened dog noticed that the visitor was a strong expert of martial emperor level. After Yi Feng arrived at Yi Feng's dojo, he read the memories in the murals, and found that there was no spiritual qi at all. It's just a few pieces of waste paper. Except for that heaven-shaking stone placed in an interesting way, he didn't see any mystery about this dojo. Qingshan, that old useless person, was self-indulgent. He imagined how powerful this person could be. I think it's probably just a paper tiger. However, the weapons in this courtyard are quite good. Just right for someone like me, a strong warrior. Thinking of this, he directly initiated a challenge and rang the gong in the dojo. Upon hearing the news, Yi Feng hurried over carrying a basket of vegetables. Yi Feng took a few glances and came to a conclusion. This kid is just an ordinary mortal without a hint of cultivation level. He then continued, Hello, cutie, I'm here to challenge you. You may not understand such professional terms. Simply put, challenging means a matter of life and death. The loser must yield the dojo. Yi Feng sighed impatiently. Just leave. Your level is too low. I don't want to compete with you. Yi Feng was infuriated by these words, and his temples bulged. The primordial power within him erupted instantly. I see you are seeking death, kid. I must beat you up today. Yi Feng helplessly covered his face. He thought that his lunch would be delayed again today. Came here all day, these cats and dogs. In order to have lunch sooner, I'll play with you. Yi Feng was born a genius. I reached the martial emperor stage at the age of 30. Do not call me a dragon among men, for I am also a peerless talent. You, this trash mortal, dare to look down on me like this. Thinking this, he concentrated his power in the palm of his hand and rushed forward. only to see Yi Feng easily dodge with a flash of his body. All these fancy decorations are meaningless. The essence of martial Tao is encapsulated in 3 words. And those are fast, accurate, ruthless. Yi Feng glanced at the leaf on the ground. He is full of loopholes and vulnerable. The leaf lying on the ground still refused to give in. Killing move dual soul ascension. After activating the killing move, he once again launched an attack against Yi Feng. As a result, this time, he was directly slapped in the face by Yi Feng. Yi Feng said expressionlessly, "You with your lousy skills can't even beat old Mr. Wang who sells cattle next door to me. Who gave you the guts to challenge me here and run the world? Was it Beyonce?" Yi Bei lying on the ground is already furious. He took advantage of Yi Feng's carelessness and directly aimed a celestial soul jewel at his face. This time, he actually hit him. At this moment, he thought to himself, "You're done for after eating my celestial soul jewel." But the next second, he was slapped in the face. Yi Feng stood up straight away. "You're so mean, hitting me right in the face. You even dared to attack directly, trying to kill someone with just a broken soul jewel. Are you out of your damn mind?" The celestial soul jewel is an order-grade treasure. It rarely appears in the world. Its appearance signifies the capture of souls. You actually called it a broken soul jewel. Is it not a broken soul jewel, but a good soul jewel? This thing is called a glass bead in my hometown. At this moment, Yi Bei realized completely that the person in front of him was indeed, as the old man Qingshan had said, a truly unparalleled master. He was like an immovable iron wall, just like a piece of solid steel. With this in mind, he stamped his foot hard, planning to grab the bucket and run away. But Yi Feng's dojo is not a place you can come and go as you please. Yi Feng's kick almost sent him flying to the northwest. I believe in a principle. In this world, one should be kind to others. However, this does not include enemies. Because being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Although you are incompetent, I can't let you go just because of that. After all, you have provoked me. I indeed dare not kill a chicken, but I am very capable of killing a person. This directly made Yi Bei cry in pain. Veteran, I was wrong. In consideration that I am also a life form, can you please show mercy and forgive me? Are you asking me to let you go? No way. I haven't had enough of a fight yet. Just as his words fell, he heard a voice that seemed to be coming from behind him, like Zhongqing. Yi Bei took advantage of the moment when Yi Feng turned around to crawl forward desperately. The old man smoking a pipe was originally a strong practitioner at the level of martial king. The cleaver he held in his hand was an extraordinary existence similar to a sacred grade item. With a gentle stroke, he could easily split the earth in half. But such a strong person was defeated today by 2 little girls. At this moment, Yi Bei just ran back to the Skyblasters gang from Yi Feng's dojo. He, who was seriously injured, quickly ordered his men to bring 2 sealed testicle pills for him to take. Looking at Lu Qingshan, who was imprisoned by him, he suddenly remembered the relationship between the old man and that expert. If I offend him, wouldn't it be equivalent to offending an expert? Thinking of this, he quickly released Lu Qingshan and the others. Immediately after that, he opened the doors wide and invited all the members of the Qingshan Sect into the Skyblasters gang. Then he respectfully said, "Brother Qingshan, it was all my fault before. This is a banquet specially prepared for brothers from the Qingshan Sect to welcome them." Yi Bei's sudden 180-degree turn left the old man a bit confused. He had previously said he wanted to wipe out my Qingshan Sect completely. Now he suddenly changes his attitude and treats us so well. I don't know what this kid is up to. But in order to ensure the survival of the brothers of the Qingshan Sect, Lu Qingshan had to play along with his plans. But what he did next shocked the old man even more. Yi Bei ordered the 3 muggles to be tied up and brought over. "Brother Qingshan, these 3 heads should have been handed to you long ago. Please don't be offended, brother." After speaking, He directly beheaded the 3 people in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Qingshan was completely stunned. This kid wouldn't be serious, would he? Since the situation has arisen, one must face it calmly, and see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Thinking about how this old man also did a complete turnaround. Since Chief Yi understands righteousness well, as the saying goes, it's easier to settle a dispute than to start one. Let the grievances between the 2 sects dissipate like smoke and clouds. Brother Qingshan's words are well said. Eat what you like, drink what you can. Let that drama go, don't give a damn. In the future, my Skyblasters gang will be your home. By the way, I have a great treasure to present to you, big brother. This is tobacco made by my Skyblasters gang alchemist, using many precious materials such as hua root and spiritual leaf. Its name is Hua Zi. It has the effect of refreshing the mind. You're welcome. The old man picked up a Hua Zi and immediately felt refreshed. Not to mention, this thing is really good. However, I am still confused. Chief Yi previously said he wanted to eradicate my Qingshan Sect. Why did he suddenly change his attitude today? Chief Yi did not speak the truth. He simply burst into laughter. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After chatting and laughing, the 2 continued drinking. After a few drinks, the old man quickly got drunk. After the old man left, Yi Bei also instructed another disciple to collect all the personal preferences of Lu Qishan and Zhu Yun. The disciple whispered, "Other people are easy to deal with, but it's a bit tricky to gather Zhu Yun's preferences. I heard she only fancies pretty boys. Our Skyblasters gang are all tough-looking men. Where can we find pretty boys? What's so difficult about that? I still have a younger brother who is underage. This kid is innocent and naive. He must be her type. To ensure the safety of my Skyblasters gang, I have to sacrifice him." The scene shifted to Lu Qingshan's side. In the world of martial Dao cultivation, it has always been a struggle for survival and rare to obtain a celestial weapon. It was reasonable for him to forcefully seize and occupy it before. Now, not only has his attitude changed, but he also returned the treasured sword that Master Yi gave me. Thinking of Master Yi, he suddenly became enlightened. I understand now. Yi Bei must have gone to Master Yi's place, then been beaten half to death and run back. Now he wants to save his life, so he is trying his best to please me. Hi there. Why did I just think of it now? I'm so silly. If I had known earlier, I would have asked for more Hua Zi. Laughing at the ridiculous situation, he suddenly became terrified. Now that he has offended Master Yi, if my Qingshan Sect were to make friends with his Skyblasters gang at this moment, wouldn't my Qingshan Sect also be implicated? Thinking of this, he quickly opened the door, preparing to call his brothers to grab the buckets and run. But as soon as he opened the door, he was shocked. 2 Nekamimi girls, little Lolas, appeared in front of him, twisting their waists and striking poses. The next second, they approached Lu Qingshan. "We were sent by the leader to serve you." Lu Qingshan was directly driven crazy by these 2 cat girls. Who could resist this damn thing? Time quickly came to the morning. The old man pushed the 2 cat girls out and shouted, "It's not that I, Lu Qingshan, can't handle you 2, but I must consider the overall situation. I, Lu Qingshan, cannot compromise my upright and unyielding character." After speaking, he found Yi Bei and scolded him angrily. He didn't expect that the once talented young man would become so despicable. "You offended Master Yi on your own, and now want to drag me down with you. Let me tell you, my Qingshan Sect brothers are all righteous individuals, and will not be swayed by you." But he was immediately proven wrong after speaking. The Qingshan Sect's 13 sect enforcers each have a lady by their side. And Zhu Yun has already pinned a pretty boy to his chest. She walked up to Lu Qingshan and said, "Senior brother, why are you looking so gloomy? I have found true love. Aren't you happy? Not only me, but most of the disciples from our Qingshan Sect have also found their partners in the Skyblasters gang. From now on, the 2 sects will be closely united." Yi Bei patted the old man's shoulder and said, "Brother Qingshan, now that the brothers from both gangs are so close, why don't you just compromise?" After saying that, the two Nekamimi girls pounced again. This time, Lu Qingshan did not refuse. "The whole gang has already fallen. Why should an old man like me continue to support? It's better to give up altogether. I believe Master Yi will surely understand my difficulties. Today, I will seclude myself for a day. You two girls can serve as my sect enforcers in my house." A man who time-traveled to the immortal cultivation world unexpectedly treated girls to barbecue. And he successfully won the girl's heart by using Li Bai's poetry. His name is Yi Feng. Recently, a villain severely injured the disciple of his dojo. He is treating the injuries for the disciple. He went alone to the Great Canyon of Qingshan City to find the spiritual herb, Sky Heart. On his way to the Great Canyon, he passed by a mansion in the picturesque countryside. At this moment, a purple-haired long-legged girl in the mansion was taking a nap on a stone couch. She was holding a novel written by Yi Feng called Purple Clouds Fairy and Supreme Treasure Bow on her face. And there were Yi Feng's autographed cards scattered all over the floor next to her. It's easy to tell she is definitely a big fan of Yi Feng. At this moment, a maid came over and woke her up. "Miss Bai Piao, you've been holding on to your book and not eating or drinking all day. Just now, I heard you talking in your sleep, something about loving you for 10,000 years. I think you might be possessed," Bai Piao said while holding the book. "What kind of person can write such a wonderful story?" Suddenly, a knock on the door was heard while she sighed. This was a bit unexpected for the two of them. People don't usually come to such a secluded place like ours. The visitor outside the door turned out to be Yi Feng, who came up the mountain to collect herbs. After getting the young lady's permission, he stayed overnight. The maid opened the door. As soon as he entered the room, the girl in front of him caught Yi Feng's attention. He couldn't help but thought of a poem. The silent hills, now washed in rain anew. By dusk, the birds return through twilight hue. Still stands the court where silver curtains fall. She leans by stone and plucks the zither's call. And the girl was also drawn in by Yi Feng's poem. An ordinary man living in the mountains unexpectedly could create such poetry. Thinking about this, she returned to the study and wrote down the poem she had just read. The maid on the side continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, "Miss, you didn't happen to fancy that mortal you just saw, did you?" The young lady blushed as she held a book written by Yi Feng and said, "My heart has long been filled by the author of this book. How could I have room for anyone else?" Soon evening arrived. At this time, Yi Feng was outside enjoying barbecue and drinking wine. Having a good time, life was quite pleasant. He looked at the moon in the sky and couldn't help but recite 2 lines of poetry. "I lift my head to view the moon bright, then lower it, homesick at night." This scene happened to be overheard by the young lady. In the bustling world, who could possibly create such poetry? Yi Feng only said 2 words, Li Bai. These 2 words made the girl mistakenly think that Yi Feng's name is Li Bai, and Yi Feng is too lazy to explain. Later, he shared the barbecue with the girl. The girl was very surprised after eating. "Young master, this food is really delicious." But the maid next to her was not convinced. So she also took a piece to taste. The result was that it tasted so good that she was over the moon. At this moment, the girl asked, "Young master, what do you think of me?" Yi Feng said as he ate, "Miss, you are simply as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating and enchanting." The girl asked again, "Does the gentleman like me?" The graceful lady, a virtue true, a gentleman seeks a match like you. Would such a man not like such a beautiful girl? Since the gentleman likes me, why doesn't he look at me more? And Yi Feng says it's impolite to stare at others. Upon hearing this, the girl's fondness for Yi Feng instantly multiplied. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly turned her head and asked, "Do you read, sir?" "I prefer eating and drinking more than reading." Upon hearing this, the girl felt a little disappointed. The next day, after Yi Feng left, the maid found a book in Yi Feng's room. And she also found out that the book he was reading was actually the same one as the young lady's. But why did he say he didn't like reading books yesterday? Maybe the gentleman has some hidden secrets that are hard to disclose. Unexpectedly, as a mere mortal, he actually shares so many commonalities with me. Please make sure to keep his book safe. If I can see him again, I will return it to him. But what they don't know is that the author of this book is the mortal they just met. The scene transitions to Yi Feng's side. He originally wanted to continue gathering herbs, but ended up on the way. He unexpectedly encountered Old Wu and several others trapped by the formation. Upon seeing the situation, the group shouted, "There is formation mastery nearby. You must not come over." But because Yi Feng is immortal, he cannot see the formation, so he confidently walked in. Everyone thought to themselves that this was the end. What they didn't expect was that this formation was actually ineffective against Yi Feng. Seeing this situation, several people were stunned. It seems that we have underestimated Mr. Yi. His stage has reached a level where he can ignore formations. Yi Feng looked puzzled as he watched the three of them. "What are you guys doing?" It was revealed in the conversation that they were actually trapped here. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was speechless. "You guys got trapped by a small puddle. It's really quite dramatic." After saying that, he was ready to lend them a hand. But they refused on the spot. "Mr. is like this. It's not that we refuse to go out. With your cultivation level, you may not care about such dangerous places. But we can't. At the very least, we must undo the great formation before doing anything else," Yi Feng said with a black face. "How the hell have you guys become so pretentious? Do I really have to carry you out of a broken water hole?" After saying that, he directly pulled one of them out forcefully. The crowd was stunned at the scene. Master Yi's stage in their hearts has been greatly elevated once again. Not only can he ignore the formation by himself, even the people he comes into contact with can become immune. His strength is truly terrifying. After coming out, several people discovered that Old Wu's dantian was actually broken. Yi Feng took a glance and found it indeed quite serious. So he took out some herbs from the backpack. He spit some saliva on the medicine again. Then he directly applied it. The next second, a miracle happened. Old Wu not only recovered his dantian, but his external injuries also disappeared instantly. Then he excitedly said, "To show my gratitude to Master Yi, I have decided to follow you and help you gather herbs." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately refused. "If you can't even climb out of a small water pit, how can you follow me into the mountains? I have no interest in traveling with a burden." Upon thinking about this, he simply left in a huff, leaving Old Wu alone standing there in amazement. Didn't expect that Master Yi's departure would be so captivating as well. The man is taking a bath in the pool. In the next second, a beautiful woman unexpectedly fell from the sky. After a few glances, he found out that the girl had passed out. So he slowly reached out his hand towards the woman's chest. When the woman woke up, she saw our male protagonist Yi Feng grilling barbecue. There was even an old turtle hanging on a tree. He picked up a grilled fish and handed it to the beauty in front of him. "You must be tired just now. Have a grilled fish to replenish your energy." Thought he was being kind. But he didn't expect to be rejected by the woman on the spot. I, as a martial cultivation practitioner, have no use for this kind of thing. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng directly hugged Lao Wangba. "You said fish are of no use to you. You wouldn't be coveting my Wangba, would you? How could a cultivator like me, who is at the martial king level, covet such a broken thing? You, as a mortal, should stop wandering around on this mountain. Finish eating and hurry down the mountain. Otherwise, you will die a very miserable death. It's impossible for me to go down the mountain. I still need to gather herbs. However, I'm very curious about what dangers you are talking about." The woman said, "The Yogwai Emperor who rules over all monsters has been captured by a human. And that person even said they wanted to bring the Yaogwai Emperor home to cook him into soup. The little Yaogwais have begun to sweep through the mountain in order to rescue the Yaogwai Emperor. So now it is very dangerous everywhere with Yaogwais. The human she mentioned is actually the young man in front of her. After hearing the beautiful woman's words, Yi Feng couldn't help but glance at his own turtle. He thought to himself that there is actually someone in the world who shares the same hobby as him. After resting for a while, the girl prepared to turn around and leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to continue persuading Yi Feng to leave this place. Yi Feng ignored her. "Beautiful lady, I see that the injuries on your body have not fully healed yet. I have some herbs here. Let me apply them for you. I appreciate your kindness. I'll stick to what I said before. The things from you mortals are of no use to me. So you better keep them for yourself." After saying that, she flew away in a hurry. The scene changed and 3 days had passed. Yaogwai beast corpses littered the ground. And at this moment, the girl was already seriously injured. She found a tree hole and crawled inside. The nearby Yaogwai followed the scent to this place. However, in the end, they did not find her. She breathed a sigh of relief after the Yaogwai left. Then she fell into contemplation. Even someone as powerful as a martial king like myself couldn't escape. Presumably, that young man must have perished. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yi Feng leisurely strolling down the street with a king python on his back. The girl was instantly shocked. Now, there are demons everywhere in the mountains. Even I, the martial king, have been beaten all over. And this mortal not only survived but also has no injuries with clean clothes. Are the demons in this mountain unable to lift a sword or blind? At this moment, sharp-eyed Yi Feng also noticed the girl in the tree hole. He enthusiastically greeted her. The girl looked at Yi Feng pitifully. "I can't believe a mortal like you is still alive." This remark really angered Yi Feng. This stinky woman must be either crazy or mentally ill. I have roamed around in the mountains for so many days, and have not seen any of the dangers she mentioned. But she is also reminding out of goodwill. She can also be considered a good person. He thought of this, and gave the mosquito-repellent pouch he made to the girl. Although the mortal items are of no use to me, he is, after all, a dying man. I'll just take it as a keepsake. Then the two of them went their separate ways again. The scene shifts to the side of the Yaogwai Legion. At this point, they had already discovered Yi Feng's whereabouts. So, Eagle King gathered all the little Yaogwai to prepare to ambush and take down Yi Feng. Soon, they arrived at Yi Feng's location, finding him preparing to launch a surprise attack while he was sleeping. Eagle King and Snake King used the art of doubling to instantly increase their size by several thousand times. Just as they were about to make a move, a scent wafted over. The next second, the two monsters were directly knocked out by the smell. Yi Feng, who woke up, was stunned to see the floor covered with animal corpses in an instant. "I didn't expect my medicine to be so powerful." Then, he immediately closed the lid of the medicine bottle. "My original intention in developing this medicine was to repel mosquitoes. I never expected that even large animals, like wild buffalo, couldn't withstand it. It's really regrettable. But these things shouldn't be wasted. Lately, I've been eating barbecue every day, and my mouth is full of sores. I'll make some snake soup later to clear the heat." At this moment, Yi Feng's actions were secretly observed by a centipede fiend. Subsequently, everything that will happen will be reported to the Leopard King and other demons. The person is in the northwest direction. Yaogwai Emperor is still in his hands. Go quickly to rescue him. I just joined forces with Eagle King and Snake King to battle that person. Although we were defeated, that person is already seriously injured. After saying that, it pretended to die. Leopard King was in tears. "It is our great fortune to have a diligent little Yaogwai like you in our territory. Rest assured, we will definitely bring our brothers to rescue Yaogwai Emperor. And while we're at it, we will avenge Eagle King and Snake King. All Yaogwai, listen to my command. He is now in a state of severe blood loss. Let's go all out and attack." They then charged towards Yi Feng's direction. But what they didn't know was that Yi Feng was working late, digging herbs, and was not there at all. In order to sleep peacefully when he got back, he left the mosquito-repellent incense behind. The Yogwai, who were unclear about the situation, charged straight ahead. In the end, they all ended up receiving boxed meals without knowing why. When Yi Feng returned, he saw neatly arranged animal carcasses on the ground. Looking at these wild game, he drooled with desire. But the current issue is how to bring these things down the mountain. As he was thinking, the system suddenly prompted. A new task appears incomplete. This is a divine herb sky heart that can awaken vegetative people. The crow on the tree instructed the centipede to watch over this herb carefully. When Yogwai Emperor emerges, he will personally come to collect it. The moment the words fell, we saw our male lead hanging from a rope, getting ready to take the spiritual herb away. The crow, seeing this, wanted to swoop down and stop him. As a result, Yi Feng mistook the crow for a fly and swatted it to death directly. The centipede on the side was so scared that it trembled. Soon it reported this matter to the Yogwai Emperor, who was in seclusion in the cave. The Yogwai Emperor was very angry upon hearing this. It gathered its 18 Yogwai kings to prepare to capture Yi Feng alive. Skyheart has already lost the water spirit grass, and can't afford any more mistakes. But a dramatic scene unfolded. After returning to the cave, the Demon Emperor saw Yi Feng picking its water spirit grass. It never expected that this little guy took advantage of it in such a short time after it went out. This old turtle was so angry that its snot was coming out. The centipede on the side hastily said, "It was this person who just took away Skyheart and even killed Lord Crow." The old turtle, enraged, directly unleashed its primordial power. "You can pick the herbs outside all you want, but for you to come into my cave and try to steal them as well is unacceptable." But before it could unleash its fury, it was stepped on by Yi Feng on its shell. He didn't expect to find such a large snapping turtle in the cave. As an old turtle who is the Yogwai Emperor, it was stepped on by a mortal today. Thinking of this, it exerted its strength again to break free from the restraint. But this time, it was caught by Yi Feng by the tail and lifted up. And then, he was tossed back and forth like a toy. The old turtle lying on the ground was very puzzled. I can't perceive any cultivation level on him, but why do I have such immense power that seems to fail in front of him? Could it be because his stage is too high, reaching a level beyond my perception? At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly noticed that there was actually a centipede behind him. But just as he was about to reach out and grab it, the centipede suddenly lay on the ground and started playing dead. Yi Feng was very puzzled. He didn't do anything, so why did this centipede suddenly pretend to die? Upon seeing the centipede's action, the old turtle immediately followed suit and began playing dead too. However, Yi Feng saw the turtle playing dead and immediately picked it up. Such a big old turtle must be a great tonic. Drinking turtle soup is such a wonderful thing. Thinking about this, he put the old turtle into a basket and left. Wait until Yi Feng is gone. The feigned dead centipede immediately told all the other Yogwai kings about this incident in order to save the old turtle. The Yogwai kings gathered their minions together to form a Yogwai army and issued a wanted order. On the other side, Yi Feng was currently worrying about the route for gathering herbs, as he discovered that the map he bought was fake. Curses to the despicable swindler. I curse your mother's vegetable shopping. May the prices of vegetables increase. At that moment, a group of cultivators flew overhead Yi Feng on swords. Yi Feng hurriedly stopped one of them to ask for directions. However, before he could speak, he was scolded by the cultivator. "Where did this brat come from? Get lost as far as you can." Although Yi Feng was very angry, he did not argue with him, as gathering herbs was the top priority. At this moment, a white-haired beauty with a shapely figure walked out from the crowd. She carefully examined Yi Feng and concluded that this kid is just an ordinary mortal. So she pointed the way for Yi Feng and warned him not to come back here. This place is too dangerous for a mortal like you. After parting ways, Yi Feng pursed his lips in confusion. Isn't this just a mountain? What's so dangerous about it? You guys are so scared by just a few small animals. Yi Feng's mouth was like a floodgate opened. At this moment, those cultivators were indeed being chased by the small animals Yi Feng mentioned. Due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides, the Yogwai quickly cleaned up these cultivators. In the end, only the white-haired beauty was left struggling to support herself. Although the young girl looks like a vase. But she still has some strength. At this moment, her mind is full of doubts. Why is the usually quiet forest? Why are there suddenly so many fierce beasts of Yogwai King level appearing today? She immediately caught a snake Yogwai and extracted its memory. From the memory of the snake Yogwai, she learned about Yi Feng capturing the Yogwai Emperor. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful person. Just as she sighed. The group of Yogwai behind her had already attacked her. What happened next, we do not know. Then she fell into the pool where Yi Feng was taking a bath. The man just sprayed a few drops of mosquito repellent in the forest. Unexpectedly, all the small animals in the forest were poisoned to death. Looking at the wild game on the ground, he started drooling. When he didn't know how to carry away the wild game, the system task appeared in time. He thought to himself that tasks appearing at a time like this might just reward him with a carriage or make him a wealthy tycoon. But he never expected that this time's task would actually be to practice cooking skills. I would rather not do this kind of crappy task. The system sees that Yi Feng is not satisfied with the task, so it decides to give Yi Feng a different one. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's hope ignited once again. The system said with a lewd expression, "The upcoming task for you is to learn how to play the piano. Completing the task will reward you with a mount." Upon hearing about the task and reward, Yi Feng immediately exploded in anger and cursed at the system. What the hell is this immortal cultivation world? What use is learning to play the piano? Forget about this damn system. However, the system did not buy into his act. The system teleported away directly, leaving behind a harsh remark before leaving. If the task is not completed, you will be punished. I will take back your dojo. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng had no choice but to compromise. He then picked up the guitar and started playing. The sound happened to be heard by the two cultivators in the air. The old lady among the two is the aunt of the beautiful woman with white hair that we encountered before. And this gentleman is the leader of Jade Sword Sect. They were shocked when they heard Yi Feng's playing. The sound of the zither surprisingly contains a powerful Tao's essence. The person who can produce such music must be at least at the level of a martial lord. So the two went directly to Yi Feng. As soon as they met, the two of them immediately performed the highest etiquette of the immortal cultivation world by kneeling on one knee. Li Jiasen and Su Maju respectfully greeted Yi Feng, leaving him puzzled by the scene in front of him. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not a veteran, I am just a mortal. Upon hearing this, the two of them were also puzzled. This young man did indeed exude the aura of a mortal, but how could a mortal produce such a melodious sound from the zither? Just as the two of them were pondering this question, the old tortoise on the tree caught the attention of the two. The two recognized at a glance that this was the Yogwai Emperor with 1,000 years of cultivation on the mountain. This is the Yogwai Emperor who is equally powerful as me, Su Maju. And yet, it's getting hung up like this. The two suddenly realized. It seems that this person's strength is no longer as simple as a martial lord. The reason why we perceived him as a mortal is because his strength has reached a level that we cannot perceive. He is undoubtedly a master. Seeing the two staring intently at his soft-shelled turtle, Yi Feng quickly took it into his own hands protectively. Don't even think about it. I'm taking this soft-shelled turtle back to make soup to nourish my disciple's body. Upon hearing this, the two men instantly froze. The Millennium Yogwai Emperor was actually going to be made into soup. After the conversation, Yi Feng finally realized that they were not here to steal the tortoise. Instead, they had followed the sound of their own music. So Yi Feng made a decision. He wants to play a piece for the two of them again. At the moment when the sound of the qin, musical instrument, started, the two of them seemed to enter a trance-like state. Their eyes shone brightly, as if they were about to ascend to immortality or perish. The Tao's essence contained in the music directly led to a breakthrough for the two of them on the spot. By the end, the two of them were panting heavily, and even without their clothes. The two people who broke through were filled with gratitude towards Yi Feng, repeatedly bowing and thanking him. At this moment Yi Feng said, "You are really too polite. There's no need for words of gratitude. Besides, I also have a favor to ask." At this moment Yi Feng said, "You are all too polite. There's no need to express gratitude. And actually, I have a favor to ask. The amount of game behind me is really too much, and I can't bring them down the mountain. I wonder if you two could help me carry them." Coincidentally, the old lady happens to have a space ring that can hold items. In order to seek help from the experts, the old lady directly gave her ancestral treasure ring to Yi Feng. After receiving it, Yi Feng played with it like a child receiving a toy. The uncle on the side scolded, "Jiasen, how could you casually give away the treasure of your Li family? Although this person is powerful and has given us both this opportunity, I feel that it's not worth it to directly take out treasures like the spatial ring." But at this moment, Yi Feng attracted the attention of the two by using a shovel for digging herbs, and the two immediately recognized that even at the lowest, this shovel was also a treasure of sacred grade level. Only a person of martial saint level can casually take out such treasures. It seems that this person's cultivation level is one level higher than martial lord, being in existence of martial saint level. The old lady was overjoyed and in tears. It seems that giving him the spatial ring was completely worth it. The man is taking a bath in the pool. The next second, a girl unexpectedly fell from the sky. After rescuing her to the shore, he thought the woman would thank him. But he never expected the woman to disdain him for merely being a mortal. After they parted ways, the girl hid in a cave. She used the technique of sending sound over thousands of miles in the cave to ask for help from her master and aunt. Soon, the two of them arrived upon hearing the news. Aunt was very puzzled why her niece, even though she was not of weak strength, had fallen to the point of seeking help from others. The girl recounted the incident of Yagwai Emperor being captured by a master from beginning to end. The two suddenly looked pleased when they heard this. "We not only met the expert but also gave him a gift and established a relationship with him." Upon hearing this, the girl was shocked. "I have been in the mountains for so many days, and have not seen that expert. Why did you manage to meet him as soon as you arrived? This may be what we call fate. Since you're not injured, let's hurry down the mountain. If we catch him in a good mood, it will be a great opportunity for us." Thinking of this, the two of them pulled the girl and ran towards the direction of the senior expert. On the way, the girl recalled the mortal she had encountered, who might still be in the mountains. Now, her aunt and master are coming, and her own strength has also recovered. If he is still alive, perhaps they can save his life. But when her aunt heard that she wanted to see a mortal, she scolded her on the spot. The immortal cultivation world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Our Li family is a prestigious and noble family. How can you be so attached to a mortal? After saying that, she forcibly dragged her niece away. In the end, they really did catch up to Yi Feng, and reminded that when meeting a master later, one must be cautious and mindful, not to offend the elderly. At this moment, Yi Feng felt like someone was behind him, so he turned around to look. The girl raised her head, and was dumbfounded on the spot. After being stunned for a moment, she turned to her aunt beside her for confirmation. "Is this kid the master you and Shifu mentioned?" Aunt scolded. "What are you saying? Be respectful. Go forward and greet the master quickly." Before the girl could say hello, Yi Feng took the initiative to wave his hand. But the girl still looked puzzled. How could this person be an expert? Isn't this the same mortal I met before? He clearly has no cultivation level. Why would Andy call him an expert? Seeing the girl ignoring him, Yi Feng turned around and left. At this point, the girl turned her head and asked, "Is the skilled individual you are talking about the same person I met mortal? Did you guys make a mistake?" Upon hearing this, the girl's aunt asked her to take a good look at the tortoise the skilled individual was carrying on his back. The girl concentrated her spiritual power and gazed ahead. She only then understood that it was not an ordinary tortoise. It was clearly a Yogwai emperor that had been restored to its original form. She suddenly realized and was shocked to the core. So she hurriedly went up to bow down and kowtow to Yi Feng. And Yi Feng began to chat with her about the past. "See, I told you there was no danger in this mountain. Look, I am perfectly fine now, right? And these past few days, I've had a bountiful harvest. Take a look at my basket and you'll see." Two old foxes saw their niece conversing back and forth with a wise person, and this made them harbor sinister intentions. They started lavishing the girl with extravagant praise, hoping to use this method to attract Yi Feng's attention towards her. But the straight guy Yi Feng misunderstood and thought, "Your niece's talent has nothing to do with me. You guys are clearly flaunting in front of me and trying to discuss me on purpose just because I'm a mortal who cannot cultivate." He thought of this and turned around, leaving directly. The old lady sighed at the sight, having finally grasped onto an opportunity but failing to give her niece a chance. Speaking of opportunities, the younger sister suddenly realized something. Wasn't the sachet that the expert gave her before an opportunity? But at that time, she thought it was just an ordinary object, so she didn't care about it. As a result, she lost it in the end. Upon hearing this, the old lady was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of old blood. The spade used by experts to dig wild vegetables is like a sacred grade existence. So that sachet is likely even higher than sacred grade. Upon hearing Auntie say this, the girl shed tears of remorse. Just one order grade treasure is enough to stir up a storm of blood and gore. Isn't a sacred grade treasure going to cause earth-shattering chaos? I must retrieve it. My aunt, who is prone to heart problems, was so shocked that even her sacred grade treasure is just a simple and unadorned item that does not emit any aura or fluctuations. How can you possibly find it in such a vast forest? At this moment, the uncle suddenly spoke up, saying, "I hereby order all disciples of the Flying Sword Sect to enter the mountain to search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the sachet." Then, countless cultivators appeared in the night sky and scattered. The dog is dancing ballet. But it suddenly heard something calling it from the dried-up well behind. It scared the dog so much that its fur stood on end. And then it said to the manhole cover, "Sir Skeleton, do you have any orders? I sense someone is coming soon. While the owner is not at home, please help me open this manhole cover. I'll take you to do something exciting." Upon hearing about doing something exciting, the dog immediately pounced over. At the moment when it opened the lid, a golden light spurted out from the well. The bones that were split apart by the male lead all flew back together. Finally, the bones gathered together in the air. Soon it returned to its original state. The dog on the side exclaimed, "So cool!" No sooner had it appeared handsome for 3 seconds than it suddenly fell apart like a skeleton. Awkwardly it said, "Where did my spinal bone go? Why didn't it fly back?" Upon hearing this, the dog happily picked up Sir Skeleton's spinal bone and brought it back. This time it finally succeeded in assembling it. The former Sir Skeleton stood up again. Then he carried the dog and arrived above the Qingshan Sect. After landing, he sat on a rocking chair, humming a tune leisurely. Then he said to the dog, "The person I mentioned will arrive soon. Let's wait here." I don't know how long it took, but sure enough, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lu Qingshan and Yi Bei. "You have angered mastery this time. Why, Lu Qingshan, have a bit of a relationship with him, I can't help you much. How mastery deals with you will depend on your performance. Do you understand?" "Understood. Please ask Elder Qingshan to speak a few kind words for me when the time comes." During the conversation between the two, A strong sense of pressure suddenly spread out from the ground, directly forcing Yi Bei to fall from the air. Because her skeleton was wearing a black robe, Yi Bei couldn't clearly see what was ahead. He immediately asked, "May I ask who you are, and why you are blocking my way here?" Little skeleton did not speak, but just snorted disdainfully. This directly angered Yi Bei. He cursed at little skeleton. "Who the hell do you think you are looking down on? Even I, at worst, am a powerhouse of martial emperor level. I, Skyblaster's gang Yi Bei, am not to be trifled with." Little skeleton just lightly flicked his finger. The two attacks instantly struck Yi Bei's knees, forcefully making him kneel on the ground through this violent means. Yi Bei knew the opponent was stronger than him, so he quickly apologized, but it seems like he didn't offend you at all. Skeleton said that although you did not offend me, you offended my master. As a servant, it is my duty to punish you a little for that. Yi Bei was suddenly panicked. This skeleton is already quite amazing. So what exactly is the existence of its master? At this moment, he suddenly thought of the master mentioned. Could it be Yi Feng veteran? The skeleton and the dog struck a stylish pose. It seems like you have already grasped it. To reward you, I must give you the most refreshing and rebellious ultimate punishment. Upon hearing these words, Yi Bei was frightened to the point of crying for their parents. It seems that the younger brother has angered a formidable person due to his lack of insight. As long as you can spare my life, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. I begged a big shot to give me a chance to start anew. The dog on the side says it all depends on your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei immediately emptied out all his possessions. However, these treasures were nothing but a pile of junk in front of Skeleton. Trying to pass off some Emperor grade and Order grade trash? You're thinking too much. What I want must be at least a spiritual treasure level of treasure. But don't worry, I won't ask for too many. Just give me 100 for now, and we can do installment payments for the rest. Skeleton, senior spiritual treasure, is a treasure naturally formed by heaven and earth. How could a small fry like me, at the level of martial emperor, have immortal ranks treasures? Forget about 100, I don't even have one. Looking at his short and stunted appearance, it's obvious he can't obtain it. But for a moment, I can't think of what to ask him to use as a replacement. At this moment, the dog beside suddenly spoke up, suggesting that if all else fails, we should get some girls. Skeleton really had a brilliant idea. Bringing you along was the right choice. You are truly talented. Next, Skeleton said to Yi Bei, I want girls. For every missing spiritual treasure, give me that many girls. I limit you to deliver them to the dojo within 7 days. Upon hearing about the girl, Yi Bei got excited. I can never acquire 100 spiritual treasures even until death, but handling 100 or 80 girls is still more than enough. Then you should hurry up and get it done. Yi Bei directly flew away at the speed of light. He happened to encounter Master Lu as he was escaping, and the two of them almost got into a car accident. Master scolded him harshly. After the scolding, he was attracted by the beam of light underground. He took a closer look and realized it was the Grim Reaper skeleton who had beaten him before. Upon realizing this, he turned around and ran away. However, he was caught by Skeleton and brought back. Master Lu was so scared that he trembled. Then, he put on a pitiful look and said, Veteran, what a coincidence! We meet again. Skeleton said, I think I've told you not to let me see the sentence, right? How come you're in front of me again today? It seems like the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. Master Lu quickly explained in fear that it was all a misunderstanding. He was just passing by. But the dog and Skeleton both expressed that they did not believe him. Then they showed a strange expression and said, If you want us to believe, we'll have to see your sincerity. What happened next is unknown to us. When our perspective returned to Master Lu, his clothes had been stripped off, leaving only a gourd to cover himself. Continuing to watch, we then realized that the sincerity they were referring to was actually represented by Master Lu's clothing. This old man was originally a powerful being with the strength of a martial emperor. I didn't expect that now he is helping the male lead to stir up a big mess. Beautiful women gather in the dojo, and songs and dances flourish. Little Skeleton grabbed a handful of coins from the male lead's piggy bank. Then he scattered them into the air with force. Girls, keep playing, keep dancing. Back at his seat, two beautiful women pouted their buttocks, accompanying him from left to right. Just as he was immersed in the moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed his head. It was Yi Feng, who had just gone out to collect herbs a few days ago. The dojo was messed up like this because of you. He immediately started to beat up Little Skeleton. The dog hiding behind the door was so scared that it dared not make a sound. This is none of my business, Sir Skeleton. You're on your own. After he got tired of hitting, he turned around and found that his piggy bank had been emptied by Little Skeleton. He was so enraged that he turned into a stone on the spot. Then he released the primordial power within him. He increased his strength and delivered another fierce beating to Little Skeleton. After the fight, Yi Feng made an effort to calm down his emotions. But tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and wouldn't stop flowing down. The money he scrimped and saved for a year was just gone like that. At this moment, the scene shifts to Master Lu's side. He and Lu Qingshan were discussing and walking towards the direction of Yi Feng dojo. Master muttered to himself, "I must obtain the flame bead at all costs." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan looked disdainful. "Have you forgotten about last night's streaking incident?" Master Lu said. "You often boast about how powerful that person named Yi Feng is. Today I will see what he is really capable of. I will take the flame bead from him. If he dares not to give it, I will crush his dojo." Soon, Master Lu met with Yi Feng. Master Lu stood tall with a strong attitude, while Yi Feng remained calm and composed. He pulled open his collar to show his tattoo. "Kid, seeing this, you should know who I am, right?" "That's right. I am the famous South Sands top guild refining Master Lu Dasheng. You can call me Master Lu." Yi Feng was speechless at the sight. "Why do we keep encountering these tough guys recently? Don't you think it's cool for big men to have flowers embroidered on their chests?" Upon hearing these words, Master Lu flew into a rage. He conjured a fireball. Then he jumped into the air, preparing to strike Yi Feng. But just at that moment, he suddenly saw the little skeleton inserted in the ground. Although he couldn't see its head, he was too familiar with the clothes it was wearing. Such a powerful skeleton was actually beaten by him. He urgently offered his ancestral treasure, the storage ring, and said, "I unintentionally offended you just now, sir. Please forgive me." After doing all this, he turned around and tried to run. However, he was grabbed by Yi Feng. "I see you have some serious illness. What do you want to do here today?" Master Lu said. "I often hear Lu Qingshan talk about your stories. Today I came here to bring you treasures. I'll give you a leg for your grandmother. You didn't have this attitude when you entered. You are a hypocrite. I can tell at a glance that you're no good." Just when Yi Feng questioned him, Old Wu and the other two suddenly paid a visit. After seeing this, Master Lu was directly astonished. Martial emperors are rarely seen, let alone martial sovereigns, which are even more rare. But now, 3 of them appeared at the dojo's entrance all at once. What shocked him even more was that the purpose of the 3 powerful martial sovereigns coming this time was to help Yi Feng open up new land. Soon, Yi Feng assigned tasks to them, and he distributed the corresponding tools to each person. Upon receiving them, the 3 people were instantly shocked. The tool for digging the ground is actually sacred grade. This is too extravagant. Master Lu on the side looks quite envious after seeing it. He then came to Yi Feng's side and expressed that he also wanted to help with something. Now there is only one special task left. I wonder if you can accept it. Upon hearing this, Master Lu was extremely surprised. I am a rough person, used to hardship since childhood. I can handle any task given to me. Upon hearing him say this, Yi Feng asked directly. Are you capable of picking up manure? Master Lu was petrified in an instant. He never expected that the last remaining task would be picking up manure. But in order to obtain Yi Feng's sacred grade tool, he gritted his teeth and ultimately agreed to do it. It's not a loss to get a sacred grade treasure by picking up dung. But what he didn't expect was that the tool for picking up dung turned out to be given to him by old Mr. Wang next door. His own abacus plan was suddenly in vain. But since he has chosen this path, he must walk it to the end even if he has to do it with tears in his eyes. How awesome is this man? He administered a dose of medicine that directly woke up the vegetative patient. By the way, he also miraculously made the paralyzed old man, who had been bedridden for 80 years, stand up. The young man in front of us, who is bound like a mummy, has been beaten into a vegetative state. Watching the situation of the young man, the old man beside fell into contemplation. This child is basically beyond help. He is inherently a waste body with no spiritual root. And all the meridians in his body are congenitally blocked. But I heard that recently Mastery went to River Peace Canyon and retrieved the divine herb Sky Heart. I wonder if it will work. Later, the old man took Zhong Qing back to Yi Feng's dojo and took a sip of the medicine brewed by Yi Feng. Zhong Qing immediately had a reaction and started coughing. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing. He quickly took the pulse to confirm. The pulse he took this time shocked him even more. Could this be a miracle drug? Inside his body, a whole new complete meridian system has unexpectedly emerged. Moreover, judging from the course of the meridians, it is actually the long-extinct celestial race meridians. The celestial race disappeared from this continent 2 million years ago. Legend has it that when the celestial river continent was first opened, there were numerous races. In order to vie for dominance over the continent, the various races engaged in a war that lasted for millions of years. Compared to other races, the human race, besides being prolific, lacks any particular strengths. At the very brink of extinction, a subset of the human population suddenly underwent a mutation. This subset of mutated individuals possesses formidable strength, with a completely different meridian structure within their bodies. In just 100 years, they have led all of humankind to dominate the entire continent and have become the rulers of 10,000 tribes. Since then, this race has been known to the world as the Celestial Race. However, due to intermarriage between different races, the bloodline of the Celestial Race gradually became thinner, becoming completely imperceptible to outsiders. To awaken this bloodline, one must first reach a state of near death, and then be rescued using elixirs. I finally understand why Mastery took in this useless person as his disciple. Master must have long seen that this child is a descendant of the celestial race. And him being on the brink of death is just a move by Mastery. The purpose is to push him to the brink of death so that he has the necessary conditions to awaken the bloodline of the celestial race. After the old man fantasized to this point, he raised his thumb to Yi Feng and exclaimed, "Master is truly wise." Just as the two were talking, Zhong Qing, lying on the bed, also woke up completely. After waking up, he thought he was in the underworld. He cried when he saw Yi Feng, thinking that his Shifu had also followed him to the underworld. Yi Feng looked at his confused disciple. Yi Feng directly hit him on the head. This made him so painful that he felt like smoke was coming out, and he finally realized that he was still alive when he saw his disciple waking up. Yi Feng gave the remaining medicine to Lu Qishan. Since disciple has already woken up, there is no need to continue taking this medicine. This medicine has many other benefits. You can drink it to nourish your body. Lu Qingshan repeatedly thanked him after taking the medicine. After that, he and Luo Lanxue returned to the sect. After returning home, the old man finally couldn't hold it anymore. He raised the medicine high. "Disciple, we can make a fortune this time. This is the medicine that can awaken the celestial race meridians. This kind of medicine is at least 9th grade, or even already at the celestial rank." When it comes to this, the old man picked up the medicine pot and drank it directly. In an instant, a miracle occurred as he consumed it. His cultivation level broke through from the earlier martial king stage directly to the middle martial king stage. This made Luo Lanxue, who was standing aside, extremely envious. How could one keep such a good thing to oneself as a mentor? My good disciple, you should also take a taste quickly. At that moment, the medicine that the old man drank finally took effect in his body. He transformed directly into a Super Saiyan and shot up into the sky. Seeing Shifu's transformation, Luo Lanxue stuffed the medicine bottle into his own mouth and started gulping it down. The next moment, she suddenly emitted golden light from her eyes, looking as if she was on the verge of floating, transcending, or even dying. It may be that everyone's constitution is different. Her effect is even more pronounced. Her cultivation level directly jumped up by 7 ranks, jumping from earlier Grand Martial Master to later Martial Spirit. And she has also become a Super Saiyan, playing in the air with her master. After returning to the ground, she quickly checked if there were any remnants left in the pot. She poured with force, and indeed, there was a drop left. She stuck out her tiny tongue and licked up that last drop into her mouth. Unexpectedly, this last drop actually allowed her to break through to the Martial King stage from the cultivation level of Martial Spirit. The old man, seeing this, also did not want to show weakness. Even though the potion was gone, the medicinal residue remained. He grabbed a handful and threw it directly into his mouth. I didn't expect that this medicine residue would actually be effective. The cultivation level went from Martial King stage to Martial Emperor stage, and for a moment, 2 golden lights shot up into the sky from Qingshan Sect. Disciples outside the sect were discussing fervently. Within just one day, 2 cultivators had successfully broken through. From now on, our Qingshan Sect will finally be able to stand tall. The senior elder, who had been paralyzed for over 80 years, miraculously stood up when he saw this scene from the window. Even more impressive is the founding sect leader of Qingshan Sect, who had passed away for 1,000 years. He actually popped out of the ground. I finally waited for the rise of Qingshan Sect. The man crossed over to the immortal cultivation world and actually played a rendition of Baby Shark, achieving an epic cross-cultural output. He first played the guitar in front of many immortal cultivators. Perhaps the music was so pleasant that even the old oxen plowing the fields danced along. And this is no ordinary music. It is the sound of the Tao's essence, capable of enabling a breakthrough for those who listen to it. Master Lu, who usually picks up dung outside the walls, suddenly felt energetic. If he could listen to this kind of music every day, he would be willing to pick up dung for the rest of his life. Yi Feng watched the dancing crowd and decided to push this music concert to its climax. He was seen making a "yeah" gesture, and then he directly sent out the trump card hidden at the bottom of the box, the ultimate theme song. Baby Shark, do 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 Baby Shark. The dog in its sleep remembered its past after hearing this song. In the dream, it was revealed that it was the 3rd royal prince of the Sky Yogwai wolf clan. Later, he was framed by the treacherous wolf, who accused him of peeping into the saintess's bedroom. The saintess is named Magnificent. In plain terms, she is actually a female dog in disguise. She seduced the young man with the beauty trap and tricked him into her own boudoir by pretending to fall in love with him. Finally, she collaborated with the scoundrel to frame the young man as a peeping Tom. And so the young man was stripped of his title and driven out of the tribe. And for the next 10 years, he could not transform into human form and could only be a dog. Dreaming of these dogs made her can't help but cry, and the scene of the dogs crying in their sleep happened to be seen by Yi Feng. Seeing the dog's appearance, Yi Feng thought it was in heat, so she decided to find a female dog for it in a while. Just then, the dog suddenly woke up. It heard the call of its tribe. He followed the sound and arrived at the scene. He found that the person who called him was the Magnificent, who seduced and framed him. Magnificent taunted, saying, "It must not feel good to be treated like a dog by humans. Today, I will give you a chance to be reborn as a human. This key has been cursed by your father. Only you can activate this key. If you help me activate it, I can not only help you lift the seal, but also restore your innocence. I will also give you a celestial Dan to help you break through to the Yogwai King level. The puppy looked disdainful when hearing this. Then he directly erupted with the aura of a Yogwai King. I have long been the Yogwai King. You ignorant woman. The scene before me is so unbelievable that even being sealed as a beast, one can still break through to the Yogwai King stage. But then she sneered coldly. Since you've already reached the Yogwai King stage, I'll change my strategy. As long as you are willing to help me, I will help you break through from Yogwai King stage to Yogwai Emperor. And I will also give you a celestial weapon close to the sacred grade. At this point, Magnificent thinks that these conditions will definitely impress the dog. But Magnificent did not expect the dog to show a look of disdain. And he even mockingly started scratching himself. This action enraged Magnificent quite a bit. What do you mean? That is a celestial weapon close to the sacred grade. You probably won't see it in your whole life. Upon hearing this, the dog almost laughed out loud. Magnificent saw that the dog remained unmoved, so he said, I'll make an exception and let you join the Crimson Sun lineage. You also understand that the Crimson Sun lineage, while not of royal blood, absorbs only the best and strongest in the clan. They not only hold the strongest position within the tribe, but also have a great reputation among the entire Yogwai race. Joining us is equivalent to having a huge backing. After hearing her conditions, the dog once again wore a disdainful expression. I suggest you not name yourselves the Crimson Sun lineage. Just call yourselves the Cowardly Rooster lineage. After saying that, he left gracefully. Magnificent behind him said angrily, You, a waste expelled from the tribe, stop pretending here. The dog turned his head and said, Then let me tell you the truth. The conditions you offered don't interest me in the slightest. Because I have already acknowledged a powerful human as my master. To him, not even a sacred grade treasure is considered valuable. Even if it is an emperor grade treasure, I can still sleep with it every day. So do you think I will care about your worthless trinkets? Also, my current backer is my big brother, Sir Skeleton. Even if our whole family mobilizes, we still can't compare to him. I used to be someone you ignored, now I'm someone you can't reach. Even if you throw yourself at me now, I won't want you. These words directly enraged Magnificent. After the dog left, she made a decision. She planned to lead a group of people and horses to visit his master, and see what kind of creature this human really was. After the dog returned home, it immediately found its good big brother, Sir Skeleton. I'm going to be taken advantage of. Please help me, younger brother. This dog has entered its heat cycle. The owner found a female dog of Yogwai Emperor level for it to mate with. The dog originally belonged to the Sky Wolf tribe, and was one of the 3 royal princes named Ao Qing. After being framed by the female dog Magnificent, he roamed the human world. As a result, he was once again being chased by her. After running back home, he sought help from his big brother, Sir Skeleton. When his big brother realized that it was just a small minion at the level of the Yogwai Emperor, he said, This kind of goods are just here to behead people. You don't need to worry. Hurry up and go check the main gate. Upon hearing this, the dog ran back to its owner again. After seeing his owner, he found him lying on the chair and enjoying it, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Yi Feng saw his dog shaking, and thought it must be in heat again. He touched its head and said, Since you followed me, I will definitely fulfill my duty as the owner. I will help you solve your problem, so don't worry. When the dog heard this, it thought that its owner already knew about its situation. Little did Yi Feng know that what was on his mind was actually a question about which household had a female dog. As the scene shifted, Magnificent had already arrived with a group of people and horses above the dojo, scanning the area with the appearance of a mortal. Humph. I thought this waste has found a powerful owner. Turns out it's just a mortal. I've forgotten about his habit of bragging over the years. It seems I have overthought it. After saying that, she leaped down with her little brother. But what she didn't know was, at this moment, Sir Skeleton had silently taken out one of her henchmen. And he even infiltrated her team. When he reached the doorway, Sir Skeleton cast a spell that temporarily incapacitated the spiritual creature in the yard. So when Magnificent walked in, she still felt that it was just a mortal's dojo. You useless waste. Today, this old lady must catch you and expose your lies in person. She immediately ordered her henchmen to charge in. But when they charged halfway, sudden bursts of golden light shot out from behind. These golden lights directly knocked the henchmen back to their original forms. She turned around and only then did she realize. There was actually a demon-suppressing mirror hanging on the wall, and it was of sacred grade. Before she could react, the demon-suppressing mirror had already revealed her true form. All of this was actually part of Sir Skeleton's plan. He deliberately led several people into the yard, making it difficult for them to escape once they were inside. Then he proceeded to give these little dogs a severe beating. The two buttocks of the mother dog were kicked bright red. Despite falling to the ground, she still looked defiant with her mouth. How dare a tiny human hit me? Upon hearing this, Sir Skeleton increased his strength, taking out his beloved little whip. He gave the female dog's bottom a beating once again. The yard echoed with the wild dog's miserable howls. Yi Feng, who was sleeping, was awakened by the cries. He followed the sound to the scene, where Sir Skeleton started showing off his acting skills. He put his hands and feet into the wild dog's mouth. He created an illusion of being bitten by a dog, and Yi Feng fell for it. He picked up a pole and charged towards the puppies. Where did these wild dogs come from? Actually running into my dojo and biting people. In this way, the poor wild dogs were once again beaten. Just then, Ao Ching, who had eaten and drunk his fill, passed by. He was deeply touched when he saw Magnificent being beaten up. With the owner and big brother by his side, he knew he wouldn't be bullied after all. At this moment, Yi Feng glanced at his own dog. Then he looked at the stray dog on the ground, and suddenly remembered the mating behavior of dogs. At this thought, he picked up a stray dog to examine it. He threw out all the male dogs. In the end, only the little female dog, Magnificent, was left. Finally, the issue of the dog going into heat can be resolved. Then he stood up and closed the door. He turned around and said to the dog, "Your spring has come! Go mate with her." Magnificent also realized the seriousness of the problem and began to feel afraid. And the dog's expression also gradually became sinister. When he walked up to Magnificent, his whole body started to heat up. The old flame that had been building up for 20 years was about to erupt. Since I was young, I had wanted to deal with this stinking bitch. After she framed me, this desire has become even stronger. Only by doing so can I relieve the hatred in my heart. He thought of this and flew directly towards Magnificent, landing directly on top of her. The little female dog has already been scared to tears. She wanted to struggle, but was drained of strength by the demon-suppressing mirror just now. In the end, she could only give up the treatment. Meanwhile, the henchmen who were thrown outside the door had regained consciousness. After hearing Magnificent screams, they came to the front of the door. Through the crack of the door, they saw something indescribable inside. They suddenly had 10,000 grass mud horses in their hearts. They never expected that the pure and holy saintess would be taken advantage of by this useless person. After finishing the work, the dog threw the Magnificent statue out like trash. So comfortable, now finally satisfied. I never thought my childhood dream would actually come true. I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause if this news were to spread back to the clan. As he was enjoying himself, Big Brother Skeleton walked over. "Qingshan, you can't do this either. How could you be finished so quickly? Please tell brother quickly, were you feeling good just now? What was it like?" Dog gave a slight smile and only said one sentence, leaving endless aftertaste. This female dog has maintained her chastity for 20 years. The result is that today, she was deflowered by the male lead's dog. After it was done, she was even treated like garbage and thrown out the door. After getting up, she secretly swore that she would definitely dismember Ao Qing and the male protagonist who bullied her into a million pieces. With this mood, she returned home. She reported everything that had happened to the leader of the Crimson Sun lineage, Yi Feng. Yi Feng was on the verge of collapse upon hearing that the saintess had been captured. He summoned his two Yugwai sovereign subordinates to the main hall and ordered them to capture Ao Qing at Yi Feng's dojo and raze the dojo to the ground. And he also gave the two Yugwai a heaven-shading umbrella to cover the demon-suppressing mirror at the dojo. Afterward, he himself led a group of people towards Ao Qing's father's direction. Ao Qing's father is named Ao Zhong, and at this moment, he is discussing the plan to create an artificial person with his wife. Just as they were about to start, they heard shouting and cursing outside the door. "Heaven-devouring emperor! Come out, you scoundrel!" Hearing the cursing, Ao Zhong said, "This damned Crimson Sun lineage not only caused Qinger to be exiled, but also wants to suppress our royal lineage in all aspects, preventing us from procreating. Fortunately, I am a quick thinker and not afraid of his tricks." After saying that, he saw his wife looking confused. "I haven't even taken off my pants yet, and you're done already." Ao Zhong left the house with a strong sense of aura. "I am dealing with important family matters. Why did you lead so many people to disturb me for no reason? Your good son Ao Qing defiled our saintess. I am here today to seek justice from you." Upon hearing this, Ao Zhong was instantly stunned, wondering if he had made a mistake about his own useless son. So he double-checked. "Are you saying my son Ao Qing defiled your saintess?" "That's right." After confirming, Ao Qing burst into laughter. "Truly worthy of being my son," remarked Ao Zhong. "How can you laugh about it? The magnificent saintess bears the future of my sky-devouring wolf clan. Your son breaking her intact body is tantamount to destroying the hope of the future of the sky-devouring wolf clan. I am not dead yet, so why are you talking about the future? It seems like you are going crazy wanting my position. I don't want to argue with you about that waste, Ao Qing. You must give me an explanation today." Ao Zhong heard this and got mad, saying, "Your grandma's leg! I still want an explanation from you guys. My family's Qinger is so pure, who knows if you're magnificent, seduced my family's Qinger." This remark directly provoked Ao Feng into a heart attack. He took a deep breath to calm down. Then he turned around and left, leaving behind a harsh remark as he walked away. "Heaven-devouring emperor, everything you have done to my Crimson Sun lineage today will be repaid twofold by me, Ao Feng, one day." On the other side, the two Yogwai sovereigns sent out by Ao Feng have already arrived above Yi Feng dojo. At this moment, they are hiding in the dark clouds, observing everything below. However, the arrival of the two Yugwai had actually been discovered early on by Old Wu and his two companions working on the ground. They were just about to report this matter to Yi Feng when Yi Feng was suddenly awakened by a sneeze from the dog. Past experience told him that when a dog sneezes, it means it will rain. So he took out the rain umbrella, raincoat, and rain boots he made from the warehouse and gave them to the three workers, including Old Wu, who were working. The three men thought to themselves, "With Master Yi's cultivation level, he must have already noticed those two brats in the sky. If he hasn't taken action, there must be a reason. Let's not disturb the snakes by hitting the grass." Just like that, the people in the yard started singing and dancing again. The scene left the two Yugwai sovereigns in the sky stunned. One of the Yugwai said, "Let's not overthink it. Ordinary humans always do some strange things." After discussing it, the other Yugwai decided to take action. They first used the heaven-shading umbrella to seal off the entire dojo. Then they combined their strength to form a huge energy ball, ready to throw it down. Old Wu and the other two were all in a panic. Why hasn't Mr. X moved yet? Yi Feng saw everyone suddenly stop singing and dancing. He thought to himself that everyone must be fed up with the song. "Baby Shark!" He had a bright idea and made a decision. Let's play a guitar version of Ambush on All Sides. Just at the moment when he plucked the strings, a powerful martial intent fluctuation spread out, causing the energy ball in the air to dissipate instantly. And those two Yogwai sovereigns were also shattered into pieces by this force. Old Wu and the other two were once again convinced by Yi Feng. Mr. Amazing. Master Lu, who picks up manure, has also been watching for a long time. After seeing Yi Feng's performance, he couldn't help but exclaim. He just lightly played the piano and directly killed two Yogwai sovereign-level powerhouses. Just as he was exclaiming, he suddenly felt empty beneath his feet. Lowering his head to take a look, he realized, "Oh my goodness!" The scene changed, and Master Lu was seen covered in feces hiding behind a tree. He was originally the Yogwai Emperor, leading the thousands of Yogwai. Now he has been turned into a turtle soup. The male protagonist and several others, including Old Wu, are chatting over tea. Lu Qingshan suddenly visited. This time he came without any major issues, mainly to see everyone. Yi Feng said, "It's rare that we are all gathered together today. Let's have a hot pot to drive away the cold." Yi Feng then took out the space treasure ring that the old lady had given him before and spread the wild game stored inside on the ground, asking everyone to choose which one to eat today. Everyone was stunned at the sight. This is not wild game at all. This is clearly the Yogwai king who has been restored to its original form. Yi Feng thought that everyone was quiet because they didn't like eating these. So he took out the game meat he had hidden at the bottom of the box. The few people who were just stunned were once again shocked mentally. This turned out to be the Yogwai Emperor who rules over thousands of Yogwai. If you eat this thing, it's a huge tonic. The ingredients are all ready. Several people started to work together, but what they didn't know was that when Yi Feng released the ingredients, there was also a live centipede Yogwai hidden inside. The little guy took advantage of the chaos and ran out, now hiding in the corner. I do not know how long it took, but finally, a pot of Yogwai Emperor soup is ready. This pot is made for disciple Zhong Qing. The moment the pot lid was opened, everyone instantly salivated. Master Yi is really amazing, not only his profound cultivation level, but also his excellent cooking skills. Yi Feng, seeing the situation, scolded, "What are you guys doing? Your saliva is about to drip into the pot." You each bring a small bowl over, but you can only have one sip each. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Qingshan even joyfully started singing, "You raise me up." The next moment, several people started drinking. With one gulp, a miracle happened. Only to see Old Wu's eyes shining with bursts of golden light. "Brothers, I feel that my cultivation level is steadily rising from my dantian. Looking at this extent, I'm afraid I am about to break through to the martial lord stage." At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly walked in. "Can you keep your voices down and not disturb my disciple resting?" This immediately frightened Old Wu, causing him to bow repeatedly and apologize. Later, Yi Feng drove several people out of the kitchen. When they went out, Master Lu, who was picking up manure, happened to pass by. "Run, run! When you all run out, it will be my turn to perform in front of Mr. A doer like me is the one who laughs in the end. I have already made up my mind to clean out every pile of manure. I am no longer the previous Lu Dasheng." But what he doesn't know is that the few who just ran out did so because they all broke through. The shockwave generated when breaking through might destroy the house, so they are looking for an open space. Yi Feng saw them running far away and thought the soup might have been bad and caused them stomach issues. So he fed the remaining soup to the dog. After the dog drank it, its eyes sparkled, indicating that it was also about to have a breakthrough. Immediately, the dog sped away at a speed as fast as light. After some time, the several people who had broken through finally returned. Old Wu said, "Qingshan, my friend, thanks to lending us this treasure land, my three brothers and I were able to break through from the martial sovereign stage to martial lord in one go. Thank you so much." Lu Qingshan replied, "In fact, We should be even more grateful to Master Yi. I was able to break through from the earlier martial emperor stage to the later martial sovereign stage in one go. The extent of this breakthrough is like soaring straight to the clouds. This feeling is something I have never experienced in my life. In the future, we must do better in serving Master Yi and help him overcome all obstacles. Master Lu, who was behind them, was bewildered by the scene before his eyes. How could these few people make such a big breakthrough in just one trip out? At present, on the River Peace territory, apart from Master Yi and his group in the dojo, they are probably the strongest kings beyond the pinnacle level. After returning to the house, the four people stood up straight and saluted Yi Feng one after another. Then everyone gathered around the table and started working together. But just as everyone was enjoying themselves and drinking to their heart's content, a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in the air not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Yi Feng and others were teleported over. Their goal is to catch the dog, kill Yi Feng, and destroy the dojo. The dog just drank a sip of the turtle soup made by its owner. I didn't expect it would become a generation Yogwai sovereign. At this moment, Yi Feng and friends are drinking wine. A group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived outside, and among them was Yi Feng and others. The junior brother on the side said, "When Magnificent was insulted before, there was a scent left on Ao Qing. I just went down to smell but didn't detect it. It looks like Ao Qing is not in the dojo now." Yi Feng pointed to the dojo below and said, "The fact that he can jump is all thanks to this dojo. Let's deal with the dojo first, and then take care of Ao Qing. It's not too late." After saying that, he gave the order, and his followers behind him instantly formed Rasengan. Several people in the dojo noticed this aura, and just as Yi Feng reached out to command the attack, the spiritual pressure inside the three people of Old Wu instantly burst out. This directly subdued Yi Feng. What the hell is going on? 3 martial lords are together, and they're not even fighting. Brothers, retreat quickly. Although the younger brothers are full of confusion, they still withdrew their power. But once the power is withdrawn, it will definitely cause internal injuries, and all the younger brothers are spitting out blood from their mouths. Suddenly, it started raining blood from the sky. After retreating, they gathered on a small hilltop. The younger ones began to question the leader. "With so many of us, why should we fear just a few humans?" Yi Feng said, "Can't you all see how deep the water is in this dojo? We were lucky to retreat just now." Among the 5 people below, 3 are super powerful martial lords. Once we engage, our Crimson Sun lineage may be wiped out today. We should never come back to this dojo again. At this moment, the little brother behind came to report that he had already sensed the approximate location of Ao Qing, just behind the River Peace Mountains. That place is very safe and far away from the dojo for us. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng opened the portal of space. Soon they were teleported to the vicinity of the River Peace Mountains. However, as soon as they stepped out, they saw a beam of light shooting straight into the sky ahead. This aura is from a Yogwai beast breaking through to the Yogwai sovereign stage. Since it's a Yogwai, let's go take a look. Maybe we can even recruit it. Halfway there, the psychic once again caught a scent of Ao Qing. To confirm the accuracy of the scent, he took out Ao Qing's underwear and compared it by smell. Yes, it's this smell. The waste is in the valley ahead. Soon, several people followed the smell and found Ao Qing without a word. They rushed up directly. At this moment, Ao Qing suddenly woke up and burst out with a powerful spiritual pressure. Yi Feng widened his eyes, and was scared to the point of wetting himself as he realized that this kid's strength had already reached the level of Yogwai sovereign. The younger brothers also noticed that something was wrong. In order to stop, they directly stuck their heads into the ground to increase friction. But they still reacted too late, and the dog flew straight at them. Suddenly, a chorus of painful howls erupted in the valley. After the calm settled, they saw bodies scattered all over the ground. And at this moment, Yi Feng was already trembling in fear. It was not until now that he realized the Yogwai sovereign he had just encountered was none other than Qing. Just as the dog was about to attack Yi Feng, he suddenly pulled out something resembling a flash bomb. After he threw it out, it emitted a dazzling golden light. When the golden light dissipated, he was already nowhere to be seen. Dog, having just broken through the cultivation level and feeling unstable, did not catch up. Yi Feng, back at the tribe, felt very annoyed. His junior brother, who welcomed him, just said one sentence. The adult has worked hard. As a result, the younger brother was directly punched in the head by Yi Feng. You talk too much bullshit. After returning to the main hall, he ordered his younger brother to bring the sovereign Breaking Dan. Upon hearing this, the sect enforcer beside him was shocked. Sovereign Breaking Dan, only this one. If you take it, you will lose your ability to break through the Yogwai sovereign. Can't wait any longer. I must take the sovereign Breaking Dan now. Do you know why I ran back in such a mess? It's because that bastard Qing has already broken through to the stage of Yogwai sovereign. Our grudge with Qing runs deep. He will surely come back for revenge in the future. So, we must destroy the royal family now, before he returns to grasp a glimmer of hope in this difficult situation. Upon hearing these words, Magnificent on the side felt deeply desperate. Qing has already broken through to the Yogwai sovereign stage, tarnishing his own feud. It seems she will never be able to avenge herself in this lifetime. The scene changes, and the Sky Wolf tribe has turned into ruins. After taking the sovereign Breaking Dan, Yi Feng smoothly entered the half-sovereign stage. He led the Crimson Sun lineage to launch a civil war against the royal family immediately after leaving seclusion. The Sky Wolf Emperor was forced to retreat step by step. Faced with no other choice, he sought out the tribe's divination master, Old Jean, hoping he could calculate how to resolve this crisis. And the dog's divination method is simply to sleep. The future events will be revealed in its dreams. After sleeping for 3 hours, Master Jean finally woke up. The result may surprise you. I hope you can handle it, Master Jean. Go ahead and speak, I can handle it. I will tell you this. The only person who can save your royal family now is your third son, Qing. Upon hearing this, it was indeed Qing. In the end, Sky Wolf Emperor couldn't handle it and cursed. Bullshit! You're a senile old fart full of nonsense. The whole family knows that among my 3 sons, Qing is the most useless one. You said he is the savior. Are you deliberately trying to harm me? Someone come here, take this old camper down, and lock him up in the dungeon. On the way Master Jean was taken away, he said, My dreams have never failed. Qing is the prophesied one. He will surely save us. When the time comes, don't forget to apologize to me. Although the Sky Wolf Emperor did not believe Master Jin's words, Qing was after all his own son. In the end, he dispatched someone to investigate. When spicy gluten strips arrive in the immortal cultivation world, what kind of bloody storm will they cause? The male protagonist named Yi Feng is a transcender. He is practicing calligraphy in his own dojo. I alone am honored in heaven and on earth. At this moment, the system suddenly prompts. You have a new task appearing. Yi Feng disdainfully said. Speak quickly if the system has something to say. Fart quickly if there's a fart to release. The task this time is to elevate your culinary skills to the equal to a god stage. Completing the task will reward you with an aura. If you fail, it will be business as usual. I will reclaim your dojo. Yi Feng, although he detests the dog system, is very curious about this aura, so he directly accepted the task. In just a few days, Yi Feng's culinary skills have become extremely exquisite. Utilizing his culinary skills, he unexpectedly created spicy gluten strips in the immortal cultivation world. He casually threw the spicy gluten strips to the dog. The dog, after eating it, instantly stabilized the Yogwai sovereign stage it had just achieved. With such skill, Yi Feng began to enjoy his future snack business. One day, he will definitely establish his own brand. Just as he was indulging in his dreams, a knock suddenly came at the door. The visitor was none other than the person sent by the Sky Wolf Emperor to find the little dog. The little dog used a secret code to say to him, "Uncle Cloud, you need to leave quickly. This is not a place where you can stay. I will come to find you outside the city later." Upon hearing the dog's secret code, the old man pretended to have entered the wrong door and quickly turned to leave. Soon, the little dog arrived in front of the old man. With tears in his eyes, the old man said, "There's trouble in the tribe. Yi Feng, with the Crimson Sun lineage, has launched a civil war against us. Your father, the Emperor, is about to be overwhelmed. Come back home with me quickly." The dog still harbors lingering fears over his father's expulsion. "That place is no longer my home. My home now is only the dojo," the old man said. "In fact, after your father learned that you defeated Magnificent, he started to look at you with new eyes. If you go back now, he will definitely welcome you. You no longer need to rely on that broken-down dojo to shelter yourself." Upon hearing this, the dog instantly became enraged, releasing its Yogwai sovereign's spiritual pressure. But instead of intimidating the old man, this move made him happy. "Wow! The Royal Prince 3 is amazing. No wonder old Jean said you are the savior of the royal family. Come back with me quickly. As long as you make a move, the Crimson Sun lineage will crumble." The dog didn't listen to him and turned to leave before he could finish. As he walked away, he left a remark. "Although I won't come back, out of respect for my mother's face, I can help you. Wait here. I will come back later and give you something to help you through this difficult situation." After returning home, the dog came to Yi Feng and started drooling. Seeing this, Yi Feng casually tossed it a few spicy gluten strips. Delivered the spicy gluten strips to the old man. "Uncle Cloud, you take this back. At a critical moment, let my father try 2 pieces." The old man didn't know what it was. Out of curiosity, he licked it, and instantly a miracle happened. Despite cultivating for over 80 years without breaking through to Yogwai King, he unexpectedly broke through at this moment. The old man exclaimed, "Spicy gluten strips are awesome." The dog said, "This is just a little trick from the owner. There's no need to be too surprised. You take it back. I have to hurry back now." The old man held the spicy gluten strips in his hand, tears welling up in his eyes. "This is not just spicy gluten strips. This is the hope of my Sky Wolf clan," he said. Shortly after, the old man returned to the Sky Wolf tribe, informing the Wolf Emperor and 3 royal princes that he couldn't come back due to urgent matters. However, he asked me to bring back a treasure that could turn the tide of the battle. Please have the Wolf Emperor take a look. The Wolf Emperor looked left and right, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this thing didn't seem like a treasure. "I found that you are becoming more and more like old Jean, fond of talking nonsense in front of me. What crime should you be charged with for conspiring with my useless son to deceive me, the Emperor? I really did not deceive you, and the 3 royal princes are not the useless ones you described. He has now received help from a master, and has reached the Yogwai sovereign stage. If you don't believe it, you can try a bite. Based on the years you have assisted me, I will give it a try. If it's not as you said, I will execute you." After saying that, he picked up the spicy gluten strips and started eating. Afterwards, with one bite, he soared into the air on the spot, his eyes shooting out waves of golden light. And a sacred dragon also emerged from his crotch. These spicy gluten strips unexpectedly contain such powerful Tao's essence. It looks like I'm about to break through. I must find a place to dissipate the heat in my body. Thinking of this, he directly broke through the roof and flew out. Then he came to his wife. After seeing his wife, the energy inside him completely exploded. He, who could only last 3 seconds on normal days, actually persisted through the whole night after eating spicy gluten strips. When I saw him, the room was already in ruins. The lady lying on the bed was in tears. Only she knew what she had experienced last night. After the end, he found the old man. "Now I've already broken through to half of the Yogwai sovereign stage. all thanks to you." Just as the two were talking, a servant came to report that Yi Feng, with the Crimson Sun lineage, is coming to fight. He came at just the right time. Since I just had a breakthrough, let's use him as a punching bag. Once on the battlefield, the two dogs immediately started fighting. After this round of fists, Yi Feng was shocked. How did you, this grandson, also break through to the half-sovereign stage? He thought he would easily defeat the Wolf Emperor, but now it has turned into a prolonged battle. At this rate, it may take a year to finish. Yi Feng then took out the sealed testicle Dan, which can instantly increase one's power by 100-fold. Are you crazy? If you take it and manage to defeat me, you will also reduce half of your lifespan. As long as I can let the Crimson Sun lineage rule the tribe, I'm willing to die immediately, let alone reducing half of my lifespan. After saying that, he directly threw the pill into his mouth. With the pill's blessing, the battle became one-sided. He soon rendered the Wolf Emperor unable to move. Next, Yi Feng flew into the air and gathered a Genki Dama. At this life-or-death moment, Wolf Emperor took out spicy gluten strips. After eating it, his energy instantly fills up. Then he gathered energy into his left hand and unleashed a Kamehameha attack, which pierced right through the Genki Dama. Yi Feng was also burned to powder by this attack. The leader is dead, and the remaining men had no choice but to surrender. In this way, the Sky Wolf clan, because of Yi Feng's spicy gluten strips, unified Yi Feng. How awesome! 3 uncles stood at the door for a full 5 hours just to understand the profound meaning of the couplet on the door. How does a simple 2-sentence contain the great Tao? At this point, Yi Feng inside the house finally couldn't help but come out. If you like this couplet, just let me know, and I will write a few more for you. Old Wu and the other two immediately refused on the spot. Sir, you have already given us more than 10 copies intermittently. We have work to do in the field and might not have time to appreciate them all. Leaving them untouched would be disrespectful. Indeed, after all, your energy is limited. I won't force you. Little did they know, Old Wu and the other two actually couldn't handle it anymore. The Tao's essence contained in Yi Feng's writing is too strong. If they continue like this, they are afraid they may have qi deviation. Just as Yi Feng went back to the room, Zhongqing walked over. My body has almost recovered, and I also want to help with the work in the field. I have another arrangement for you. Our dojo has not received any disciples so far, mainly because we lack a signboard. I am planning to shape you into a kung fu young hero. After saying that, he brought Zhongqing to the center of the dojo. Master Blade Arts is now able to rival the gods, relying on these 3 moves. Chop. Hack. After seeing this move, Zhongqing was completely confused. How is this 3 moves? Clearly, this is just one move. Just as he was questioning it, the wooden stake that Yi Feng had just split suddenly exploded. Whether you can block this move that I have practiced for 20 years is entirely up to you. As long as you are fast enough, your opponent will be unable to identify your moves. To them, it may seem like you are using the same move repeatedly. Zhongqing saw the situation and immediately exclaimed, "Boss, you're awesome!" Just as the words fell, the two of them saw a Kirby beauty walking over. Yi Feng said, "This is the dojo, not the Red Fragrance Courtyard. Have you come to the wrong place?" When Yi Feng said that, the head lady instantly got angry and said, "Your dojo's Sir Skeleton is here at our Red Fragrance Courtyard, whining and dining, calling over more than 10 girls at once. In the end, this jerk ran off without paying. It's truly shameless." Yi Feng and Zhongqing were both puzzled. Who is Sir Skeleton? There is no such person in our dojo at all. Have you made a mistake? Upon hearing this, the lead sister wiped off her lipstick, and in the next moment, the group of people transformed into 3 burly men digging in their feet, then started cursing loudly. "I'm wrong? Your grandma's leg. Is it easy for us to do business? There are freeloaders these days. Have you no conscience?" Seeing 3 beauties instantly transformed into burly men, Yi Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that the immortal cultivation world also had such dark magic. Just then, Sir Skeleton walked over. Seeing this, the three hurriedly said, "It's him! Quickly, catch him!" Sir Skeleton got scared and ran away. Finally, Yi Feng understood that Sir Skeleton was just a broken skeleton, which infuriated Yi Feng. In a moment of desperation, he took off his shoes and threw them at Sir Skeleton. Sir Skeleton easily jumped onto the wall to dodge the shoes, and then escaped swiftly. The leader said, "If you don't pay us today, we're not leaving." In the end, Yi Feng could only hand over the money he saved for a month to her with tears in his eyes. The scene suddenly changed and Sir Skeleton was tied to a tree. Yi Feng, holding a small whip, fiercely thrashed him. The little centipede hiding in the corner was scared and trembling at the scene. This guy is really hitting him. I can't let him catch me. But how can I get out? I thought I could escape by coming out of that spatial ring, but I didn't expect this dojo to be filled with martial intent fluctuations everywhere. I have to be extremely cautious with every step. I'm really in a difficult situation. Just then, the shoes on his head caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was a space isolated from the outside world inside the shoes, perfectly shielding the martial intent fluctuations in the dojo. It's like a protective shield. Thinking of this, he jumped right in. Almost at the same time as he jumped in, the sky suddenly showed a huge red vortex. Old Wu and others stopped to watch this spectacle. Jiangping said, "When such a phenomenon occurs, it either indicates that a powerful figure's cave has been unearthed or a treasure is being born." After saying this, he prepared to fly up to take a look, but was stopped by Old Wu. At this point, even a dung picker is smarter than you guys. What treasure can compare to following mastery? A tomb of a martial saint rose from the ground in the immortal cultivation world. Powerful individuals from all over the continent came to plunder the treasures inside. Unexpectedly, the one who ended up obtaining the treasure was Sir Skeleton. A huge red vortex suddenly appeared over River Peace City. The trio of Old Wu from the protagonist group offered an explanation that this was caused by the tomb of a powerful figure being exposed above ground. There must be a lot of treasures hidden inside the tomb. This will inevitably attract powerful individuals from all around to compete for it. After discussing, the three of them decided not to get involved in this mess. And Lu Qingshan, upon learning about the matter, decided to go ask for Yi Feng's opinion. Yi Feng said that you, an old man like this, should just stay at home peacefully and enjoy retirement. Going there might very likely end up with boxed lunches. This statement made Lu Qingshan sweat profusely. If Mr. Yi Feng says so, then it seems that the ancient tomb must be extremely dangerous. After returning to the sect, he ordered that no disciple should go to that ancient tomb. All sects that want to join him in robbing the tomb are also refused. The scene suddenly changes, and some reckless cultivators have already arrived in front of the ancient tomb. They have tried to force open the gate with their strength, but all their attempts have ended in failure. Just as everyone was at a loss, an old man walked out from the crowd. This person is the big elder of the sky-blowing gang, named Blow On and On. He is in charge of arranging the formations of the sky-blowing gang, and is quite experienced in unlocking. He walked to the front gate and tried for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't open it. He turned around and explained, "It's not because I'm too incompetent that I can't open it. It's because the person buried here is too extraordinary." This is the yin-yang 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. In addition to the heavenly gate on the ground, there should be an earthly gate underground as well. There are only 2 ways to enter the ancient tomb. The first way is to break it open by force, but the attacker's attack power needs to surpass that of the formation. But this is the tomb of a martial saint powerhouse, so the formation is at least of martial saint level as well. We are all a bunch of small fry here. The highest among us is only at the martial lord level. So, this approach is impractical. Another way is to send someone to infiltrate the underground gate. Simply open the switch inside the gate, and the stone gate will naturally open. But there are many traps inside the underground gate, and anyone who enters will definitely be risking their life. Everyone hearing this was ready to retreat. This is playing with their lives. Who would dare to enter? Just when everyone felt hopeless. As a loyal, licking dog stands up, he is willing to risk his life to help his goddess obtain the treasure inside. The goddess pointed at his chin and said, "Please, do not disappoint me." Just this sentence made the puppy, someone who blindly follows and pampers their love interest, drool with excitement, and then he began to dig into the ground. Everyone stood still on the ground waiting. The scene shifted to the side of Little Centipede, who had just run out of Yi Feng's dojo, muttering to himself, "I don't know what happened today. So many cultivators have come to this place. If things go south, there might be a bloody fight. I have to leave this cursed place quickly." Just as he spoke, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. He accidentally fell into the ancient tomb of the martial saint. He thought carefully and realized that those cultivators couldn't enter anyway, so he might as well just hide here for a while. Out of curiosity, he started wandering around in the ancient tomb. Due to his small size, he managed to evade the numerous traps. When he got tired, he even took a nap inside. After waking up, he started wandering around again. At this point, he thought to himself, "If someone outside comes in, wouldn't I be like a fish in a barrel?" So he decided to leave. Although he was small in size, there were too many traps inside. In case of an accident, he might end up in deep trouble. Thinking about this, it used its ultimate move, the shadow clone technique, planning to use these clones to pave the way. But what it didn't expect was that one of its clones accidentally pressed a switch while running away. This accidental press actually coincidentally opened the outer gate. The cultivator outside the door, seeing the situation, began to crazily rush inside. 3 sacred grade treasures appeared before their eyes as soon as they entered. They are respectively the celestial spirit rope, wind and cloud mace, and divine demon scissors. Although they are sacred grade treasures, it is said that users have used them to defeat powerful emperor stage experts. 2 hotheads rushed over when they heard how awesome the treasure was. The moment they touched the treasure, their bodies turned into black smoke and received a box meal. Elder Blow from the Sky-Blowing Gang continued on and said, "Everyone, don't panic. This is just the evil energy of the ancient tomb. The main door is now open. The evil energy will be released soon. Let's just wait here." Upon hearing Elder Blow from the Sky-Blowing Gang's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Just then, the little centipede triggered the mechanism inside again. A huge beam of light gushed out from the ancient tomb. Instantly, a painful wail echoed within the ancient tomb. The black mist seemed to be crazily slaughtering like a demon. Blow on and on until everyone is heavily injured and falls to the ground. Lu Qingshan rushed over after seeing the beam of light. He felt a chill down his spine at the scene before him. Thankfully, he heeded Master Yi's words, otherwise he might have been the one receiving the box meal. And at this moment, Sir Skeleton with his dog is secretly observing everything below in the clouds. The dark energy in the ancient tomb discovered the 2 of them, and charged straight towards them. The result was being crushed by Sir Skeleton with one hand. Propping his chin, he said helplessly, "This is really a boring trick." After resolving the black energy, a skeleton and a dog swaggered in. After entering, these 2 scoundrels' eyes instantly lit up. "Ching! Now we can make a fortune. The gold inside is enough for the 2 of us to hang out at the Red Fragrance Courtyard for at least 3 months." Just as they were happy, those 3 sacred grade treasures sensed it, and are now rushing over to kill. However, sacred grade treasures are still too weak for Sir Skeleton. 3 sacred grade instantly turned into scrap. The dog praised Sir Skeleton as awesome. After solving the problem, the 2 of them picked up the burlap sacks and started filling them. The ancient tomb full of treasures was instantly robbed clean. When they left, they even remembered to set a fire. After returning to the dojo, Two little guys sneaked in from behind the master while Lu Qingshan visited. Then they arrived at the miscellaneous room of the dojo, ready to bury the gold under the floor. Just as the dog was digging, he suddenly asked a question. "Bro, I have always had a question. How do you use this skeleton body to solve those ladies in Red Fragrance Courtyard? Do you use the coccyx bone?" When Sir Skeleton heard this, he was instantly embarrassed. "Don't bring up my shortcomings, okay? You'll get beaten up if you go out like this. And am I such a vulgar person? What I want is to be surrounded by girls. Do you understand what I mean?" Just as he was immersed in it, Yi Feng suddenly kicked open the door. The flying door slammed directly into Sir Skeleton. "Which bloody bastard dares to plot against me?" As soon as he saw Yi Feng, Sir Skeleton immediately retreated and tightly guarded his money pouch. Yi Feng didn't say a word and directly knocked Sir Skeleton away. He opened it and saw that it was filled densely with gold. Sir Skeleton quickly explained that these were not stolen, but rather found accidentally by himself in the back mountains. Yi Feng picked up the money bag and said, "Thank you for adding some income to our family. Seeing how hard you've worked, I will leave some for you. Hold on to it well. Save some money. Don't forget to buy some tasty treats for your dog brother." He was originally a generation martial saint in the immortal cultivation world. I didn't expect that after his death, his own grave was dug up by later generations. After Sir Skeleton looted the ancient tomb empty, the cultivators saw that the danger in the ancient tomb had subsided. They then hurried back to the ancient tomb, eager to seize the treasures inside. But when they entered, they found that everything inside was gone. The 3 sacred grade items that had just been placed on the table had turned into junk. The primordial chaos cultivation method in the treasure chest had also been torn apart by someone. Everyone thought that the mechanism in the ancient tomb had destroyed them. They all started cursing loudly at the ancient tomb. "You immortal old thing, can't you leave something for the younger generations? Why do you still want to destroy these treasures even after you're dead?" Just as they were cursing loudly, the ground suddenly began to shake. Immediately after, a golden beam of light shot up from the ground. The ancient tomb instantly turned into ruins. After everything calmed down, an old man emitting golden light suddenly appeared. This person is the spirit of the martial saint in this tomb. Unexpectedly, the scolding voices actually called him out. The martial saint said, "There is no need to panic. I will not blame you for the act of tomb robbing." Without much ado, he continued, "Since the time of my passing until now has been 10,000 years. Before I pass on, there is one thing I regret, that no one has inherited my teachings. Leaving behind this tomb, I hope that after 10,000 years, someone will obtain my true teachings." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Obtaining the inheritance of the martial saint is much better than finding treasures. The masked woman asked, "What kind of person can obtain your true teachings?" The martial saint replied, "It is not difficult to obtain my true teachings. In the first half of my life, I used a sword, but my talent in sword Dao was poor. I made little progress even by the age of 50. So, in the latter half of my life, I switched to playing the Qin zither. Finally, I reached the state of the martial saint through my Qin skills. However, after reaching the saint status, I could no longer find a piece of Qin music that moved me in the world. If any of you can present a piece of Qin music that moves me, you will receive my true teachings, and I will also gift you my emperor-grade Qin platform." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The inheritance of the martial saint goes without saying. Just having an emperor-grade treasure places you in a prestigious position in the celestial river continent. All the immortal cultivators on the scene were eager to give it a try, as everyone has the ambition to become a top powerhouse. However, after a few days had passed, none of the cultivators' melodies had satisfied the martial saint. At this moment, Yi Feng also heard the distant sound of the zither. But he felt that these melodies lacked soul. This kind of music would not touch his heart. So he came to the street, prepared to play a piece to show everyone. But he never expected. Among the crowd was actually a cultivator hidden. The person who officially opened the door a few days ago is a bootlicker. His real name is Wu Jie. He copied Yi Feng's piano sound and turned it into a piano score. After he finished copying, he sprinted towards the direction of the ancient tomb. Soon he arrived in front of Martial Saint. Then he sprang up immediately. At the moment he played the piano, it seemed as if it was the sound of the great Tao. The surrounding onlookers felt ethereal upon hearing it. Martial Saint suddenly opened his eyes at that moment, and his body's golden light became even brighter. Yi Feng's original piece of music unexpectedly helped Martial Saint achieve a breakthrough. Martial Saint said, "You're quite good, kid. I will pass on all my lifelong learning to you next." Upon hearing this, Wu Jie revealed a lewd smile and said, "I never thought that this eternal loser would have a day of turning the tables." Everyone sent their blessings and cheered for him. The masked woman who had previously rejected Wu Jie also hurried forward. "I announce that you are officially joining my sword bitch sect," she declared. Wu Jie showed a smug expression and said, "I can join, but I have a condition. You must become my concubine." This statement greatly angered the masked woman. At this moment, Martial Saint descended from the sky and said, "Disciple, come closer. I will impart my knowledge to you." Wu Jie approached eagerly. Then, Martial Saint's expression turned sinister as he placed his hand on Wu Jie's head. The next moment, Wu Jie's face contorted in pain. Everyone realized that it was not an inheritance, but a body possession. Martial Saint was not seeking an heir, but a suitable vessel for himself. People tried to run, but found the exit blocked by a barrier. Martial Saint laughed and said, "This is the trap I set for thousands of years. I still need some nourishment to break through to the Grand Martial Emperor stage. You will serve as my nourishment." After speaking, he immediately sucked a hapless individual into his hand. A young and strong man was instantly turned into a dried corpse after being sucked in. Just at this moment, Martial Saint suddenly felt that something was wrong. He grabbed Wu Jie's neck and questioned, "Was the music score just now really written by you?" Wu Jie, already scared to tears, quickly said, "I didn't write this music score." Upon hearing this, Martial Saint grabbed him and ran off, demanding him to lead the way to find the real author of the score. Soon, they arrived at the front gate of Yi Feng Dojo. Old Wu and the other two had already sensed this aura and had been waiting at the door for a long time. Old Wu, with a domineering tone, said, "Anyone who dares to intrude the dojo shall not be spared." A man crossing over to the immortal cultivation world actually developed a handgun. And he even killed a Martial Saint-level immortal cultivator in one blow. At this time, Yi Feng is playing Go Bang with Lu Qishan. Yi Feng looked at the crumpled paper chessboard and said, "It's really a waste of paper to play like this. It would be great to have a wooden chessboard." Thinking about this, Yi Feng asked Lu Qishan if there were any wooden square tables. Lu Qishan looked nervous, thinking to himself, "Master Yi's cooking knife is even of sacred grade quality. If he wants a wooden square table, it has to be at least a sacred grade too. As a martial lord, where can I find a sacred grade square table?" Just as he was feeling troubled, he suddenly felt a strong aura approaching the dojo. The arrival was the Martial Saint Immortal Cultivator. However, Yi Feng was calmly wiping his carved pistol, as if nothing was amiss. Seeing this situation, Lu Qishan admired it greatly. Even in the face of a formidable enemy, the gentleman can remain so calm. The gentleman is impressive. Soon, Martial Saint arrived at the front of the Yi Feng dojo. And Old Wu and the other two had been waiting for a long time. Only Old Wu said domineeringly, "Stop right there. Those who dare to trespass the dojo will not be spared." And the things in front were being watched by the two persons on the wall, who kept blowing on and on. It's not common to see three martial lords fighting against one martial saint. But as soon as the words fell, the martial saint lightly palm struck and sent the three flying. And all three of them spat out blood from their mouths. The martial lord and martial saint are only separated by one level, but it's unexpected that their combat power differs so greatly. Old Wu and the other two endured the pain and stood up again. However, they were suddenly interrupted by a flying barrel. The newcomer was Master Lu, who was carrying a load of manure. The few people watching the show on the wall were once again shocked. They did not expect that this small dojo would actually have 4 martial lord experts. It seems that this dojo is not ordinary. However, even 4 martial lords are nothing but ants in front of a martial saint. The martial saint directly unleashes the ultimate move, Grand Void Finger, causing the power of the primordial chaos within the body to burst forth instantly. The red flame soars into the sky, its power so immense that it seems as if it could cut River Peace City in half. The dog in the storage room was frightened by this power, tail tucked between its legs. However, Sir Skeleton told him not to be afraid, just a little troublemaker, no need to worry about him. Lu Qingshan inside the house has already been scared by this power, trembling in fear. And Yi Feng is still playing with his carved pistol. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly had a clever idea and pretended to shoot Bu. In Yi Feng's view, this was just a casual gesture. But in Lu Qingshan's eyes, he saw a different scene. What he saw was energy emanating from the muzzle, shooting out through the window. Seeing this, he immediately ran out to check the situation. Walking outside the door, the scene in front of him shocked him. Martial Saint's move not only stopped him, but also shattered one of his legs. Looking at his missing leg, he said, "It seems like a force unlike any in this world attacked me just now. It looks like there are masters in this dojo." Realizing that he was about to escape, but it was too late, this time I directly defeated the martial saint in one fell swoop. Onlookers witnessing this scene were frightened, with cold sweat streaming down their faces. A person who was getting close to Grand Martial Emperor suddenly disappeared, and it was done in a single strike. At this moment, Lu Qingshan suddenly saw the zither left behind by the martial saint after his death. He was extremely surprised. Isn't this the wooden square table that the master was looking for? And it's even an Emperor Grade 1. Later, he called Old Wu and 2 others to help pick up the zither stand. Several people sitting on the wall saw this scene. After a simple greeting, Xianxia asked, "What are you veterans doing?" "The gentleman is planning to carve this chain stand into a chessboard." Several people were shocked to hear this, as the Emperor Grade chain stand was going to be destroyed and turned into a chessboard. Such a talented individual must be visited. Lu Qingshan reminds that Mr. is experiencing life on Earth and often sees himself as a mortal. So, you all must not mention anything related to cultivate to him. Yi Feng slowly walked out after learning that someone had visited. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, several people were quite surprised. They had thought the expert would be an old man, but they didn't expect him to be a young, handsome guy. Several girls were instantly conquered by Yi Feng. His image and temperament are simply perfect. The girl with purple hair said, "I am calligraphy chain painting. I have heard about the fairy music composed by the gentleman, so I came to visit." Yi Feng gave her a thumbs up and said, "Wow, it turns out you're my female fan. Great, very spirited." Previously arrogant individuals suddenly turned into followers, one after another bowing to Yi Feng. Later, 3 girls followed Yi Feng eagerly, ready to enter the house. At this time, Wu Jia outside the door planned to sneak in to take a peek. He was caught red-handed by Lu Qingshan. "Naughty boy. How dare you sneak a peek at the teacher's musical score and show off in public? You don't deserve to live in this world. Go to hell and repent." Sure enough, licking dogs won't have a good end. Looks like this brother is going to be packing takeaways soon. How awesome is this guy? The dog he raised is Sky Wolf Yogwai Sovereign. The living Qilin painting turned out to be his toilet paper. Just now, several cultivators came to visit as they heard about it. The crowd was instantly shocked as they walked into the house. The treasures scattered throughout the house are all at least of sacred grade level. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly had a pained expression on his face. He stood up and said, "Miss Cloud, could you help me get the paper behind you?" She was instantly stunned after picking up the paper. This is a painting of a qilin. And the qilin in the painting is actually alive. She handed the painting to Yi Feng. Yi Feng actually tore the painting in half. Sorry, maybe he ate something wrong. I'll go to the bathroom for a while. Feel free to look around by yourselves. After Yi Feng left, the other 4 people fainted crying. This is an emperor grade level painting, and he actually took it to use as toilet paper. Because Yi Feng said they could look at it casually when he went out. So several people started to take a look. The things depicted in this painting create a unique artistic conception that I have never seen before. Is this a scene from ancient times? The old man on the side seemed to have found something different and exclaimed, "Everyone, come and take a look at this." Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a few lines of text. With hand that grasps the moon and plucks the stars, no one in the world can match my scars. I tread the sky and rend the cosmic dome, eternal, I stand forever alone. Upon seeing such poetic lines, several people were once again shocked. Is this the true portrayal of a master? The once proud girl suddenly felt like a bumpkin. And Yi Feng's action upon returning completely changed their perception. He directly used emperor-grade paper to wipe his hands. Then he casually threw it into the trash can. Everyone burst into tears at the sight. This is such a waste, isn't it? The girl with purple hair asked. Do you usually use these paintings like this, sir? These are all sketches from before. They were going to be thrown away anyway. Using them as toilet paper or for wiping hands is a way of recycling waste. The arrogant young master from before was also conquered by Yi Feng's maneuvers. Adding up all the treasures of the sects in the South Sand region, I'm afraid it still wouldn't match the value of a single painting from his family. In other words, every time he goes to the toilet, it's as if he's wiping out our entire sect in just one moment of his astonishment. Yi Feng suddenly asked, Zhongqing, do we still have stock of our spicy gluten strips at home? Bring some over for a few guests to try. Blow-on and On seemed puzzled, not knowing what spicy gluten strips were. Very soon, Zhongqing brought the spicy gluten strips to the table. But when it arrived, it made several people break out in a sweat. This child turns out to have celestial race bloodline. The celestial race bloodline naturally suppresses the bloodline of us ordinary people. As long as he approaches the blood in our bodies, there will be a situation of poor circulation. The suppression is so strong that it seems this person's combat power is at least at the martial saint stage, or even at the grand martial emperor stage. After a few exclamations, several people picked up the spicy gluten strips and started eating. After just taking a bite, the girls instantly felt like they were soaring. I didn't expect this tiny spicy gluten strip to give us an unprecedented sensation, making us feel like we were about to faint, floating between ecstasy and near death. In Yi Feng's eyes, this is just an ordinary snack. But in the eyes of several others, this is more precious than the divine herb elixir. In order to make a good impression on their teacher and out of respect, everyone dared not be too greedy and stopped one after another. Yi Feng thought that when he saw everyone stopped eating, it was because they didn't like the food. He then casually threw the remaining spicy gluten strips to the dog. The dog came out and almost scared everyone to death. It turned out to be a sky wolf Yogwai sovereign. Fortunately, this happened in the home of an expert. If it were in the wild, the few of us might have become its dog food. At this moment, Yi Feng said, You are truly a good dog. Eat so cleanly and quickly, go play with your brother, Sir Skeleton. At this moment, everyone also shed tears of regret. If I had known he would feed the dog, I would have eaten a few more myself. Because everyone was immersed in regret, the atmosphere instantly became much more awkward. Seeing that it was about to become awkward, Yi Feng quickly said, Everyone, I was invited here by Egio. I was supposed to play a few songs to express my gratitude, but unfortunately, a few strings on the guqin broke. I feel really embarrassed about it. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl with purple hair raised her hand and said, Sir, coincidentally, I have a piece of Tianke silk at home. If you need it, I can go back and fetch it immediately. The blonde girl thought to herself. This despicable girl is willing to offer the ancestral treasure of the Sky Demon Sect just to get close to mastery. She must have spent a fortune on this. At this moment, Yi Feng said, "Thank you, miss. As a token of my appreciation, I will give you a painting personally created by me." Upon hearing this, blow on and on, the three of them were instantly dejected. Why couldn't they have been the ones to receive this opportunity? The girl with purple hair, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She had already rushed out the door to retrieve the heavenly silkworm silk. After a while, the remaining few people also left the dojo. They all looked despondent. Such a great opportunity was actually seized by that little bitch from the Sky Demon Sect, so unwilling to accept it. At this moment, little Shuai suddenly had a clever idea. Why don't we buy a house next to the gentleman? If we live there long term, we will definitely gain some opportunities in the future. The blonde girl explained that you are really a talented person. The scene shifted to the next door, where old Mr. Wang planned to rest in his room after finishing his work, but suddenly he heard a knocking at the door. Opening the door, he saw a few blonde girls. Little Shuai got straight to the point and said, "Hello, sir. We are here to buy a house." "What can you guys buy from this old man's house? You should go look elsewhere. The old man suggests you name a price. No matter how much it is, we can meet your needs. I'm a straightforward person. Money means nothing to me. Please leave, I won't sell it." Upon hearing the elderly man's words, Xiaoshuai gave a wink to the blonde girl. Immediately after that, a few people started threatening, "Old man, if you don't toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. We are all immortal cultivators." Old Mr. Wang ignored them and tried to leave, but one of them grabbed his shoulder. "How dare you, you old camper, to not show any respect?" This statement completely infuriated old Mr. Wang. He turned around and punched the fool who didn't know any better, sending him flying. He crashed directly into a tree. The people present were instantly scared and knelt down on the ground. I didn't expect that there were so many experts hidden in such a small place. An old farmer turned out to be at the level of Grand Marshal Emperor. The old man in front of me wearing a red vest and a straw hat is not simple. He only raises cattle at home and has reached the peak of an ordinary person's combat power, the level of Grand Marshal Emperor. Today, a few ignorant cultivators came and wanted to forcefully buy the elderly man's house. As a result, they were instantly killed by him with a single move. In order to buy a house near the male protagonist, cultivators looked at many houses again, but in the end, they found that the entire street was full of big shots. The little brothers behind them had already been beaten all over. Not willing to give up, they came to a Master Kong noodle shop. Thinking that a noodle chef should not be a master, Little Handsome walked in directly. As a result, when he came out, he had already been beaten into a pig's head. Xiaoshuai cried and said, "It's difficult to see a martial lord at home, but this little river piece city is full of Grand Marshal Emperors everywhere." The scene shifts to the purple-haired girl's side. The purple-haired girl is named Calligraphy Qin Painting. Upon her return, she reported her encounter with a master to her own mentor, Shifu Celestial Demon Nun. As a result, she was scolded by Nun. "You ungrateful wretch! After all these years of nurturing you, you're easily swayed by some rotten man. Tianqin Silk is the treasure of my Sky Demon Sect's main sect. How could you casually promise to give it to a stranger? What crime have you committed?" Calligraphy Qin Painting quickly explained that this expert could easily defeat the martial saint of the ancient tomb. The calligraphy and paintings of Emperor grade are just his toilet paper. The things he creates effortlessly contain powerful Tao's essence. This person can no longer be measured by martial strength. I suspect he is an immortal being. Upon hearing this, the usually proud nun suddenly became interested. She is prepared to personally go see what kind of person this expert really is. As for the precious treasure of the sect, the celestial silkworm silk, she definitely will not bring it over. Soon 3 days passed, and the two arrived at the front gate of the Yi Feng dojo. Venerable Master said, "Judging from the martial intent on the signboard, the person inside is at most a martial saint. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come." When he saw Yi Feng, he felt even more mediocre. Where is this expert? Clearly just a mortal. But when she reached the mural at the dojo, something unexpected happened. She suddenly felt her body being frozen. The next second, she felt as if she had entered a dreamland. A group of flower monks appeared around her, tearing her clothes to pieces. And then they did unspeakable things to her. 1 second in the real world is equivalent to 1 day in the dreamland. I don't know how long it took, but she was finally woken up by her disciple. Looking at the treasures filling the yard, she finally believed that the young man just now was indeed a mysterious and profound expert. Then the two of them entered the house. The next moment, she was stunned by Yi Feng's actions. This kid's wiping cloth unexpectedly contains a powerful Tao's essence. Seeing the scene, she urgently said to calligraphy Qin painting, "Disciple, quickly tell this esteemed master that we came in haste this time and forgot to bring the silkworm silk, but I will have elder from the sect send it over as quickly as possible." Only when disciple conveyed these words to Yi Feng did she come to know. It turns out that Yi Feng no longer needed their silkworm silk. The blonde girl sent the silk of the Grand Path as a substitute for the silkworm silk before they arrived. Yi Feng gave the blonde girl a pair of calligraphy and painting as a gift in return. Upon hearing these words, Nun felt extremely regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have listened to the disciple and arrived sooner. Such a great opportunity ended up being ruined by one's own hands. The two of them cried bitterly outside the door. Disciple even cried tears from his nose. On the way back, the two of them met old Mr. Wang next door to Yi Feng. Just as the two passed by each other, Nun was suddenly shocked. She turned around and called out the old man's name, Wang Daoist Sky. Old Mr. Wang, seeing that he had been recognized, no longer tried to hide. "Snow hard bamboo, we haven't seen each other in 10 years, right? I can't believe your skin is still so tender after all these years." Disciple looked confused after hearing their conversation. Nun explained, "This old man is the famous top freelancer cultivator in the South San region. He has been my archenemy for hundreds of years. A few years ago, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect to meet him here. Today, I will settle things with him." After saying that, she charged straight towards old Mr. Wang. The old man stood still without moving. The next second, the Grand Martial Emperor's spiritual pressure within her body burst out. He instantly sent Nun flying. Looking at Nun Old who fell to the ground, old Mr. Wang said, "I never expected to meet an old friend like you in my old age. But it's mealtime for the cows at my house. I have to hurry back to feed them." After saying that, old Mr. Wang left elegantly. The nun kneeling on the ground finds it difficult to accept reality. In just 10 short years, we, who used to not distinguish between high and low, have diverged so greatly. What is the reason that caused him to grow up so fast? The disciple on the side awkwardly said, "Venerable Master, don't you realize it yet? This old man lives next door to the esteemed one. It is quite obvious that it is all thanks to the esteemed one's good fortune." The nun at this moment has lost all hope. There was once a genuine opportunity in front of me that I did not cherish. Only after losing it do I regret deeply. If the esteemed one can give me another chance, I am willing to give all of myself for him. A scheming woman is cursing her ex-boyfriend as a useless person on the street. In the end, she faced retribution at a gravesite. 2 cultivators fell in River Peace City. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be the masked woman who trespassed a tomb a few days ago. She told the man next to her that Sky Demon Sect's calligraphy Qin painting and blow on and on have met the expert who effortlessly killed the martial saint. It seems she also gained a lot of opportunities from the expert. They did not find much during the tomb robbery a few days ago, so today they must meet the expert and try to benefit from him. Don't think about benefiting for now. Your top priority is to quickly find the expert's address. After speaking, the two of them began to accelerate their search. But when they were on the road, the masked woman suddenly discovered a dead body in the city's sewer. She took a closer look and found out that it was actually the loyal admirer who had pursued her before. The masked woman said coldly, "I was planning to use this loyal admirer as a backup plan, but I didn't expect him to die like this." Just then, Yi Feng suddenly passed by. The masked woman stopped him, and even accurately called out Yi Feng's name. Yi Feng's mind was full of question marks. "Oh, how do you know my name?" When Yi Feng didn't recognize herself, the masked woman directly took off her mask. "It's me. I'm Ping Ying. Do you still remember me?" Here is an introduction. Peng Ying is Yi Feng's ex-girlfriend. She rejected Yi Feng because she looked down on him for being immortal. So she later ran away with another man. Yi Feng showed impatience after recognizing Peng Ying. "So it's you," he said. At that moment, Yi Feng noticed that the man next to him had a broken leg. He then said, "You must not be doing well and want to come back to reconcile with me. This kind of woman in my hometown is called a two-faced bitch. Judging by your outfit, you should have joined the Sword Bitch sect. This sect is indeed very suitable for you." These words have greatly angered Peng Ying. "My eyes are not blind. Who would want to reunite with a foul mortal like you? You, a waste without spiritual roots, will only become a stumbling block on my path of immortal cultivation." Yi Feng ignored her, waved his hand, turned around, and left. "If we're not reuniting, then I can rest assured. The dog at home should be hungry. I have to hurry back to feed the dog. After all, feeding the dog is much more important than catching up with you." These words completely angered the scheming woman. She picked up the weapon in her hand and rushed towards Yi Feng to kill him. But halfway there, she was stopped by an uncle standing nearby. Killing a mortal like him is as simple as crushing an ant. But don't forget, the hermit we are looking for is living nearby. If we act like this, and it displeases him, it could be disastrous. Peng Ying felt that the uncle made sense, and she put down the knife in her hand to continue the search for the hermit. In the end, the two of them arrived at a desolate place in the wilderness. Peng Ying said, "I feel like we are getting farther away from the hermit. It would be great if we could have a local person to ask for directions." Just as the words fell, they saw a person sitting on a tomb ahead. The man opened his mouth and said, "The short guy ahead turned around and I asked him a few questions." Looking at the short guy in front of them, it turned out to be Sir Skeleton, two clueless guys who didn't respect the dead. At this point, they still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and saw Sir Skeleton ignoring them. Peng Ying's anger surged again. She picked up the toy in her hand and held it to Sir Skeleton's neck. "How dare you ignore me, you lowly mortal!" This remark amused Sir Skeleton. He was just thinking he had no one to have fun with, and here you come to offer yourself. He immediately turned around and unleashed the power of his immortal being. "How should I handle the two of you?" The two of them were so frightened that their drawing styles twitched. "I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. It's all a misunderstanding." After speaking, the two of them flew away at a speed as fast as light. Sir Skeleton said to the dog, "Ching, this kind of small fry, I can't be bothered to deal with. You can use it to practice." The dog glanced at the two people running away. The next second, it directly teleported in front of the two people. At this time, Sir Skeleton behind them was slowly walking towards the two of them. Peng Ying looked at the uncle beside him and whispered, "What should we do now?" The uncle replied, "In such situations, never panic. First stabilize your nervous emotions. There are no unsolvable problems in this world. There is always a solution to every difficulty." "Great, you are indeed the great elder of my Sword Bitch sect. I'll leave it to you then." General Peng Ying hadn't finished speaking when the Grand Elder knelt down directly. "Please spare me, show mercy, and let me off the hook considering I am a disabled person." Upon seeing this, General Peng Ying also quickly knelt down to beg for forgiveness together. At this moment, the screen went black. When they turned around, they saw the two of them lying on the ground with bruised and swollen faces. All their money was also looted. Sir Skeleton and his dog were sitting on top of a grave. They had dug up all the graves in this area. Sir Skeleton said, "It's getting harder and harder to make money nowadays. Today, we dug up graves all day and didn't find anything good. Life is not easy." Upon closer inspection, Sir Skeleton was actually holding a small centipede in his hand. This is indeed the one that escaped a few days ago. The dog just dug it out when excavating the grave. After getting it in his hands, Sir Skeleton started playing with it. "Hey, do you think this centipede picked up from a dead man's grave is male or female? It looks like a male, right? It's really tough for a hero to be stumped by a penny. Now I'm so broke that I can't even afford to date a girl, and here I am playing with a centipede." The dog said, "It's all my fault for being incompetent and not finding the treasure. Why bother saying all this? It's all fate." Thinking of this, Sir Skeleton picked up the small centipede and shook it. Tears streamed down its face, just managing to escape from the dojo, only to be caught again by these two campers. When will this day come to an end? After a while, Sir Skeleton plans to take the dog to dig graves on another hill. The same thing we saw before happened when they arrived there. Two unlucky guys were beaten up by Sir Skeleton. After stealing their treasures, he found out they were all just a pile of garbage. Sir Skeleton sighed again. "Oh, when can we live a life of luxury and extravagance, Qing?" With a sense of doubt, he started to count. Can. No, others count flower petals, he counts centipede legs. The poor little centipede was pulled by Sir Skeleton. It cried out, "Brother, spare me! Please stop pulling!" Sir Skeleton said, "Aren't you fond of playing dead? Why don't you continue pretending?" "Big brother, I was wrong. I beg you, this wise and mighty, unparalleled, terrifying, handsome and majestic boss, spare my life. I didn't expect the flattery of the centipede to actually work." Sir Skeleton actually let him go. "Since you are a straightforward little yogui, I'll let you off the hook today. Just make sure I don't catch you again. Now scram." After Sir Skeleton took the dog away, the little centipede thought, "If I could follow these two big shots, I wouldn't be bullied in the future." He thought of this and stopped Sir Skeleton and shouted, "Brothers, let me follow you as a humble servant." Sir Skeleton turned around and said, "With your limited abilities, what good are you to me? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for changing my mind." The little centipede hurriedly said, "I am useful, I am very useful. What I usually enjoy the most is digging tunnels. So I know where the money is. I can take my brothers to dig for treasure." Upon hearing this, Sir Skeleton instantly flashed in front of Little Snail. "Are all the things you said true?" "Absolutely true. I dare to swear, and there are quite a few good treasures as well. I am the most proficient in this stuff." Sir Skeleton is really happy. "Good lad, as long as you can help us get the money, I will take you as a little brother. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come to me." This little apple polisher. When it sees the dog looking a bit unhappy, the little centipede immediately rushes over and says, "Greetings, dog brother. I think your demeanor is even more imposing than a lion's." I saw that the puppy seemed a little unhappy. The centipede rushed over immediately and said to the dog, "Hi, dog brother. I think your demeanor is more domineering than a lion. In the future, I will definitely serve the two big brothers wholeheartedly." The puppy was flattered by the centipede's praise and felt proud. "Your kid's mouth is as sweet as honey. Indeed not bad. Keep up the good work." That's it. The three gold-panning brothers are established. A skeleton, a dog, and a centipede have embarked on an evil money-making journey. He was originally just a normal big tree in the mountains, but unexpectedly, he became a spirit after being refined by the male lead sachet. Finally, relying on the sachet, he broke through to the Monster Saint stage and became the Monster King. Inside the dojo, Zhong Qing has already cultivated the chopping and slashing techniques taught by Yi Feng to the grand completion stage. Yi Feng mentioned that although you have learned the moves, you lack practical combat experience. In the evening, there are many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards in the mountains behind River Peace City. You can use them to practice at that time. The scene shifts to the mountains behind River Peace City. At this moment, a group of cultivators is engaged in a fierce battle with Yogwai beasts at this location. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the white-haired girl they encountered was the same one that Yi Feng had met while gathering herbs before. She mobilized all the disciples of the sect in order to search for Yi Feng, who had given her a sachet as a gift. After 3 months of searching, they finally found it on a branch of a large tree. However, this tree had absorbed the Taoist essence from the sachet and turned into a spirit. In just 1 month, this tree broke through to the Yogwai Saint stage. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle to snatch the sachet. But the strength of the two sides was simply too disparate. The tree spirit, solely relying on a clone, managed to drive the entire White Hair sect into the valley, with more than half of the sect disciples dead or injured. Being wiped out is just a matter of time at this rate, just as everyone was at a loss. Sir Skeleton, with his dog and little centipede, suddenly arrived here. They came to search for treasures. The little centipede said, "This is where the Yogwai Emperor, our former boss, buried treasures. I saw it bury several boxes of gold here with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Sir Skeleton began to enjoy a happy life in Red Fragrance Courtyard. "My dear Chin, we will be rich soon. I must take you and the little centipede out to have some fun." Everyone seeing their arrival looks puzzled. They are actually walking into such a dangerous place in such a bold manner. Seeing them acting so arrogantly, the tree spirit ordered his subordinate, Tiger King, to deal with them. Upon receiving the order, Tiger King leapt down and began yelling loudly, "This is the Tree Patriarch's territory! How dare you play and make a ruckus here?" Sir Skeleton ignored him and treated him as passing air directly. Seeing this, Tiger King flew into a rage. Before it could even move, there was a boom sound, and Tiger King was instantly smashed into a meat patty with a huge dog paw print around its body. This blow was delivered by the dog. The dog impatiently said, "Now tigers dare to block the dog's path? Stupid fool. Blocking the way is bad enough, still chirping endlessly." The little centipede exclaimed, "Big brother dog is awesome." The Eagle King in the air was sweating profusely when he saw the situation. The tiger head monster is one of the best among us Yogwai sovereigns, but he was unexpectedly killed with one swipe by a dog. The sect disciple on the side was also shocked. "I didn't expect the Sky Wolf clan's Wolf Yogwai to be so powerful." After clearing out the Tiger King, Sir Skeleton can finally dig for treasures in peace. However, they dug and dug only to find nothing. The dog observed for a long time and finally found the problem. Looking at this trace, it seems that treasures have indeed been buried here, but it appears that they have all fallen into the crack below. And this crack is precisely caused by the tree roots of the tree spirit. Sir Skeleton pointed at the tree spirit's forehead and cursed loudly. "It was you, little brat, who made my gold fall into the crack. Quickly come down and compensate me." These words directly frightened everyone. This tree spirit is a powerful creature at the saint level of monsters. How dare he speak like that? At this moment, the tree spirit was also furious, with fire in its eyes, thinking the arrogant ant dared to speak to me this way. Seeing the tree spirit enraged, the little Yogwai on the ground began to flee frantically. Patriarch is about to use a big move, but the next second, he was slapped in the face. Sir Skeleton was seen grabbing a tree root of the tree spirit. Then, they started playing tug-of-war with the tree root. After Sir Skeleton exerted force, he directly pulled it down headfirst. The proud tree spirit Yogwai Saint was thus humiliated. The tree spirit, after raising its head, still did not accept the situation and continued to curse. "You lowly human actually dared to treat me like this." Sir Skeleton is thoroughly enraged. He lifted his right foot and kicked with all his might. The power was comparable to a nuclear explosion. After the smoke cleared, it was seen that the tree spirit had already received a lunch box, and its head had been deformed by being stepped on by a foot. Seeing this scene, the surrounding spectators were already confused. Sect disciple and Yogwai were actually so scared that they hugged each other. Sir Skeleton floated in the air and sighed helplessly. "It was you who destroyed my gold first, so you can't blame me," the little centipede said. "It doesn't matter if we can't get the treasure here. I know many other places with treasures, just on the other side of the mountain." After the three brothers left gracefully, the bewildered by F and May and others were left behind, just as they were at a loss. The roots on the ground suddenly drilled down into the earth. The tree spirit that was just killed by Sir Skeleton turned out to be just a clone. But speaking of which, even though it was just a clone, but Sir Skeleton accidentally saved an entire sect while digging for treasures in the mountain, so in the end, all I can say is, Sir Skeleton is awesome. The boy peed under a big tree at night. Didn't expect that this big tree is actually the tree spirit Yogwai King. Our protagonist is giving disciple a chance to gain practical combat experience. Yi Feng took Jiangping to the mountains behind River Peace City, and soon Jiangping killed a wild boar. Yi Feng thinks the disciple is performing well. He then took him deeper into the mountains where more fierce beasts roamed. Jiangping is adept in swordsmanship. Along the way, he encountered jackals and wild elephants, all of which he successfully defeated. On the other side, the sect searching for the sachet also arrived in the deep mountains. They found the true form of the tree spirit. A man pointed at the tree spirit and said, "Just now, the tree spirit had one of its avatars destroyed by that skeleton monster. Now is its moment of weakness. Let's seize the opportunity and retrieve the sachet." Upon hearing the conversation, the tree spirit flew into a rage and unleashed the spiritual pressure of its demon King Saint. Blown back by this aura, the crowd couldn't move forward. The young master behind them said, "The strength of this tree spirit is beyond us. If necessary, let's retreat." But the white-haired uncle still didn't give up when he heard this. "Today, I have found a way to defeat it. Have you seen the eye-like thing on the tree? That is its core. We just need to destroy that thing while it's off guard, and the tree spirit's power will be greatly reduced. Then we can easily get the sachet." After he finished speaking, he threw the ancestral artifact's steganographic image into the air. Immediately after that, a layer of purple protective shield fell from the image. The shield functions to conceal us, making it so that not only can people outside not see us, but they also can't sense our presence. Let's stay still here and wait for the opportunity. But right after he finished speaking, he got slapped in the face by the tree spirit. Watching them is like watching clowns, foolish humans. Do you think I can't see you? After he finished speaking, the tree spirit erupted with the primordial power within its body, preparing to crush several people to death. But just as it was about to attack, he suddenly felt a mysterious force ahead that suppressed him. Soon, two figures walked out of the woods. The visitors were Yi Feng and Jiangping. Because it's getting late, the two of them have decided not to venture further. The large tree is big enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain, so they plan to camp here. After laying out the bedding, Jiangping fell asleep in an instant, as if he had turned into light. Several people who thought they were invisible broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Were these two kids not afraid of death? They were actually sleeping under the tree spirit. It seems like they are mere mortals. Just as the words fell, Yi Feng looked towards them, which frightened everyone. The man on the left said, "Is this little one an expired product? It seems like this kid can see us." The white-haired man firmly said, "That's impossible. This steganographic image is the treasure of my Li family. It can block all visual contact. Just now must have been a coincidence." But right after he finished speaking, he was immediately contradicted. "Good evening, sir. Are you squatting down for a group poop?" This completely shocked several people. This kid can really see us. "Don't worry, uncle. Actually, I'm not here to disturb you on purpose. I came over to ask if you have any more paper. Could you please make room for me too? Just like that, Yi Feng was directly pulled into the protective shield, and even when leaving, he didn't forget to say thank you. Cultivators are afraid of being discovered by the tree spirit, so they dare not go out. Just then, Zhong Qing was awakened by the urge to urinate in his sleep. He slowly got up and walked towards the base of the tree spirit. The tree spirit was infuriated by this. I, the prestigious Yogwai Saint Patriarch, how dare you urinate on me? He immediately charged up an energy cannon and aimed it at Zhong Qing. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly felt a bit itchy in his nose. Immediately afterwards, he let out a huge sneeze, which directly rebounded the energy cannon back. The rebounded force directly made Patriarch emit smoke. The few individuals who thought they were invisible were shocked once again. A sneeze alone deflected an attack at the level of Yogwai Saint. It seems he is truly a master. Seeing this, everyone immediately stood up. With the protection of a master, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's just go all out and get it done. At this moment, Zhong Qing suddenly discovered something, and then immediately called Yi Feng over. Upon closer inspection, he found that what he discovered was indeed the core mentioned by the white-haired old man just now. However, in Yi Feng's eyes, this was just a piece of wood with a special color. He took the knife from the disciple's hand and started to work with it. The tree spirit quickly sprouted multiple vines to defend itself. But in the end, the core was still chopped down by Yi Feng. After taking it in his hand, he weighed it, and indeed this piece of wood is not bad. But I haven't decided what to carve out of it yet. If worst comes to worst, I'll just chop it into firewood. Upon hearing this, everyone was completely impressed by Yi Feng. And the tree spirit burst into tears. My core has been taken away just like that. I worked so hard to cultivate to the Yogwai Saint stage, and now I'm afraid I can only reach the Yogwai Sovereign level at best. At this moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the dark night. Yi Feng sensed this aura and turned around to look. Wow, it turns out to be a spendthrift and an unlucky dog. The two little fellows are leisurely whistling while carrying a sack. Upset by the scene, Yi Feng flew into a rage on the spot. He teleported over and kicked Sir Skeleton's head directly into the air. Sir Skeleton reached out and caught it. After he finished installing it, he cursed, "That damn guy dares to sneak attack me." He instantly backed off when he saw it was Yi Feng, then was firmly stepped on by Yi Feng. The scene suddenly shifted to Sir Skeleton and the dog being beaten so badly that they were covered in bruises. The surrounding cultivators once again had their awareness refreshed by Yi Feng. This little skeleton was a presence that could easily defeat the Patriarch during the day. Being tossed around like this by him really showcases how powerful the experts are. Later on, Yi Feng once again collected the gold that Sir Skeleton had dug up. You both performed well. I will keep this gold on your behalf for now, but I will not take it all. As usual, I will reserve a portion for you both. It's not easy to make money now. You must be frugal in spending. How tragic is Sir Skeleton in the immortal cultivation world. He painstakingly dug up the gold only to have it taken away by the male lead. Several bags of gold coins left him with only one. In the end, he was still ordered by Yi Feng to gather firewood and make a fire. Just at the moment when he felt wronged, he suddenly saw the tree spirit he had encountered during the day. Now he found a way to vent his frustrations. He clenched his fist, gathering his strength. The anger of losing gold coins as a scumbag guy today was all in this punch. After the punch was thrown, Tree Spirit felt a chill to the core. The shockwave created by the fist almost blew away the nearby cultivators. The incense sachet hanging on the tree was also shaken down by his punch. The incense sachet happened to fall into Yi Feng's hands. Yi Feng looked puzzled and said, "Wow, isn't this the handicraft I made before? Why is it here?" Although he was very puzzled, he still put it back in his pocket. The cultivators were dumbfounded on the spot. This is really a big mistake. Will they be alarmed if they directly go ask for it? At this moment, Sir Skeleton piled up the wood that fell from the shattered tree spirit. Several little guys quickly woke up after the fire started. Cultivators dared not to disturb the sleeping individuals, and could only wait for the experts to wake up before discussing further. The tree spirit above was filled with evil intentions upon seeing Yi Feng fall asleep. As the glorious king of the Yao beasts, he couldn't forgive being toyed with by you humans. In a fit of anger, it gathered energy and released a powerful wave. It charged towards Yi Feng to kill him. At this moment, Yi Feng, who was asleep, was just woken up by a mosquito. The mosquito buzzed around, annoying him to no end. He swatted it away with a casual swipe of his hand. He happened to slap the incoming shockwave back. This time, he directly blinded one of the old tree's eyes. Yi Feng continued to sleep without noticing. Cultivators at this moment felt as if they were being sheltered by the gods. The old tree spirit also completely surrendered. For a master, he was just a plaything in their hands. This place is no longer suitable for me to live. With this in mind, he directly used a move called Old Tree Root, preparing to relocate his whole family to find a new place to settle down. Soon, a night passed, and both Yi Feng and Zhongqing had awakened. The scene before him shocked him. "Oh my goodness, yesterday I remember there was an old tree in this place. How come it disappeared overnight?" Seeing that no one else reacted, Yi Feng thought that what happened last night was just a dream. Zhongqing rubbed his eyes and said, "Do we still need to practice today?" Yi Feng replied, "I think you've trained enough. We can go down the mountain." However, just as Yi Feng was about to leave, a cultivator stopped him and said, "Veteran, may I have a word with you? The sachet that fell into your hands from the tree last night actually belongs to us. Our entire sect has been searching in this mountain for 3 months. I wonder if you could return it to us." Yi Feng turned his head and glanced at them. Then he turned around and sneered. "You've got it wrong. I am the true owner of this sachet. I won't accompany you all any longer. I will leave first." The cultivators dared not say more, and could only stand foolishly in place. Just then, the white-haired girl walked over. "How's the situation here? Have you found the sachet?" The old man sighed helplessly. "We had found it, but it ended up in the hands of a master. We dare not disturb the elderly." At this moment, the white-haired girl suddenly saw Yi Feng's familiar figure not far away. "Isn't this the gentleman who gave me the sachet before?" Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood that the sachet was indeed from a master. Later, the cultivators told the white-haired girl everything that happened last night. After listening, she fell to the ground in despair. "Mister must be very disappointed in us. We not only failed to seize the opportunity he gave us, but also caused him so much trouble. I'm sure he entered the mountain this time specifically to resolve this mess and retrieve that sachet. It seems like my sore master sect is not meant to have it." Can you imagine that the person with green hair and twin ponytails is actually a young man? And he recently fell in love with a girl with a curvy figure. As his Shifu, Yi Feng decided to help him propose to her in person. Yi Feng is leisurely lying on a rocking chair inside the dojo. He looked at Zhongqing on the stone platform and fell into contemplation. How come this kid has been acting so strange recently, always muttering to himself, talking to the air and laughing foolishly by himself? He's been spending a lot more time looking at himself in the mirror than usual. Yi Feng came up to him and said, "Zhongqing, are you in heat like a pig running in circles?" This made Zhongqing very embarrassed, so he quickly fled from the scene. But after a few days, Zhongqing suddenly became dispirited. Yi Feng saw his disciple looking downcast, so he brought out a pot of wine. "Zhongqing, would you like some?" Soon after, the two of them sat down at the wine table. Zhongqing had never drunk alcohol before. This is his first time. Yi Feng comforted. "Disciple, in life, there are some things that we will always experience. Difficulties can always be overcome, and solutions can always be found. Master knows that you have something on your mind." Master's words finally touched Zhongqing, and he could no longer hold back his tears. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Master, I've been dumped. I fell in love with a girl named Heaven Dream. We had already agreed that when we grew up a little, I would go to her house to propose. But when I went there, her aunt blocked me outside the door. She said Heaven Dream is from a wealthy family in South Sand, and it's impossible for her to be with someone like me, a commoner. Master, I feel really distressed and hurt inside. Her aunt even called me a useless person. She said if I go see Heaven Dream again, she will break my legs." Yi Feng was furious upon hearing these words. He cursed and dared to call my disciple useless. This is intolerable. Don't cry. Shifu must intervene in this matter for you. I'll just see how this wealthy family Shifu arranges things. Let me take you to propose marriage. Soon Yi Feng began rummaging through the boxes. He dug up the treasure chest buried under the tree. Almost all of his belongings were taken out, but money alone is not enough. The lineup must also be filled. Then he found Old Wu and several others who were good at farming. Put the field work on hold for now. Come with me to South Sand. There is a huge matter that needs to be dealt with. When hearing Yi Feng say this, the four people's expressions turned serious. The scene changed, and the carriage was already prepared. The driver is Sir Skeleton and the dog. Everyone is here. We can set off now. Looking at the people present, Zhong Qing was a bit confused. Uncle selling pork, why are you here too? The uncle replied, Mastery asked me to come and support the scene. At this time, the neighboring old Mr. Wang suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. Mastery heard that you are going to South Sand for business. The old man also wants to join in the fun. I don't know if there is anything I can help with. Yi Feng gave the old man a thumbs up and said, This is the kind of thing where we really need older folks like you to step in. That completes the setup of this matchmaking team. In the carriage, Yi Feng emphasized that the journey to South Sand is long. In this immortal cultivation world, as mortals, we must know how to keep a low profile and avoid trouble as much as possible. Did everyone remember that? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the group exchanged smiles and concealed their spiritual pressure. Under the guidance of Sir Skeleton, the horse behaved exceptionally well. Soon they stepped into the border of South Sand. Yi Feng poked his head out of the window. The scenery outside the city is so beautiful. But just as he was immersed in the beauty, a roadblock suddenly appeared ahead. Yi Feng opened the curtain of the carriage and took a look. It turned out to be a beautiful woman. The stockings on her legs were torn. It seems that she must have had a fight with someone else. Hello gentlemen, I am Li Han. I would like to take your carriage to South Sand City for a trip. I have already reached the level of Martial King. Along the way, you may encounter bandits and thieves. If you take me with you, I can ensure that you mortals have nothing to worry about. Miss, if an immortal cultivator like you gets on our carriage, will it not cause any trouble? I will be honest with you. It is indeed possible to bring some trouble, but the likelihood is extremely low because I have already killed them all. Don't say that. This car is indeed missing a girl like you. Since the trouble has been cleared by you, let's give you a ride then. But we can't just give you a free ride, we still have to charge you for the fare. Before Yi Feng could finish speaking, Li Han took out 1,000 taels of gold directly from his pocket. And another person was added to the carriage in this way. Yi Feng saw that she was injured and prepared to help treat her. He was rejected on the spot by Li Han. The injuries we immortal cultivators suffer cannot be healed by a mortal, but I still appreciate your help. Yi Feng felt instantly embarrassed, while Old Wu standing aside showed a look of disdain towards women, truly narrow-minded. If it weren't for the gentleman telling us not to cause trouble, I would have dealt with you. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, 2 steel knives suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. The next second, several spirited young men blocking the road suddenly appeared. We are here to rob you. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some money as payment. These are spirited young men waving flowers in the immortal cultivation world. The one in yellow clothes is the leader, named number 7. They typically make a living by robbing others. Our male lead happened to pass by here today. Our male lead wanted to hurry along the road quickly, so he didn't want to get entangled with them for too long. He then took out a bag of coins and said, "Dear social big brothers, here are 100 coins for you. Could you please let us pass?" Number 7 smirked and said, "I'm more interested in you personally than money, little brother." Yi Feng was quite frightened by this statement. Are you all perverts or something? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the spirited young men grabbed knives and rushed over to him. Master Lu and his group are all at least martial lord level experts. They have more than enough capability to deal with these small fry. But Yi Feng instructed them not to cause trouble before. So, a few of them just passively dodged. The acting skills of old Mr. Wang at the level of Grand Martial Emperor were the most explosive. He just sat on the ground and started crying, begging them not to come over. Seeing the effectiveness of old Mr. Wang's move, everyone started to learn it. I am so scared. I am just a mortal. Why are you treating me like this? I made the 2 spiritual dudes next to me puke. I thought I was already pretty twisted, but I didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent today. Sir Skeleton and the dog are the most comfortable. They have petite bodies, so they both squeezed under the carriage directly. Upon seeing Yi Feng, he's about to be caught up by the young men right away. Finally, Li Han inside the car made a move. She used a unique skill called Steel Flash Slash. Big brother number 7 even took a peek at the beauty's skirt before he died. As the 2 fell to the ground, the spirited young men grabbed their box meals. After the girl landed, she still didn't forget to show off a bit. I really don't know what you mortals are thinking. With this level of ability, daring to go from River Peace City to South Sand is really like a calf that's not afraid of tigers. The girl looked at old Mr. Wang and said, "You old man, you're really lucky. With so many knife marks around, not a single one has cut you." Old Mr. Wang didn't say anything. He just grinned foolishly, watching her pretend to be impressive. Seeing Yi Feng and the others remain silent, the girl continued, "You guys must be lazy usually. If you cultivate a bit, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng pouted. "Where is this damn woman coming from with her insults? How can I cultivate without spiritual roots as a person?" Old Wu and others could no longer bear it, and released their own spiritual pressure of martial lord grade martial emperor on the spot. The girl instantly froze upon sensing this aura. When she turned back to check after regaining her senses, the crowd had already retracted their spiritual pressure. The girl thought to herself that what she saw just now must have been an illusion. If there were truly powerful individuals, like the Grand Martial Emperor here, they wouldn't be squeezing in a small carriage like this. Shortly after, the group continued on their journey. Due to the presence of the girl, the atmosphere inside the carriage dropped to freezing point. After a long time, the girl suddenly stood up. Immediately after, she jumped off the car. She looked up and saw 2 people floating in the air, heading towards her. Although the girl likes to show off, she still has a kind heart. She said to Yi Feng, "These 2 people are notorious for being ruthless in the area. I will go up and delay them. You guys leave here quickly." After speaking, the girl rushed up directly. Faced with 2 strong men, she was a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the situation in the air, Yi Feng said, "We are a group of grown men. We can't just leave her like this. We need to come up with a solution." Upon hearing this, old Mr. Wang instantly perked up. "Does the gentleman mean for us to go up and help her?" Yi Feng said, "Helping is definitely necessary, but we can't just start a fight. Let's just stay on the sidelines and use some subtle tactics. That could be throwing a few small stones." Everyone understood each other without the need for words. Only old Mr. Wang was seen moving his pinky finger ever so slightly. One of them dropped dead on the spot, witnessing his own brother vanish like that. He yelled and rushed towards the girl to kill her. The range of this move is huge. It looks like the girl can't escape. At this critical moment, Hu, The pork seller plucked one of his chest hairs and threw it over. I didn't expect that this tiny chest hair would directly bind the disciple's legs. Losing his balance, he fell heavily to the ground. He landed in a box shape, and the two gangsters, who were perfectly fine, inexplicably ended up with boxed lunches. The cute and silly girl, although looking shocked. However, she ultimately felt that it was all due to her good luck, and even made a professional analysis. The first criminal exploded himself because his dantian was blocked. The second one accidentally tripped over his left foot with his right foot while flying in the air and died from the fall. It seems like I have used up all the luck in my life this time. I need to be careful in the future. At this moment, the scene shifted to the city of South Sand, where the major sects learned about the arrival of a master in South Sand. They are all prepared to welcome the arrival of the master. How awesome is this old man in front of us wearing a straw hat? He can make a martial lord strong person help him pick up manure with just one sentence. Even the leaders of the major sects have to kneel down when they see him. However, such a remarkable person's true occupation is actually farming and herding cattle. The male lead and his group continued to walk along the road to South Sand. The girl opened the carriage curtain and found many cultivators flying overhead. It was only after inquiring that she learned they were preparing to welcome a senior expert. Yi Feng, leaning his chin on his hand, had no idea that the senior expert they were referring to was himself. At night, everyone sat around the campfire. The girl went alone to the surroundings of the forest to see if she could find any acquaintances. But she hadn't gone far before she saw a figure under the trees ahead. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was Sir Skeleton, with a bouquet of roses in his mouth. He walked up to the girl and said, "The moon is so beautiful tonight. Would you be interested in admiring the moon with me?" The girl took one look at him and immediately refused. She even tore his rose to shreds. Sir Skeleton felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. What went wrong? Is it that my charm doesn't attract you? Meanwhile, Yi Feng was worrying about the food he was looking at. This meat is really not that good. Everyone, please pay attention. If you come across any fresh wild game, make sure not to let it get away. He fell asleep right after saying that. But he was awakened halfway through by the commotion caused by the immortal cultivators flying all over the sky. These annoying cultivators are really a nuisance. Can't they go farther away for their reception of esteemed guests? When this was said, old Mr. Wang and the others thought that Yi Feng was hinting at them. They got up and walked towards the direction of the cultivator. They only realized upon arrival that the sects were fighting each other to welcome the expert. Old Mr. Wang scolded, "You young rascals, why are you still not in bed in the middle of the night?" One of the reckless cultivators replied, "Oh fart, it's none of your business. You're so old, go home and retire peacefully." Old Mr. Wang smiled faintly. His shoe sole slapped on his face, which happened to be seen by the girl flying in the air. She immediately flew down and stood in front of old Mr. Wang. They are from Windcloud Valley, not someone you mortals can afford to provoke. Quickly apologize to them, or your life will be in danger soon. After speaking, the girl turned to Windcloud Valley again and pleaded, "Big brother Doggy 4, please don't be angry. These people are just ordinary mortals who are used to living in the countryside and haven't seen much of the world. Please let them off the hook today." Doggy 4 said, "I can let them go, but they must kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Upon hearing this, the girl quickly turned to persuade the others to kneel down, saying, "You better kneel down quickly. After all, life is more important than dignity. Especially you, old man. If you want to die, don't drag them down with you." Just as she was speaking, a large hand suddenly grabbed her head. This person happens to be Old Wu, who sells pork. "We adults are handling things, you, a child, better stay aside." Old Wu and the other two also came out and said to the cultivators, "You bunch of punks, you have 5 seconds to leave this place, or I'll send you all to your graves." The girl thought to herself, "This is bad. With just one sentence, he offended everyone present. Now, I can't help you guys either. She tightly closed her eyes, too afraid to see what was about to happen. The cultivators charged directly towards old Mr. Wang and others. The next second, a huge explosion occurred in the valley, with the bodies of the cultivators floating within the explosion. A few seconds later, heads fell down like watermelons. The girl stood silly in place, unable to believe everything that had just happened. The released spiritual pressure of Martial Lord Grand Martial Emperor seemed to make her heart stop for a moment. She recalled the words she had spoken earlier on the carriage. She suddenly felt like a clown. Surviving Doggy Force said, "The experts from each major sect are nearby. If you have the skills, don't leave." "That would be great. Hurry and let them come." Displeased, he said, "In our eyes, not only are you all rubbish, but the so-called sect experts in your mouths are also a bunch of rubbish." Upon hearing this, Doggy Four pulled the signal flare in his hand. A single arrow pierced through the clouds, inviting thousands of troops to come and meet. Soon, the sect's skilled experts they talked about rushed over. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the blonde girl and others who were defeated by old Mr. Wang before. Upon seeing several people arrive, the little brothers behind them instantly became energized. Even the blow-on and on elder from the sky-blowing gang showed up. This is simply an all-star lineup. It seemed like those arrogant old men were going to be scared to their knees, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Old Wu and the others only saw Elder Wang being lifted up. The sect masters saw that it was old Mr. Wang, and all knelt down on the ground. Blowing incessantly scared him into a daze. Little Shuai almost died on the spot. In a panic, he pinched his philtrum to revive himself. Old Mr. Wang danced and said, "Can you guys accept new recruits like us now, and with such disrespect?" Upon hearing this, the blonde girl and others quickly kowtowed and apologized. "Old Mr. Wang, we were wrong." Seeing sect masters in such a sorry state, Doggy Four and the others quickly knelt down to kowtow, the younger ones not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. "Please, old Mr. Wang, please spare us, considering we are also living beings. Please forgive us this time." Old Wu said, "Your apology should be directed towards Master Yi, as you disturbed his elderly rest." After hearing this, the blonde girl turned around and disabled Doggy Four directly. "Master Yi is the master we are going to meet. Disturbing the master's sleep, you deserve to die." Just as you were speaking, suddenly, a giant Jiaolong emerged from underground. This emperor has slept for 100,000 years, unexpectedly awakened by you humans. As a punishment, I will devour you all. Uncle Huzi picked up the pig-killing knife and said, "Now we have breakfast sorted for tomorrow." The battle between two Grand Martial Emperors and a Yogwai Emperor is about to begin. How powerful is Sir Skeleton in the immortal cultivation world? He killed an ancient Jiaolong with a tribulation stage cultivation level with just one punch. After knocking it out, he made it into a pot of Jiaolong soup. Old Mr. Wang and others engaged in battles with numerous immortal cultivators in the jungle. The sound of the battle alarmed the ancient Jiaolong, who had been sleeping underground for 100,000 years. The battle between two Grand Martial Emperors and a Yogwai Emperor is about to begin. Uncle Beard took the initiative to attack. He picked up the Emperor-grade butcher knife and fiercely chopped down. The immortal cultivators on the ground exclaimed in shock. This strike could be considered as the strongest ever by an immortal cultivator. It seems to be effective. After the smoke cleared, they discovered that Jiaolong was completely unharmed. Foolish humans. How could an attack like this hurt me? After saying that, it activated its skill. A purple dark light shone down and ultimately formed an energy shield similar to a barrier. The golden-haired girl explained that this skill is called domain. Within its designated domain, it can boost its own attacks and decrease the defense of enemies. Grand Martial Emperor is much more complicated compared to other stages. It is divided into 10 stages, and each stage involves passing a heavenly tribulation. After passing the tribulation, one will undergo a transformation as if being reborn, almost like having a new life. By successfully overcoming these 10 heavenly tribulations, one can ascend to become an immortal. This Jiaolong can release its domain, indicating that it has already passed the first heavenly tribulation. And the 2 uncles are just ordinary Grand Martial Emperors, who have not reached the cultivation level of tribulation crossing. I don't know if they can withstand it. Just as the words fell, Jiaolong unleashed his second skill, Frozen Breath. Uncle Huzi blocked this attack with the precious sword given to him by Yi Feng. But the next moment, he was frozen by this move. Then Jiaolong condensed 2 ice arrows pointing at both old Mr. Wang and Uncle Hu, freezing them in place. They instantly felt the fear of death. The immortal cultivator on the side also showed a horrified expression. If these 2 veterans were to fall here, we would definitely be finished too. Just as everyone was in despair, a whimsical person wearing a bubble-long pajamas walked over. He immediately started cursing out loud at Jiaolong. "What the F***ck are you waving your fan in the sky in the middle of the night? Don't you know people are sleeping?" Upon closer inspection, the person cursing turned out to be Sir Skeleton. The girl on the side was stunned when she saw this. "Isn't that the short, poor guy who just sent me roses? He is so bold." At this moment, Jiaolong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose. It adjusted the direction of the arrow and shot it towards Sir Skeleton. Sir Skeleton was afraid it would miss, so he took the initiative to meet it head-on. The next second, he directly caught the ice arrow barehanded. Then he squeezed with his small hand. He directly crushed the ice arrow. The girl and the surrounding cultivators were all stunned by his actions, exclaiming, "Awesome!" in admiration. Sir Skeleton said, "Today, this lowly man is in a bad mood, so I plan to play with you using 1/1000th of my power." After saying that, he jumped onto Jiaolong's body. He directly yanked one of Jiaolong's wings off. It hurt so much that it screams. Old Wu and the others had already seen it all, and were no longer surprised. The girl's emotions were beyond words to describe. They had never imagined that Sir Skeleton would be so amazing. Jiaolong was confused after being hit, and started attacking randomly. Multiple ice pillars smashed towards the ground. The immortal cultivators all dodged to the air. At this time, one of the immortal cultivators suddenly discovered a person sleeping on the empty ground. Is it reckless to be sleeping in such a situation? The blonde girl was also attracted by the attention. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the person sleeping was none other than Master Yi. After she learned that this person was Master Yi, she was so scared that tears streamed down her face. I had previously been pointing fingers at him, saying he was just a mortal. At this moment, the skeletal figure in the sky finally got tired of playing. He said to Jiaolong, "You little worm are just too weak. I will help you break free." This is the angry strike of a lovelorn boy named Fist of Lonely Beast. This punch directly made Jiaolong take the box meal. After the dispersion of spiritual power, it turned into a small snake. But it absolutely could not have imagined that after its death, it would be made into snake soup. The cultivator in the air finally let go of the fear in his heart after seeing that the Yogwai Emperor had already been defeated. Immediately, everyone decided to pay a visit to the master, but they were stopped by Uncle Beard, who was behind them. He was being disturbed, not allowing him to rest and wanting to mix with opportunities. "If you dare to disturb again, don't blame us for being impolite." The crowd was shocked by these words, and dared not approach again. The girl wanted to run away because of her past foolish actions, but she was stopped by old Mr. Wang. "You previously said that you would protect us for a few days. If you leave like this, it will be hard for us to explain to Mr. Wang." The girl was startled by his words and came back. "The young lady has offended you before, so please do not blame Miss Li. There is no need to worry. Both Mr. Wang and us are just mortals, and will not harm you." The girl has lost all hope in life. She never wants to hear the word mortal again in her life. A bouquet of roses appears behind the girl. When she turned her head, she realized it was Sir Skeleton. He struck a handsome pose and said, "Are you interested in watching the sunrise together with me, beautiful lady?" The girl quickly waved her hand to refuse. "How can a mere mortal woman like me be worthy of your celestial rank mighty being status?" "What's not worthy? Wasn't my performance last night powerful enough?" Just at the moment when the girl felt embarrassed, Yi Feng suddenly flew over. He kicked Sir Skeleton to the northwest, and the defeated Jiao Long fell out of Sir Skeleton's pocket. Yi Feng's mouth watered instantly. "This time there's something to eat. We had snake soup this morning." This sentence shocked the girl so much that her snot came out. "It's Yaoguai Emperor, and he actually planned to eat it. Mr. Awesome." At this moment Yi Feng said, "Who will go and look for some firewood?" The girl raised her hand to indicate that she was willing to go. Yi Feng was afraid that the girl might get lost, so he asked her to bring the dog with her. When she left the camp, the girl started talking to herself, feeling relieved that she could finally breathe a little. It was really stifling to be with these big shots. She patted the dog's head. "Good dog, only in front of you can I feel a little relaxed." Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the forest behind at this moment. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be one's archenemy. Immediately, her enemies rushed over. Due to their fast speed, she was unable to dodge in time. The girl was scared to tears. Just when she thought she was about to receive a lunchbox, a huge flame blood pot fell from the sky and smashed the criminals into powder directly. This strike was made by the dog. The girl was dumbfounded on the spot, not expecting even a little dog to be so powerful. "Veteran, I seem to have touched your head just now. I hope you won't blame me for any offense." "It's okay, ignorance is innocence." Out of curiosity, the girl couldn't help but ask a question. "Veteran, what stage is your current cultivation level at? Are you a Yaoguai sovereign or a Yaoguai saint?" The dog only said 3 words. "Not important, because it will change quickly following its master. Today he is Yaoguai saint, but tomorrow he might become Yaoguai emperor. Everything depends on his mood." This scared the girl. Luckily this is a dog with an owner. If it were a wild one, I might have become its dog food long ago. The dog turned its head and said, "In the future, don't call me veteran, and don't talk to me, because you should remember they are just mortals while I am just a mortal dog." After saying that, he flew back to the camp. After some time, a pot of Jiao Long Yaoguai Emperor soup was finally ready, making Old Wu and others drool with anticipation. Afterwards, Yi Feng served a bowl to each person. Master Lu and the others were overjoyed in their hearts. After finishing this bowl, our group will become martial saints. On the side, old Mr. Wang and Uncle, who with a beard were holding their bowls, but sweat was flowing down their faces. If they drank it, they would probably have to go through the first heavenly tribulation of the Grand Martial Emperor. It is said that heavenly tribulation is no joke. Carelessness could lead to the dispersal of the soul. Other Grand Martial Emperors usually prepare 1 or 2 decent protective treasures before crossing the tribulation. But the 2 of us are empty-handed now. Thinking of this, they both turned to look at Mr. Yi Feng. "How about we don't drink it?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately got angry. "Why are you 2 so pretentious, uncles? If you were asked to drink such a big pot of snake soup, just drink it." Seeing Yi Feng react this way, the 2 had no choice but to drink it. At this moment, Yi Feng turned his head and threw the snake gallbladder to the dog. At that moment, when he turned his head, he suddenly saw a lonely girl standing to the side. He then promptly ordered a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. "You must have had a tough time protecting us all the way. This bowl is for you to nourish yourself." Although the girl was very tempted, she kept her lips tightly closed. How could she dare to ask for the favor of the gentleman after being so rude before? Yi Feng thought that the girl had developed feelings for him, so she was too shy to drink. Therefore, he forcefully placed the soup into the girl's hands and said, "Drink it quickly, otherwise it won't taste good once it cools down." The girl was moved to tears by the gesture and didn't expect the gentleman to be so magnanimous. Not only did he not hold her accountable, but he also gave her such a great opportunity. Immediately, she drank the soup. She took a sip and flew straight up on the spot. Her body temperature began to rise, as if a wave of heat was rising from below her body. Cultivation level breakthrough directly from Martial King stage to later Martial Emperor stage. At this moment, the scene switched to Sir Skeleton's side. Since his own cultivation level has almost reached the peak of Yugwai Emperor, this kind of soup no longer provides any enhancement for him. Therefore, he was bored and playing with pebbles. At this moment, the little centipede suddenly crawled out from his sleeve. "Big brother, can you make a bowl of soup for me? You are so small that drinking a bowl of soup might make you explode." The little centipede hurriedly said, "If a bowl is too much, even a drop will do." Sir Skeleton saw that the little centipede was indeed too weak, so he agreed to his request. "This is the bowl my master used. There happens to be a drop left inside. Here, have a drink," Sir Skeleton said. The little centipede opened his mouth wide and drank it all up. His own strength also saw a huge increase. On the other side, old Mr. Wang and Uncle Hu, at this moment frowned. The tribulation after reaching the Grand Martial Emperor realm is about to arrive, and soon the sky will be covered with dark clouds. Immediately, 2 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. The 2 people were scared and shivering, without any protective talismans on them. Things looked grim for them, just as they were at the brink of despair. 2 bolts of heavenly lightning unexpectedly stopped by themselves, because they saw Yi Feng, accompanied by a glance back from Yi Feng. The thunder instantly disappeared, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed. The calamity of the 2 uncles passed in a daze, taking the first step towards immortal ascension. After a satisfying meal and drink, everyone set foot once again on the journey to South Sand for a marriage proposal. The woman drank the main character's urine in order to cultivate and become immortal. Even the saliva remaining in the pot from the main character was fought over by the leaders of various sects. When Yi Feng led the group away from the camp, they left the iron pot used to stew Jiao Long behind. The leaders of various sects followed here in order to obtain his opportunity. None said, "I had a chance encounter with Master Yi before. I saw with my own eyes that the cloth he used to wipe his hands was infused with Tao's essence. The Emperor Great Paper was casually tossed into the trash can by him. So everyone, please search carefully and see if the gentleman has left anything behind." Very soon, Blow 10,000 Years, the leader of the sky-blowing gang, found the iron pot that Yi Feng had just used, and there were still some remnants in the pot. And Nun found the snake head thrown on the ground. Seeing this scene, she drew a conclusion that the Yogwai beast of Emperor stage had been stewed. Sir Blow 10,000 Years standing nearby was stunned when he heard the nun's words. After realizing, he grabbed the iron pot and flew away. But he was soon caught up by the crowd before he could get far. There's no way he could fight against 4 people alone. Then he started to threaten them, saying, "If you dare to surround me, I will pour out all the remaining soup inside." This move did work, and Nun and the others did not dare to approach further. Finally, after discussion, they decided to divide the remaining soup equally. But because of the issue of how much each person had drunk, a struggle broke out again. Along with the iron pot falling to the ground, the 5 leaders' eyes lit up. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the ground stopped to watch. The 5 experts actually broke through to the martial saint stage at the same time. This scene is truly spectacular. The cultivator who reacted dashed towards the iron pot. Everyone fought to be able to lick the bottom of the pot. In the end, the blonde girl's skills were superior. After getting it, she directly stuck out her little tongue and started licking. After the blonde girl finished licking, Little Shuai licked it too. After Little Shuai finished licking the blonde girl, the 2 sect masters just kept licking back and forth like this. After the iron pot was licked clean, the cultivators discovered that there was snake soup seeping into the ground among the dirt. Seeing this, everyone began crazily stuffing mud into their mouths. This scene was seen by Peng Ying, who had rushed over. She was about to mock, but then she noticed the blonde girl and little Shuai behind her broke through. She then realized they were not eating soil but Dao's essence. Although she was a step late, there is a saying that goes, "Good food is worth the wait." She drove away the cultivator, who was fighting over the soil. She grabbed a handful and stuffed it directly into her mouth. After tasting it, she realized that the flavor was off. It was not soup, but urine. The scheming woman had received the punishment she deserved. The scene changed, and a whole morning had passed. The flat ground was now pockmarked from being eaten by the cultivators. The strength of the major sects in South Sand City has been reshuffled due to how much soup they managed to grab. The Sword Bitch sect led by Peng Ying mistakenly took urine for soup, causing them, who were originally the strongest, to now be at the bottom. The blonde girl said, "Sir just stepped into this place and killed the Emperor stage Yogwai beast. I am sure he must be playing a big game. And we, South Sand, should be a part of this game, which means we are all pieces in the master's game." Thinking of this, the leaders seem to have been nurtured by the sunlight. Being able to become the master's pieces is indeed a kind of honor. Several people over 100 years old started jumping like children and chasing towards Yi Feng. 2 days quickly passed, and Yi Feng and others finally arrived at the city of South Sand. The girl also returned to her own home. Meeting again was for a better parting. The two did not develop romantic feelings for each other, but rather had mutual respect. The girl wanted to invite Yi Feng into the house to sit down, but was immediately rejected by the old-fashioned man. When leaving, he even gave her a soul-devouring sword, which is the weapon of Xuanwu Patriarch. Each time it is used, it will consume more than 10 years of life. After obtaining it, the girl's life visibly begins to diminish. Yi Feng did not expect the gift to be a punishment for the girl. At this time, besides Yi Feng, there is another person who has arrived in South Sand, and that is Master Ma, the founder of the primordial Qingshan Sect. This person has extremely high combat power, and once dominated the martial arts world for many years with the lightning 5-strike whip. Later, he saw through the worldly affairs and retired to seclusion in the mountains. Today, I do not know why he suddenly visited without reason. Is he continuing to follow Master Yi for opportunities or going to meet with Master Ma? For a moment, all the cultivators didn't know what to do. At that moment, while everyone was hesitating, Peng Ying had already arrived at the rooftop of the inn where Yi Feng was staying. She was prepared to take the initiative to approach the expert. Yi Feng inside the room was holding a meeting with everyone, suggesting that they should go to the market to look around and see if there were any local specialties. Later, he distributed 10 gold coins to each person. After everyone left, Sir Skeleton also approached. "Master, I have already spent the gold coin you gave me last time. Could you give me some more?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng punched him directly. "You prodigal child, don't you know how hard life is? Do you have no idea how much we've spent along the way?" Sir Skeleton said, "I spent a lot of your money before, but the gold I brought back from robbing the tombs was much more than before. I've only spent 2 gold coins in a month." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt that he was indeed a little bit in the wrong. In the end, he gave him another gold coin. "This is your pocket money for this month. Be sure to save it carefully." Sir Skeleton is asking Yi Feng for living expenses. I didn't expect that in the end, he only gave him 1 gold coin. Puppy advised him not to be sad. We can save money slowly if we don't have any. Save 1 coin a month. If you save for 8 or 10 years, you will definitely have enough for a carefree experience. My dear Chin, don't comfort me. I have no joy in life right now. I feel uninterested in everything, especially when he is feeling sad. Suddenly, a girl in a red cheetah walked by downstairs. Sir Skeleton's eyeballs almost popped out from seeing her, but damn, he could only look and not move, which is too frustrating. Thinking about this, he said to the dog, "My dear brother Chen, today I will take you to do something big." The scene suddenly shifted, and he found himself standing in front of Yi Feng's door. Only then did he realize that he intended to steal the money from the house. For safety reasons, Sir Skeleton ordered the dog to stand guard downstairs. If the owner returns, bark twice. The dog met an acquaintance while going downstairs. This person is Peng Ying. In order to get close to a powerful figure, she changed into a sexy lingerie, intending to use her beauty to gain an advantage with the influential person. She arrived at the door and found that it was open. She poked her head inside. The next second, her expression suddenly became fierce. Immediately after, she was punched hard in the face. This blow was delivered by the money-stealing Sir Skeleton. Peng Ying, who was knocked flying, limped down the street. She had originally planned to approach a master in this way, but unexpectedly encountered the dead skeleton. I'm really unlucky. Just then, she suddenly saw Yi Feng buying fruits. Yi Feng was stunned when he turned around. Wow! It's you again! You really don't give up, you old hag! The girl was already angry after being beaten, and Yi Feng's words completely ignited the fire in her heart. She grabbed Yi Feng's collar and flew away. Later, she kidnapped him to a dilapidated house. Before Peng Ying could interrogate Yi Feng, he spoke first. Even though I rejected reuniting with you last time, why do you have to bear a grudge out of love? Yi Feng, don't be conceited. I am an immortal cultivator, superior to thousands of people, the best of the best. Why would I ever consider reuniting with a worthless person like you, who lacks spiritual root? Yi Feng said. If that's what you think, then I can rest assured. I'm a bit tired from traveling these days. I'll take a nap first. You are free to do as you wish. This completely angered Peng Ying. She released her martial sovereign's spiritual pressure. But Yi Feng not only did not feel the power on her body, but also yawned. This confused Peng Ying even more. Why can an ordinary mortal ignore spiritual pressure? She picked up the sword and swung it towards Yi Feng, but the sleeping Yi Feng easily dodged it. What she didn't expect was that even in his sleep, Yi Feng was mocking Ying, saying, Why did I ever like you in the first place? Since you left, the girls I've met are much prettier than you. Peng Ying's heart was once again dealt a blow. This time, she decided to bring Yi Feng back to the sect and slowly torture him. To the cave of Sword Bitch Sect. Peng Ying appeared with Yi Feng in front of a vortex. Feng, inside this door is the long prisoner's domain of my Sword Bitch Sect. I will send you in later, where you will face the most terrifying things in the world. I'll give you one last chance. If you kneel down and kowtow, I'll let you go today. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Feng took the initiative and went in. Peng Ying could not describe the taste in her heart. She never expected you would dislike her so much that you would rather die than yield to her. The scene now switched to the interior of Long Prisoner's domain. The air inside is scarce and ferocious, making it extremely difficult to even take a breath. The gravity inside is 10 times higher than the outside, and it is also sealed with many brutal Yogwai beasts. However, for Yi Feng, this is still too easy. He casually strolled around inside, and even killed a few Yogwai beasts along the way. Although I am just a mortal, I have never been a pushover. Even if it's a dangerous place, like the Dragon Pool, I will still venture into it. However, Yi Feng still overestimated the strength of the Yogwai beasts. In just a few minutes, he killed all the ferocious beasts inside, and continued to move forward. In the end, he was blocked by a wall similar to a water cube. Is this the end? The wall is endless at a glance. It seems futile to walk along the wall to find an exit. With this in mind, he directly kicked out with his foot. I didn't expect the wall to be so hard, with only a crack being created by his effort. He then increased the force and kicked again. This kick actually caused a magnitude 10 earthquake in the entire area. The earthquake was so strong that it alerted the leader of the Sword Bitch Sect, Duan Qinfeng. Something bad is happening. It feels like the foundation has an issue. Our Sword Bitch Sect's foundation is composed of formations, and it was personally arranged by the founding patriarch when he established the sect. With such a solid foundation, why would there be a problem? Immediately, he sent his sidekick to check the situation. At this time, Yi Feng had already kicked open a hole inside. He walked in and found another enclosed space. So he continued to smash and break things. The solid foundation was forcibly smashed into a passage, and the sword bitch sect on the ground inexplicably turned into ruins. The leader stood dumbfounded in place. He never expected that what the patriarch left behind would be destroyed in his generation. The man actually smashed the prison's foundation barehanded in order to escape. He quickly smashed out a passageway. In the end, he unexpectedly arrived at an underground secret chamber. The old man is named Yi Tiansheng, possessing the cultivation level of the Grand Martial Emperor Tribulation stage. He is a descendant patriarch of the Sword Bitch sect. This is the end of the foundation of the Great Formation, and also its core. The old man sat here for 99 years without eating or drinking, just to break through this chess game in front of him. This is the chess game left behind by the first-generation patriarch. Before ascending, he made a prophecy that the sect would face a crisis of annihilation within 10,000 years. The only way to unravel the crisis is to break open this chess game. After so many years of inheritance, no one has emerged who can unravel it, including himself. And today happens to be the 10,000th day, which is also the final day of the deadline. The people from the Destruction Sect should be arriving here soon. Because of these reasons, the old man thought Yi Feng was an enemy when he saw him. He knew someone would come today, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. The old man used his spiritual awareness to check Yi Feng's cultivation level. The result showed unknown on the spiritual awareness. The old man suddenly panicked. I didn't expect that this young man has become so powerful to a level beyond his perception. It seems that he himself cannot stop the inevitable destruction of his sect. Thinking of this, he started to tremble, not knowing what would happen next. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Feng actually hugged him and said, "Old man, you're so old, why don't you sit down and rest?" Seeing that Yi Feng had no ill intentions, the old man invited him to sit at the chessboard. I traveled all day to get here. This distance must be far beyond the Sword Bitch sect's territory, right? Here is the end of the formation, indeed outside the sect. Yi Feng noticed the chessboard in front of him. With his chess skills already at their peak, he realized it was a stalemate. The next second, Yi Feng directly broke up the chess game. It looks like you really enjoy playing chess, but this game is a dead end now. You don't need to continue playing. Let's start over. Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly realized. The chessboard is like life. Instead of sticking to old ways and waiting for death, it's better to start over. It seems that this gentleman is indeed a master. In order to completely rebuild the sect, he used magic to shut down the barrier protecting the sect, causing the sect's defense to start crumbling. Leader Duan Qifeng is completely desperate. The temple can be rebuilt after collapsing, but now that the barrier protecting the sect is gone, does this mean the old man is going to abandon us? The Sword Bitch sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is about to perish. At this moment, the two at the underground core have already started a new game. Yi Feng has just made his first move. The old man was shocked in an instant. He seemed to have arrived at the moment of the universe's creation. Is this the power of the Great Tao? The power of the Great Tao is a stage that every immortal cultivator aspires to comprehend. To break through and become an immortal emperor, one must understand enough of the power of the Great Tao. From ancient times to the present, there have been tens of thousands of people on the entire Celestial River continent who have cultivated to the martial emperor stage, but only a few can be counted as those who can break through to become an immortal emperor. However, around the chessboard at this moment, there are hidden powers of the Great Tao everywhere. The only beings capable of achieving this are the immortal beings in the heavens. Thinking of this old man laughing heartily, the founding patriarch miscalculated. This is not a crisis, but a huge opportunity. After the hearty laughter, the two began their official chess match. The strength of the immortal being is indeed remarkable. No matter how I strategize, he always seems to perceive my intentions. And every time danger arises, he will provide me with a way out in the midst of peril. Yi Feng also had a lot of fun playing, and this old man's chess skills are still good. It's been a long time since I played chess so joyfully. When this piece is placed down, this creates a situation of multiple repeated cycles. Both sides will have their pieces automatically captured whenever they are placed. Continuing to play further has no meaning anymore. Yi Feng deliberately guided the old man to achieve a draw. What's the point of winning when he's already in his 70s? While the old man is sweating profusely, Mr. could easily win, but instead, he lets me win every time. Playing the whole game has enlightened me on the power of the great Tao, completely opening the door to my cultivation into becoming an immortal. The kindness you have shown me is like giving me a new lease on life. Yi Feng stood up and looked up at the beam of light above his head. And at this moment, the situation outside had already become a mess. The disciples moved to a distant hillside, looking at the sect in ruins before them. The sect leader, Duan Qinfeng, was full of questions. He didn't even know the reason for the destruction. Peng Ying was so scared that cold sweat streamed down his face, only hoping that Yi Feng was not the one behind all this. Because he was the one who led him in. If it was him, then he would have caused a big disaster. But I grew up with him since childhood. I have accompanied him to test spiritual root many times. The results all showed that he is a person without spiritual root. How could such a useless person achieve such a great accomplishment? It must not be his. The scene suddenly switched to the inn over here, where the leaders of the 5 major sects have gathered. Through witnesses on the street, they learn about Master Yi being kidnapped by Peng Ying. After discussion, the group decided to. Several people planned to mobilize all the forces of the 5 major sects to go to Sword Bitch Sect and take a look. The leaders of the 5 major sects are gathered in the inn, calculating to mobilize all the manpower of the sect to completely eliminate the Sword Bitch Sect. None said. It is impossible for a mere Peng Ying to kidnap someone with the strength of a master. I think the old man must have ulterior motives. Perhaps visiting the Sword Bitch Sect is also one of his purposes for coming to Sao San this time. However, regardless, we must go and take a look. After speaking, everyone flew away. Old Mr. Wang inside the house was not worried at all. If something really serious had happened to Sir Skeleton Veteran, he would have gone long ago. He wouldn't have time to be here watching girls on this attic, would he? Upon closer inspection, I realized that Sir Skeleton is indeed watching the girls. And he even rates each girl who passes by here. My dear, just now, I can only give this girl a score of 9. Old Mr. Wang said that the meaning of Sir Skeleton Veteran is already very clear, which is to tell us not to spoil the high spirits of others. The scene suddenly changed, and the 5 major sects forces had already arrived above Sword Bitch Sect. Sect leader Duan Qinfeng was shocked by this sudden scene. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "What do you mean by bringing so many people here? Your own sect members have done such a great rebellious act. Don't you have any idea in your mind?" This statement frightened Peng Ying, causing cold sweat to flow down his back. And Duan Qinfeng is completely unaware of this matter now. What treacherous and immoral act! Don't speak ill of others. You just want to take advantage of chaos to wipe out my sect. None said. Our 5 leaders have received the blessings of the masters and have now reached the martial saint stage. How could we ever think of swallowing your small sect? Otherwise, today I will definitely make sure that none of you survive. Looking at the determined nun, Duan Qinfeng also began to have doubts. He turned to the disciple behind him and asked, "What's going on? Did someone do something and hide it from me?" The disciples quickly denied it. On the side, Peng Ying also began to suspect whether the master they mentioned might be Yi Feng. She was so scared that her body began to tremble, not daring to speak out about this matter. Seeing the disciples denying one after another, Duan Qinfeng said, "Fellow immortal friends, after many years of getting along, You all know my character and style. I'm not pretending to be ignorant. I truly do not understand what we have done. I hope you can explain it clearly." Upon seeing this, none revealed the matter of Peng Ying kidnapping the highly skilled individual. Peng Ying, on the other hand, vehemently denied the veteran's claims about the highly skilled individual. Since they could help you break through to the martial saint stage, they must possess extraordinary magical powers and cultivation level. How could I, Peng Ying, just a martial sovereign, possibly capture him and bring him to my sword bitch sect? Although I did capture someone a couple of days ago, he was just a mortal. She suddenly realized something. Could that worthless person really be the master they were talking about? They must have made a mistake. The person I caught is named Yi Feng. Are you sure it's him? The leader of the sky-blowing gang, Blow 10,000 years, flew into a rage on the spot. I will tell you the truth. The person you caught is indeed the skilled individual we were talking about. We all call him Master Yi. He has gained insights into the lives of the common people in the mortal world and generously bestows blessings upon the world. How dare you commit such a heinous act of rebellion? What punishment do you deserve? At this moment, a small gang member beside Duan Qinfeng whispered to him that Saintess Peng Ying did bring someone back yesterday and placed him in the depths of the long prisoner's domain. After confirming this matter, Duan Qinfeng slapped Peng Ying on the head, knocking her down to the ground. Disciples around said, "Sword bitch sect is our home, but now it has been destroyed by your own hands." At this moment, Peng Ying Saintess's aura is gone, and her face is filled with fear and despair. But she still feels wronged. I always thought he was just useless. It's not entirely my fault, right? Upon hearing this, the sect leader gave her another slap. This strike completely destroyed all of her cultivation level. Then he knelt down in front of the 5 chief leaders and apologized, saying, "Peng Ying, please take her away and let the gentleman handle it. I hope those of you who have dealt with the gentleman can plead for mercy on our sect's behalf and spare us." After saying that, he heavily knocked his head on the ground. One of the 5 chiefs, red hair, mentioned old Duan. "You haven't met him before, so you don't know what kind of person he is. He may have destroyed your sect, but he didn't harm anyone. Don't you understand this? Sir, this is intentionally giving you a way out. So you should leave quickly. The further you go, the better. Don't come back again in the future." Upon hearing this, Duan Qinfeng immediately ordered all disciples to evacuate from here. Watching the departing venerable master and sect brother Peng Ying, she once again felt helpless and desperate, not knowing what kind of punishment awaited her. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of everyone, still holding a fish in his hand. How awesome is this man? A bowl of soup he casually makes can help people break through their cultivation level. Even the heavenly tribulation is in awe of him, and will immediately come to a halt. The 5 major sects even mobilized all their forces just to meet him. After seeing Yi Feng, the leaders all paid their respects one after another. However, Yi Feng looked puzzled and asked, "Why are you all here?" None quickly explained, "We are here waiting for you." This confused Yi Feng even more. "How did you know I was here? And what are you waiting for me to do?" None fell into deep thought. After all, Mr. often regarded himself as a mortal and did not want everyone to reveal his cultivation level. For a moment, everyone really didn't know how to respond. Just as Nun was feeling troubled, the blonde girl walked out. "It's like this we all really like Mr. S calligraphy and painting. By chance, we found out about your whereabouts and, filled with excitement, we wanted to come and meet you." Gold-haired girl's dad, gold-haired brother, gave a thumbs up. "Truly, my daughter, this response is simply perfect." And Yi Feng obviously believed her words, blushing with pride. "So you are all my fans, huh?" Just as he was happy, a hand suddenly grabbed his clothes. He turned his head and saw it was Peng Ying. She cried and said, "Yi Feng, I beg you to give me a chance. Let's be together again, okay? It's been so many years, and you still don't have a woman by your side. I'm willing to return to your side and serve you." This really moves me. I didn't expect that these fans would actually help me settle Pengying. I also got a taste of what it feels like to be a star in the immortal cultivation world. My own grievances and relationships were all dug up by them. The next second, Yi Feng looked at Pengying and his expression changed instantly. You wanted to kill me before, and now you want to be with me? Are you taking me for a fool? Immediately, he revealed the steel knife in his hand. Pengying was scared out of his wits. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to do anything for you. Please spare me. Didn't you used to like being with me the most? Don't you want me anymore? She thought that by saying this, Yi Feng would be moved with sympathy. Yi Feng directly put the knife on her neck. I used to like you. I even considered you family, she said. But in the end, not only did you betray me, but you also wanted to harm me. You are no longer the person you used to be, and I am no longer the young man who used to chase after you. After saying this, he swung the knife down, and Pengying saw a series of flashbacks in his mind before he died. She remembered various past events of this life. Since childhood, I have had a dream, which is to become an immortal cultivator. In this world, the status of immortal cultivation practitioners is drastically different from that of mortals. This is the harsh reality that I understood from a young age. I was willing to sacrifice my body in order to join the sect. The man I thought was worth depending on coldly abandoned me. I just want to be an immortal cultivator and take control of my own destiny. I want to be respected by others. I want to live a good life. I don't understand where I went wrong. Why is fate playing tricks on me like this? You, a person without spiritual root, turned out to be a master. I went far away from you despite being close, and all the efforts I made ended up in vain. If there is an afterlife, I definitely won't choose to be a human. Accompanied by the fall of her body, Pengying goes offline. She has the heart of a female lead. But she does not have the luck of a female lead. Yi Feng turned around and thanked all the cultivators. If you encounter anything I can help with in the future, feel free to ask. These words brought tears to Nun's eyes. Sir, you are too kind. As your fans, this is what we should do. At this point, the grievances between Yi Feng and Pengying are completely in the past. The old man he met at the Foundation site thanked Yi Feng by erecting an immortal being statue for him. He said to the sect leader that after the reconstruction of the Sword Bitch sect, all disciples must worship daily, and today shall be known as Yi Feng's day. This is the phone of the immortal cultivation world. It has the function of transmitting sound over long distances. In order to stay in touch with Yi Feng, the 5 masters generously gave him this treasure for free. After saying goodbye, Yi Feng and his companions experienced a journey of more than 10 days. Finally arrived at the destination for the marriage proposal, mansion of Cloud Rising. Only after arriving did I find out that Zhong Qing's childhood sweetheart, Cloud Heaven Dream, is getting married tomorrow. Learning of this result, Zhong Qing shed tears of sadness. But Yi Feng, as Shifu, did not give up. He walked into the room with Zhong Qing. Hello, Master of Cloud Rising family. I am here today to bring my disciple to propose a marriage. Upon hearing about the proposal, Cloud Rising burst into laughter. Are you joking, sir? Can't you see that my daughter is getting married tomorrow? I understand, but my disciple and your daughter do have feelings for each other. I hope Master of Cloud Rising can consider the wishes of the younger generation. Good point about considering the wishes of the younger generation. If you want to marry my daughter, you must show me some sincerity as proof. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng presented the gold coins he had prepared in advance. Here are a total of 500,000 gold coins as a betrothal gift for you. Cloud Rising laughed again. What do you take my Cloud Rising family for, beggars? Just 500,000 gold coins, and you think you can marry my daughter? Aren't you being ridiculously delusional? And I have already betrothed my daughter to young Master Yi Wuchen of the Yi family. His family is the most prominent family in town. Yi Wuchen's older brother, Yi Heaven Given, is also the squad leader of the Skyblowing gang. You can't afford to provoke such a powerful family. It's better to give up on this. After saying that, he ordered his subordinate to drive Yi Feng out. Later, Cloud Rising came to the door of his daughter's room and informed her about the matter of Zhong Qing coming to propose marriage. Cloud Heaven Dream likes Zhong Qing, but she is no longer a free agent at the moment. She wants to meet but cannot, can only silently feel sad and upset. Yi Feng felt more and more angry when he returned to the inn. He came from afar to propose marriage to his disciple, but unexpectedly he was intercepted on the way. So he made a bold decision to elope and directly propose marriage. Old Wu quickly gathered information about the overall situation of the Yi family. In addition to Yi Heaven Given of the Sky-Blowing Gang, there are also some martial masters and cultivators at the martial spirit level in the family. Since Yi Feng crossed over to the immortal cultivation world, he has been judged as a waste without spiritual root. So he doesn't quite understand the classification of cultivator levels, and mistakenly thinks that martial spirit is a very high rank. It seems that the Yi family's situation is not something that a few of us mortals can handle. He took out the 5 top experts to help him shake people up with his communicator. After receiving Yi Feng's summons, Nun and others rushed to the scene at the speed of light. Yi Feng was very surprised. Oh my goodness, how did you all arrive so quickly? In order to let Master Yi experience mortal life, several people dared not mention that they had flown here on sword. Everyone lied and claimed they were simply passing by on a group tour, and the sword behind them was just a prop. Seeing them say this, old Mr. Wang showed a satisfied expression. Later on, Yi Feng brought up the forced marriage incident. After listening to it, everyone felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood, expressing that they would definitely support Mr. Yi Feng's positive behavior wholeheartedly. Yi Feng said, "Forcing a kiss can be risky. Because the Yi family has a super powerhouse at the martial spirit level, those who don't want to take risks can now back out." Upon hearing this, everyone present was baffled. The martial spirit level is considered the weakest among immortal cultivators. It seems that the old man is acting again. Let's just play along with him. Everyone instantly turned into a frightened expression. Martial spirit masters are indeed very powerful, but as your fans, how can we retreat at this time? Yi Feng was moved to tears by them. Since that's the case, let's plan this marriage proposal carefully. Because the strongest person on the other side is that martial spirit, so we must have a strategy to deal with this martial spirit. The best way is for us to also invite a strong martial spirit expert, so that at least we can match their strength. Who among you can invite such a strong expert? Because everyone is afraid to answer this question as they have to act with Yi Feng. Uncle Baifa directly asked, "Sir, can we actually invite him or not?" Yi Feng was also puzzled by this. If it's possible, then it's possible. If it's not, then it's not. Just be straightforward with us. When they heard the expert asking for the truth, everyone replied in unison with the word, "Can." Immediately after that, Nun took out a communicator and started to shake people. Soon, a powerful martial spirit expert arrived at the scene. This person's name is Sword No Heart, a marginal figure in the Sky Demon Sect. Nun said, "Later, remember not to reveal my identity as the sect leader." No matter how powerful experts you see in the room, you must treat them as mortals. After giving the order, Nun entered the room and reported to Mr. Martial Spirit, "I have already invited the strong expert." To show respect to the expert, Yi Feng went out with several people to welcome him. Upon meeting, Sword No Heart was scared on the spot. "Oh my goodness, isn't this the legendary master? And that mysterious person known as Sir Skeleton, if I remember correctly, he was the one who killed the Jiaolong Yogwai Emperor a few days ago." Immediately after that, Yi Feng led everyone to bow, which made Sword No Heart even more frightened. He was so scared that he burst into tears on the spot, saying, "Mom, I want to go home." He turned around intending to run, but saw the sect leader standing in front of him. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and continue with the act. The man spent a lot of money to marry a rich young lady. But he never expected that when he lifted the veil, he found the wedding procession of Yi Feng in South San City is driving in the middle of the road. The crowds on both sides are discussing animatedly. It is said that the groom has a strange hobby. Several maids in his family have died mysteriously after being involved with him. The groom smirked devilishly and said, "Cloud Heaven Dream, that little girl is finally mine. Tonight, I must have my way with her until dawn breaks." Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomers were none other than Yi Feng's marriage proposal squad. Old Wu and the others took the lead. They put on a bizarre pose and blocked the way. Helpless, Yi Feng had to take a detour. After changing the route, he was stopped by two people. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be old Mr. Wang and little Shuai, who was disguised as a man with a bulging belly. Old Mr. Wang immediately burst out cursing. "Yi Feng, you heartless person! You got my daughter pregnant and haven't even given her a name. You're forcing her into marriage. You must give us an explanation today." Yi Feng looked confused. This old rascal, spew nonsense. I, Yi Feng, am an impotent man. How could I possibly get your daughter pregnant?" Upon seeing this, little Shuai burst into tears. "You heartless person, once you're done playing with someone, you just discard them." "All right." Yi Feng dismounted and said, "If you two don't resolve this, I won't be able to let it go today." After saying that, he charged straight towards the two of them. As a result, he directly grabbed the bun from little Shuai's hand. Little Shuai said with a hoarse voice, "You're so bad, but I really like it." The servant behind came to report that more and more people were coming to watch the excitement. All the routes that could be taken outside were all blocked. As soon as the words fell, gold coins started falling from the sky. When I looked up, it turned out to be the mischief of Uncle Beard and the golden-haired girl. The surrounding crowd went crazy grabbing the gold coins falling from the sky. Even the bearers carrying the sedan chair joined in. Take advantage of the chaos. Zhongqing opened the curtain of the sedan chair. "Darling, change into these clothes, and I'll take you away." The next second, the two little ones hurriedly left here. Shortly afterwards, a dwarf was seen getting into the sedan chair. This person was none other than Sir Skeleton. The beautiful bride was switched and became little skeleton like this. Zhongqing successfully brought Heaven Dream in front of Shifu over here. Yi Feng, on the other hand, brought Sir Skeleton back home in a bewildered state. On the signboard of Yi Mansion, a festive big red flower is hanging. Relatives and friends in the mansion raised their glasses to offer congratulations. Yi Feng, who was drunk, staggered into the bridal chamber. Once inside, he puckered up his lips suggestively, saying, "My beautiful bride, soon you will be mine." Sir Skeleton under the veil said, "You scoundrel, hurry up and come over. I've been waiting for you all afternoon." This made Yi Feng's heart itch. He slowly raised his hand and opened the veil. The next second, a bloody skeleton appeared. It scared him out of his wits. The servants outside heard the screams from inside the house. When they walked in, they saw the young master sitting on the ground crying. "That damn guy took away my bride and also stole a chest of gold from me. It must be the morning roadblock that caused the trouble. I have already ordered the city to be sealed off. Hurry and chase after them for me." Soon, a servant found a group of people and horses in the distance acting suspiciously. Immediately sent people to go and kill them. One of them struck at Yi Feng. After dodging, Yi Feng exclaimed, "What a powerful blow! This person seems to be the expert with the martial spirit. It's time for you to make a move." Sword No Heart realized these are not martial spirit experts at all. They are just a group of ordinary people. He then unleashed his ultimate move. The Gale Deadly Slash instantly took care of those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Yi Feng explained that the master was awesome. The leader's acting skills were also sublimated at this moment. If it weren't for the master Sword No Heart here today, us ordinary mortals might have to pack our lunch boxes. Sword No Heart gave an awkward smile. You guys really know how to act. With his help, Yi Feng and the team that gate-crashed the wedding successfully retreated outside the city. Heaven Dream cried when she saw her father. She didn't know how she could meet her father after leaving home. Yi Feng said, "Master of Cloud Rising, I'm really sorry. We did such a big thing without discussing it with you." "Brother Yi, you are too polite. After I learned about Yi Wuchen's quirks, I planned to rescue my daughter. I didn't expect that you all helped me complete it directly," Heaven Dream worriedly said. "The Yi family will definitely not let this go easily. Why don't you leave with us?" "I, from the Cloud Rising family, have lived in South Sand City for generations. How could I just leave like that, dreamer? Before, I didn't have enough strength to protect you. But now it's different. I'm very reassured to hand you over to this kid Zhongqing." Upon hearing this, Zhongqing immediately stood up. "Rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Heaven Dream. Uncle, trust me." The scene switched to Yi Wuchen's side. He found his own brother, Yi Heaven Given. He plans to seek revenge on Yi Feng for taking his wife. They later arrived at a canyon. This is a mandatory route for Yi Feng's team. Yi Heaven Given unleashed the spiritual pressure in his body, fully prepared. Soon Yi Feng and others arrived at the canyon. Yi Wuchen laughed heartily. "Now I'll see where you all can run to." After a while passed without taking action, he turned his head to see that his own brother had actually run away. This is all bullshit. Grand Martial Emperor Martial Saint, what's the point of all this? Yi Wuchen stood still, feeling confused. If I go up after my brother has run away, wouldn't it be like sending myself to death? He turned around and left, but was stopped by Sir Skeleton. The skeleton's face has already caused emotional trauma to him. Mr. Skeleton stripped him down to his underwear and hung him from a tree branch on the cliff. Sir Skeleton is driving a carriage on the way home. Two mysterious figures appeared above the clouds, secretly observing their movements. They came to merge with the bloodline of the celestial race of Zhongqing. The so-called fusion is the merging of a man and a woman in dual cultivation. And the person who wants to cultivate with Zhongqing is the girl in front of him now. The old man excitedly said, "This is the first appearance of the celestial race bloodline in 2 million years. As long as you engage in dual cultivation with him, you can activate the divine phoenix bloodline in your body. Only this way can we establish a place in this immortal cultivation world." The woman was about to go downstairs to grab Zhongqing, but was stopped by the old man. "Absolutely not. The dual cultivation I mentioned is not just about the physical aspect. You must also grasp him emotionally. Only when both parties have mutual affection can the best results be achieved." The girl blushed and kicked the old man. Then she fell into contemplation. How can I make this guy fall in love with me? Do I also need to please that mortal named Yi Feng like the leaders of South Sand? The scene changed, and the main group arrived at a town. Yi Feng said, "I have to say, the area of South Sand is really vast. The local customs are indeed much richer than our River Peace City." So Yi Feng decided on the spot not to go home first, but to explore other places instead. After opening the map, he pointed to a location marked with special symbols, which greatly frightened everyone. Old Mr. One said, "Sir, do we really need to go to this place?" Yi Feng replied, "I see the sign up there, and feel that this place must be very beautiful. Let's go there." This place is known as the Death Zone, a place where even ghosts dare not venture. But because Yi Feng designated it, no one dares to object. In this way, the journey home turned into a sightseeing trip. At the halfway point, Old Wu suddenly spoke up. "Sir, a few of us have some family matters to attend to. We won't be able to accompany you for the rest of the way." As for the young couple Zhongqing, they just got together recently and found it hard to get along in such a small carriage. So they decided to head back to the dojo first. Yi Feng and Sir Skeleton suddenly felt like third wheels. After getting Yi Feng's approval, the group quickly left. The tourist group was left with only a person, a dog, and a skeleton. Originally, They thought the three of them would feel lonely. But they didn't expect that they would be overjoyed. Now we can finally have some fun. Yi Feng even joyfully started writing poetry. I walk until the stream ends, where no path leads, then sit and watch the tranquil resting of the rising clouds. The scene shifts to a tavern, where a handsome man catches the eye. Upon closer inspection, the man was actually holding chopsticks with something that looked like a mouse clamped between them. This person is named Wild Nopath, and possesses the Grand Martial Emperor cultivation level. The other guests around are discussing him in a lively manner. This person has quite a background. He is one of the emperors of South Sand. Just by looking at the rough man with double ponytails next to him, you can tell how special he is. The onlooker, a young mother, was also scared, covering her child's mouth, fearing to disturb him. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly walked over and said to the two, "Hey guys, the rest of the tavern is full, but there's still space at your table. Can I join you?" The onlookers were quite frightened by his words. This young punk actually dared to speak to the emperor like that. Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone offended the emperor last time, and had a leg cut off on the spot. What is surprising is that Wild Nopath actually agreed. Yi Feng sat down smoothly. The surrounding crowd was instantly shocked. The guards on the side also looked incredulous. Immediately after that, Yi Feng began eating heartily in front of the emperor. At this moment, the wine on the table caught his attention. "Bro, I see you're not drinking this wine. Can you let me have a taste?" The bodyguard instantly got angry. "How dare you? Competing over the table is one thing, but you even want to mooch off the wine meant for the royal?" He picked up the steel knife in his hand, ready to stab over. He was stopped by Wild Nopath. "Young man, this wine is strong. It's not something ordinary people can handle. If you say that, then I guess I'm really not an ordinary person." These words have piqued Wild Nopath's interest. "So tell me, how are you unique then? If your answer is not good, I'll charge you with the crime of impudence." "Bro, you're quite humorous. Looks like you must have had a few drinks." Upon hearing these words, Wild Nopath revealed a murderous intent. But then Yi Feng followed up with a sentence. "If I were an ordinary person, how could I dare to drink with my big brother at the same table?" Wild Nopath was startled for a moment. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. "What a cheeky kid!" This sentence not only resolved my teasing but also indirectly praised me. "This drink is a toast to you." In the midst of the spectators' exclamations, the two of them started to drink. The man who crossed over to the immortal cultivation world unexpectedly started reciting poems from Wang Wei, the poem saga. And he even managed to impress a girl by using this poem. In the restaurant, Yi Feng is drinking wine with South Sand Emperor Wild Nopath. The guard on the side looked askance and said, "I've been with His Highness for so many years, and haven't been able to have a drink with him. You, a mortal, not only had a drink, but also addressed him as a brother." At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly turned his head and asked, "Bro, could it be that you are an immortal cultivator?" In order to continue chatting and drinking with Yi Feng, Wild Nopath falsely claimed that he was a person without spiritual roots, so he could not cultivate. "It seems like my brother and I are in the same boat. I am also just a mortal." This statement made the guards' faces turn green. His Majesty is a strong warrior of the Grand Martial Emperor level. Knowing this might scare you to death. Wild Nopath thought to himself, "I haven't felt this free in a long time. This child just speaks and acts as he pleases. It must be very relaxing to be friends with him." "By the way, buddy, do you have any business to attend to on this trip?" "I don't have anything to do. This is my first time coming to South Sand, so I want to walk around and see the scenery." "That's great. We're the same then. I'm here to play as well. How about we travel together? We can take care of each other along the way." Yi Feng directly grabbed his hand. "Bro, you are really kind. I finally don't have to wander around like a headless fly anymore." After having his fill of food and drink, Yi Feng walked out of the restaurant. He fed the leftover bones to the dog. Your Majesty, even if you find this mortal interesting, there is no need to hide your noble identity. Wild Nopath showed a fierce look. I am attracted to that natural feeling of his true character. If you dare to expose my identity, I will hold you accountable. Just at this moment, Sir Skeleton walked over. Wild Nopath glanced at him and couldn't figure out Yi Feng. He introduced him as his own bodyguard. A mere mortal can actually serve as a bodyguard. Not to mention that he is short in stature, and he wears a windbreaker half covering his face. What is he pretending to be? Shortly after, the group arrived at a lake. Gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, Yi Feng recited a poem. From afar, the mountains glow with hue. Nearby, no sound of waters blue. Though spring departs, the flowers stay. Birds heed no man, unmoved they play. I didn't expect that you, little brother, can actually compose poems. Big brother, you flatter me. This is no ordinary poem. It is a poem by One Wei, the poet sage. The two of them continued to chat while sitting in the small boat. While on the other side, the guard was sitting on a boat with Sir Skeleton. The pretentious attitude of Sir Skeleton really annoyed him. This made him have a mischievous idea to play a trick on Sir Skeleton. He stuck his hand into his crotch. He took out a testicle. Little dwarf, do you know what this is? At first sight, you, a mortal, won't know. Let me tell you. This is called a Dan pill, and it is a king-grade Dan pill. Such a small one is priceless to you mortals. This kind of thing is just trash to Sir Skeleton, who simply ignored its existence and yawned directly. Seeing this, the bodyguard reached into his armpit and took out a small golden ball. Take a look at this. This is an emperor-grade Dan pill. If you jump into the water, I will give it to you. Sir Skeleton was angered by his words. You're holding a dog biscuit there and yapping incessantly, yet you're telling me to jump into the water. Are you out of your mind? The guard was thoroughly exasperated by him. He gathered his strength in the palm of his hand and slapped towards Sir Skeleton, but Sir Skeleton didn't make any move. With just a glance, he sent the guard flying into the water. After getting back to the shore, Yi Feng gave Sir Skeleton a good lesson. Wild Nopath once again doubted Sir Skeleton. The fact that his guards were at least at martial lord level, yet this little skeleton could just glance at him and send him flying into the lake, made him suspicious. Is he hiding his strength, or am I overthinking it? Of course, it could also be that the guard was careless for a moment. The scene changed, and it was suddenly nighttime. Yi Feng sat uneasily on the boat. The person on his left poured him a drink. I raise my cup to summon the bright moon. With shadow and self, we become three. Thank you, brother, for your gracious hospitality. Little brother had a great time today. Sir Skeleton on the side is already drooling with envy. He says he also wants a beautiful lady. At this moment, another boat outside the window caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Li Xin, the blind monk, who was embracing from left to right. From time to time, he would even kiss the beauty on the face. Sir Skeleton hugged the dog and cried, "Even a stinky monk can have a beauty by his side. Why can't I have one?" The man casually carved a figurine of a little gourd baby. I didn't expect it to turn into a celestial rank magical tool. Yi Feng was staring blankly at Li Xin, the blind monk opposite him. I didn't expect a monk to play so energetically. At this moment, Wild Nopath suddenly took out a treasure and gave it to Yi Feng. The guards on the side were surprised. This is a treasure of sovereign grade level. He will automatically protect the owner when in danger, yet His Majesty just gave it to a mortal like that. Wild Nopath held Yi Feng's hand and said, "You must carry this jade pendant with you at all times. It may come in handy for you someday in the future." Yi Feng thought to himself, "This brother is truly a loyal and sentimental person." As a return gift, Yi Feng took out a puppet. "This is a gourd doll that I carved myself," Yi Feng said. Wild Nopath looked puzzled when seeing this toy. But thinking that it was a gift from my younger brother, I still accepted it in the end. Following that, he then said to Yi Feng, We have explored this area thoroughly. Where did you plan to go before? I can take you there. I do have a place in mind that I want to visit, but wouldn't it be inconvenient for you? No trouble at all. As long as my bro is happy, I'll take you there. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng took out a map and pointed to the place marked with a special symbol in the middle. Elder brother, I want to go here. This immediately scared Wild Nopath to the point of throwing up. The guards also looked terrified. Is this kid a little fool? That place is the death zone of the South Sand region. The entire Celestial River continent has only one place like this. And there are also all evil cultivators from the entire continent gathered there, as well as criminals wanted by various major sects. Upon seeing Wild Nopath, Yi Feng hesitated and asked, Brother, are you not able to take me there? It's not a matter of inconvenience. I'd like to hear your reasons for wanting to go there first. This place is marked on the entire map as a tourist attraction. It's not easy to come here. How can we miss taking a photo at South Sand? The fierce and treacherous landscapes might shock you on the spot. How can you call such a dangerous place a tourist attraction? Even more unexpectedly, Wild Nopath actually agreed. Since it's a place your buddy specifically requested to visit, I will take you there. Although it's very dangerous there, there's no need to be afraid because I am from there. The scene changed and several people had already arrived at the death zone. The scene in front of Yi Feng stunned him. This is really a masterpiece of nature. The air is filled with a light mist, giving people a refreshing feeling. It feels like standing on a cloud. South Sand is indeed unparalleled in terms of its beautiful scenery, but hidden within its beauty lies unseen threats. Everyone who enters here will be monitored from the very beginning. These evil cultivators and freelance cultivators absorb the essence of cultivators to enhance their own spiritual power. To delve deeper into this place, one must first pass this test. Soon, several people were targeted by two evil cultivators. Wild Nopath instructed the guards to take care of it, but be sure not to cause any commotion to avoid startling my brother. At this moment, Yi Feng is touching the head of the man-eating flower with his hand. Sir Skeleton and the dog behind release some spiritual pressure, so the man-eating flower dare not act rashly. Wild Nopath looks around and thinks to himself, It's been half an hour. Why haven't the guards come back yet? With his strength, he should be able to deal with these people quickly. This gives him a sense of foreboding. He turned to Yi Feng and said, My guard hasn't returned for a long time, which makes me worried. I will go around and look for him. Stay put and wait for me to come back. Don't wander around. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Wild Nopath was blocked by heavy fog when he reached an open space, obscuring his vision. When he tried to use spiritual awareness to check, he found that it was unexpectedly ineffective. It was only after he reacted that he realized this was not fog at all, but a very evil formation. It seems that the enemy was prepared, and this formation was specifically set up for him. At this moment, 3 monsters suddenly sprang out of the formation. Wild Nopath, you killed our eldest brother back then. Today, I must carry your dog head to pay respects at his grave. Wild Nopath, Wei Wei smiled faintly. Your evil Mountain 5 element has committed numerous evil acts. That day, the metal element indiscriminately killed innocents, attempting to use thousands of lives to refine evil arts. Though I am not a saint, killing him could be considered upholding justice for heaven. Moreover, your strongest water element is not present. Thinking of killing me is simply wishful thinking. After finishing speaking, he jumped into the air and shot out a wave of energy that smashed down, but was easily blocked by the other party, accompanied by a wicked smile from the 3 individuals. Wild Nopath suddenly felt a bit difficult to breathe. He then realized that formation was absorbing his spiritual power. Wood element used with style. Advent of a world of trees. Multiple tree roots instantly sprang up from the ground, trapping Wild Nopath. Because more than half of his strength had been sucked away, he was unable to break free. However, this is not the end. Earth element has used earth release, added weight on him, instantly increasing gravity 100-fold within the circular area. This has rendered Wild Nopath completely unable to move. Shortly after, Fire Element casts Fire Style, Inferno, which is the most powerful attack he can unleash. A massive fireball is hurtling towards Wild Nopath. Just when he thought he was about to perish here, the gourd doll puppet given to him by Yi Feng suddenly came to life. Accompanied by a golden light, a giant gourd man suddenly appeared. 1 second it was a gourd baby puppet, the next second it turned into a towering giant. The fireball coming towards him was rebounded back as if it were a basketball in his hand. The fire element was burned to ashes by the fireball he released. Next, the Calabash brothers lifted up a small mountain. It smashed down heavily towards the remaining 2 individuals. The evil mountain 5 element, which was originally intact, has now lost 3 more members. After completing all this, the Calabash brothers returned to being puppets. However, it can be seen that there is an additional crack on one of them. It seems that the Calabash brothers cannot be used indefinitely. Each use results in an additional crack until they shatter. Because things happen so suddenly, Wild Nopath was caught off guard and hasn't recovered yet. I didn't expect an inconspicuous little puppet to save my life. Could it be that the friend I met is a hidden master with powerful skills? But it's simply impossible. We have been together day and night for so many days. Even the Grand Martial Emperor, who has transcended 10 levels of heavenly tribulation, should be able to sense the power. The only person who can reach a level beyond my perception is an immortal being. But this kind of guessing is even more bullshit.